Councilors, come on into committee room, please. We need you for quorum. Councilors, come on to the committee room. We need you for quorum. Those of you that, because we are very popular this morning, those of you that needs a seat, we have opened up committee room 2 for folks to watch the proceedings. And it's just next door, it's not very far. So, but we still do not have quorum. Maybe I can give some explanation. Here's a counselor. Counselor Matlow is arriving. Yes, welcome. There was a Waterfront announcement this morning. Councillor Fletcher and Deputy Mayor Osman Malik were with me this morning announcing the Waterfront that we are building 14,000 units of housing down by the waterfront. We got the federal and the provincial money. I'm just taking up some time to give explanation as to why those two councillors are late. They are just traveling back to City Hall. But Councillor Bravo wasn't there. Councillor Carroll, where are you? And is there anyone online? Okay, Councillor Bravo is online. Do we have quorum yet?
No, you need one more.
We need one more, okay? Can someone try to reach Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Malik? I know they were just leaving. I walk faster. I ran. They might have just, so they will appear shortly. Councillors, if you, who else? Councillor Carroll is going to be late. And Councillor McAuliffe. Councillor Morley and Councillor Coe, where are you? I see Councillor Coe's assistant here. Yep. Well, I'll continue talking about the waterfront then. I didn't really have that speech. Councillor Coe is also like, Councillor Morley is sick. I think the flu season is upon us. So, the Waterfront Toronto had an announcement this morning. Our city manager is there also. So just those of you that are interested. The Waterfront Toronto, this is the eastern part of the waterfront. For a long time, that whole area is industrial land, and then once the industry moved away, it was a bit of a wasteland, and it was flooding all the time because the Don River was blocked, right? It couldn't go right into the lake, and as a result, the river is dirty and etc. Right? So, for years, there was a vision to clean up the Don, and also have it flow naturally into the lake. And between the federal and city and provincial government, there were a lot of investment. Now the Don River is finally flowing into the lake. As a result, the area is no longer flooding. And there are 2 bridges down in the area that you see has been built. And a pedestrian belt is being built through the Keating's Channel, crossing over to the new island. I think Councillor Fletcher, when she arrives, would be able to help me pronounce the island. I think it's Omingansing, right? It's about the island of black cherry tree. And on this island, today's announcement is that the federal and the provincial government are joining the City of Toronto through Waterfront Toronto, building all the infrastructure there. As a result, this summer, there will be a park there with large number of trails all along that area. The wildlife has come back, the fish has come back, the birds and animals have all returned. So it's going to be a beautiful area down by the waterfront, in the East Waterfront area this summer. And what else? Today's announcement. Oh, yes, the Conservation Authority also assisted. And as today's announcement provided funding to do the infrastructure. So not only will there be a park, you can rent canoes and kayaks and all those amazing things because it's right by the water. And today's announcement allowed for the infrastructure to be built. And as a result, there will be, starting next year, 14,000 units of housing. 20 or 30% of them will be affordable. So, and people will start moving in by 2030. So it's an entire new neighborhood coming into the Eastern Waterfront. Have I actually provided enough time? We are still waiting for councillors. Anyone know where Deputy Mayor McKelvey is at? She's in a car. I'm sorry, she's arriving. For some of the speakers here that want to speak to advancing Eglinton East Light Rail and Waterfront East Light Rail and the Charter City, Councillor Myers have asked us to hold the item until after the committee breaks for lunch so that he can speak to the items at the committee. Councillor Matlow, I believe you're also interested in Charter City, obviously. Are you okay to wait until Councillor Myers get here? Because he's trying to get here at 11, but he may not be able to. So are you okay to do that item? Charter City, the reason why I ask that is that we have a large number of deputants. And if we're dealing with that item later, I don't want people to wait here.
Say no more, of course.
Oh, okay. So, thank you. Just the speakers that are here, they want to address item 2013, item 13 today, which is toward the municipal autonomy and effective local governance. This motion was put in place by Councillor Matlow, supported by Councillor Myers, and he cannot be here until maybe later on in the maybe 11 or maybe after lunch. So if it's okay, have a good morning and return at lunchtime, because we can, there's a big speaker list with Douglas Earl, Tim Grant, Melissa Wong, et cetera, et cetera. Those of you that want to speak at that item, perhaps you want to come back at 1:30. Yeah, 1:30? Yeah. At 1:30, I will take that item as top of, right after we have lunch. Okay, so I don't want you to wait all morning. Okay. Okay. They are both coming, arriving, but we now have quorum, so we could get started.
We just need Councillor Bravo to turn on her camera.
I cannot hear you.
We need Councillor Bravo to turn on her camera.
Oh, Councillor Bravo, you need to turn on your camera in order for us to count you as a person. There she is. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mayor Olivia Chow. I'm the chair of the executive committee. We now have quorum, and I'm calling the meeting 20 of the executive committee to order and welcome everyone formally. Welcome, Councillor Carroll. Whoa, where have you been? Okay. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall at Committee Room 1. And this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse nations, First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you have registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list, and the list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the executive committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials. If you need any help, you know where you can find it. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict Act? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm minutes from the meeting of December 10th? I can always count on you, Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor of the minutes? Thank you. Opposed? Carry. Before we begin the agenda run through, I believe Councillor Carroll, we can now run through the agenda. And item 1 has a speaker's list, and I'm sorry. I will do that after I go through the item, okay? Item 1, there are speakers, we're holding that one. Item 2, 705 Progress Avenue, City Initiate Development Master Plan. Anyone want to hold that one? No?
It's in my ward, Madam Mayor. I'll move the recommendations
Thank you.
and thank staff for all of their work so far on it, especially facilities and real estate and park and recreation.
Excellent. All those in favor of Councillor Ainsley's motion, opposed, carry, thank you. The old City Hall, I believe Councillor Matlow, you have an amendment. Do you want me to hold on to it? Yeah? Okay. And we'll come back to it in a minute. Transmittal report from the Board of Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation regarding the composition of the board. Any speaker? No. I see that we are going to Councillor Fletcher normally would, why don't I come back to that in a minute, because I know Councillor Fletcher is probably going to run in here in a minute. Okay, I'll just hang on to it in case she has something.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Item 5 is the Morse Park Arena has a large number of speakers, is going to be held. And item 6 is the partnership with Toronto Global, which is item 6, and I believe Councillor Carroll, you have an amendment.
Yeah, it's just a quick technical.
Go for it.
So we should be able to, yeah, it's just, board calls for the general manager of economic development. We're putting in or designate. He may wish to supplement with one of his senior staff.
It sounds pretty technical to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions to staff? Councillor, all those in favor of Councillor Carroll's motion carried? Thank you.
Item is amended, please.
Oh, item as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, all right. Okay, 16 years, you said we don't want to be, okay, all right, we won't go there. Item 7 has a lot of speakers, we are holding it. It's the commercial parking levy. And item 8, we talked about waiting until Councillor Myers comes in. Item 8, we will actually hold it until after lunch because Councillor Myers want to speak to it.
No, it's item 9.
I'm dealing with item. Oh, I'm sorry. I am jumping at, sorry, I am talking about item 8, City of Toronto Environmental Social Governance Annual Performance Report. Deputy Mayor McKelvey moved the adoption, move received. All those in favor, opposed, carry. The Eglinton LRT East and the Waterfront LRT East, Waterfront East LRT, we are holding that for Councillor Myers when he comes till later in the afternoon, later in the day. The Golden Mile Environmental Assessment Final Report, that's exciting. Anyone interested? Councillor Carroll.
Hold that, you have speakers? On
Oh.
item 10, we have speakers.
Item 10 has one what? Item 11? I'm dealing with 11.
Oh, I thought we were on item 10.
No, I've done 10 already. I've held it. 11, there's no speaker. All those in favor of Councillor Carroll's motion? Opposed, carry, thank you. I'm getting too fast on you, clerk. Item 12, we have speakers, so we are holding that, which is the stormwater runoff mitigating basement flooding. And we have Charter City, item 13, we are waiting for. Oh, pardon me, okay. Towards municipal autonomy and effective local governance. We are holding it because there's a lot of speakers, and we will hear the speakers after lunch, okay? And that is item 13. Beach and Toronto Island accessibility. Item 14, we have a speaker. We're holding that. And Toronto Senior Strategy, item 15, we have a speaker. We are holding that one also. And water taxi accessibility. Anyone? No? Can someone move adoption? Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. Okay. FCM report. Well, okay.
I'll make my own report.
We are very encouraged by your regular reporting. I know, it's very important. FCM does very important work. All those in favor of adopting Councillor Ainsley's report, thank you. And Good Roads, again, you had a report.
I'll move that one as well, Madam.
Thank you for keeping us informed. All those in favor of Councillor Ainsley's motion, all those opposed, carry, thank you. I think that is it, okay? So, item 1 held, item 3 have an amendment. Let me see if, Deputy
Thank you.
Mayor
I'd move
McAlphy,
that
yes.
we limit speakers to 3 minutes. I believe the clerk has a motion.
Okay. And are you closing the speakers list, or you can?
And close the speakers list?
Okay. All right. Here's a motion in front of you, Deputy Mayor McAlphy. Any speaker? No. All those in favor of the recommendation? 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Councillor Bravo.
I'm gonna have to vote with for limiting, as I'm quite ill and I don't know if you can count on my presence all day.
She's in favor of the motion. Okay, so we have 4 to 3, okay? It carried, thank you. Get better, Councillor Bravo, you sound quite stuffed up. And Councillor Matlow, did you want to, I'm just going to do a few items very quickly before we hear the deputations, okay? If I may, we are dealing with the Old City of Toronto item. I actually have a motion also. Okay. This is regarding the Toronto Old City Hall. Do you want me to deal with it now or later?
Well, I'm just confirming.
Okay, I could just hold it for a minute. Okay, before we move any motions, Councillor Perks has a question to staff. To the speakers that I hear, to the public, we're trying to just deal with a few small items that would take, just get it out of the way. Councillor Perks?
Yes, I've received some correspondence asking if this would be a suitable location for affordable housing, and I just want to confirm that you've thought about that and come to a conclusion.
Through the chair, we have examined that previously. Highest and best uses determined that Old City Hall was not an appropriate site for shelter or housing. It's a very complex and historic building, and it does not lend itself well to the necessary refits that would be needed to accommodate those uses.
Okay, any other questions to the staff? No? Can the clerks put my motion in front and then Councillor Bello? Yeah.
I'm trying to just ensure that the clerk has the motion, and I don't believe they do, so I'd like to.
They are shaking their head. Why don't I come back to you?
Appreciate that.
We'll hold this item down. Are there any quick ones? Any other quick items that that we could release? No? Councillor Carroll?
Maybe we can just, I don't think there's any additional motions on the Toronto Senior Community Housing. We could just adopt that.
Okay,
So that blocks a
all
lot of
right.
staff down.
That is item 4. All those in favor and adopt the motion, okay? Thank you. Opposed, carry. And, okay, we are, any other quick items? I don't think so. I'm just wondering whether item 14 only have one speaker, and item 15 also have just one speaker. Jane Anderson, are you here? The Toronto Lakefront Community.
Yeah, just one sec.
You are not here, okay? I won't do that item yet then. Toronto Senior Strategy, Allison Stewart from Psycho Toronto, are you here? Because that item only have one speaker. You're not here either, so I can't do that item either. Okay, never mind. I will just go down from number 1 on. Yeah, Councillor Matlow, you now have your motion?
Our Outlook had crashed, and so I thought it had gone in, but the Outlook crashed. I do believe that the clerk has it now.
I'm just working on it right now, so
Okay.
give me 1 moment.
Thank you.
Okay, why don't you put my motion up first then?
I need a moment to prepare.
Oh, you have to,
Because
but,
it's amending something, so I just.
okay, just 1 second. Computer takes a while. Patience are in order.
Would it be?
Yeah, we're dealing with item 3
Would it be
because it's a Old City Hall future uses.
Would it be-
Why don't I just speak to my amendment, okay? And Councillor Matlow will speak to his amendment. The building Old City Hall is just phenomenal. The architectural beauty of it, coming from a person that studied fine art at university, I'm in awe, whether I'm outside or inside. So we need to do everything we can to protect the magnificent building. But also knowing the City of Toronto doesn't really have any financial means, given that our Nathan Phillips Square needs to be waterproof because our underground parking lot is leaking, and so is this building. When it rains, the hallway outside my office floods. Same thing with Mel Lastman Square. Councillor Lily Chang will always be talking about how Mel Lastman Square is not in the best state of good repair, needs a refresh, and their parking lot is also leaking. So on that note, I went to Canada Infrastructure Bank because they have low-cost financing, and perhaps they are interested in partnering with us. So what I did was have a meeting with the CEO there and have a conversation about some of the city assets. Would they be interested in partnering with Toronto? They said they would consider. They didn't say no. They didn't say yes. So the motion I have is the City Council direct the Deputy City Manager of Corporate Services and the Chief Financial Officer, and and Treasurer to explore the feasibility of partnering with the Canada Infrastructure Bank to invest in key City of Toronto civic assets, including Old City Hall, Nathan Phillips Square, and Mel Lastman Square, such that they may be brought to a state of good repair that better supports public access, civic engagement, and community programming. So that's my motion. Councillor Matlow, you have a motion too about that.
I'm just finishing.
And the clerk is about to print it out or put it up on screen.
Would you like me to start speaking?
Sure,
and-
please do.
Just to use the time efficiently. So first of all, I absolutely encourage everyone to support Mayor Chow's motion. It's an incredibly thoughtful motion, given that Old City Hall itself is a National Historic Site. It's a Toronto historic site, but it's a Canadian historic site, and all governments really should want it to be well maintained for many years to come, because it belongs to all of us. You may remember, some of you were here years ago, and those of you who have followed, that we supported turning Old City Hall into many things, but including a Toronto museum when the courts would move out. And what this motion does is that it effectively reiterates our intention to not just let it be abandoned or be sort of a makeshift place for some municipal offices for years to come, but that while, yes, we could look for potential midterm uses for it, ultimately, it should include our plan, our council-endorsed plan, to have a Toronto museum, along with a better library space and the other public intentions for this incredibly important public building. Years ago, I've had no greater mentor in my life in politics than former Mayor David Crombie. And David Crombie, years ago, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, fought for a Toronto museum. Initially, it was going to be at the malting site at the Waterfront. And then a few years later, Councillor Mahevik and I thought maybe Casaloma might be the right place. But we always ultimately came back to Old City Hall. Old City Hall is our former seat of government. There are gargoyles there that satire the former aldermen of the city of Toronto, as they were known at that time. It is a very special, special place. And when I visited cities around the world, including Chicago, one of our sister cities, the difference between visiting the city and getting to know a city like a relationship is when you can go and learn about its stories, its trials, its tribulations, its triumphs, the many waves of immigration that help build a vibrant, multicultural city. And I walked out of Chicago not just visiting it, but I learned about its Great Fire. I learned about its idiosyncrasies, how the river runs the wrong way. You get to build that relationship, that depth of relationship that I would like people to have in Toronto, whether they be visitors, school kids, all residents alike. So this is a plan to just essentially say to staff, don't let this fall to the wayside. Don't let us lose Old City Hall. Let's do what we should be doing. Let's get all the artifacts of our city out of that warehouse in Liberty Village. Let's put it on display for the people of Toronto and share it for many years to come. I'd like to conclude by just saying, I understand that we've always got financial challenges. That's a problem in itself. And there's always been conflicts about how we use our energies and our efforts and our monies. But there are creative ways, there are philanthropists, there are other governments, there are other ways that we should explore making sure that this happens. And this motion just says to staff, we're serious about this. Don't let it go. Keep doing what council has asked you to do, and we will be there to help you see that through to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam
Councillor
Speaker.
Moyse.
Madam Chair. I'll tell you something, Madam Mayor. I remember myself dabbling with that group long ago, but I'll tell you what I lament. I lament what it means when we talk about the involvement of our philanthropic community. We don't have the same culture built around philanthropy here as you see in places like New York City, even places like London, UK, the Tate Modern, old piece of infrastructure. And this applies to places like not only Old City Hall, but pardon me, places like the Hearn. There's a culture here of, we'll give you a little money, but you have to run everything. As opposed to, we want to invest in this, but we don't want it run by the city. Let's install a board of trustees and let the philanthropic community not only donate to make a thing possible, but to ensure the management of it. And so, I don't mind looking at the feasibility of it being a city-run facility, but I think I know what the answer is going to be in our current state. And so, I just wish there was some way we could ignite a conversation that was about, would the philanthropic community feel more like helping us save treasured assets like this if we gave them a chance to play? We're not just asking for a check, but would you like to be the people who secure the future of this? This is a thing that that the philanthropic community can begin to not only fund, but they can engage the community just as easily as we can and become people who generate a membership around, which is in arts and culture is the common thing, have an ongoing in-source of operating funds that comes from people becoming members and excite the community and actually not just hand out checks and walk away, but perhaps bestow and stay involved. And so I really want this to be looked at in both ways. The way already contemplated in this report that might actually excite the philanthropic community and bring them to a new level of embracing heritage and being real owners of how we save it in this city. And sure, we can look at the feasibility of it being entirely city-run, but I think we have to be really realistic in that feasibility study about would we then be lurching from 3-year period to 3-year period and always on the precipice versus creating some passionate thing where those that can afford to can really create something for the community and get more than just the feeling of, look, I gave a check. That's my hope for the future. Thank you.
Councillor Moise, are you on this item or the next item, the Moss Park Arena is
this
coming
item.
up later? Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
And Councillor Perks, your question?
Yeah, at some point. I might
Councillor
ask-
Moise, because he's a visitor, he gets, if it's okay, he can.
At some point, I might want to vary the proceedings and ask some questions. I know that we're into speakers, but I actually have a question of the mover, you.
Oh, okay, Councillor Moise, give me a minute. Councillor Perks, go for it.
Yes, so there's been considerable controversy around the infrastructure bank. Some people are concerned that it serves as a model for backdoor privatizations. Others have argued that there's a potential there for it to be a public bank. In the conversations with the infrastructure bank, are we going to make sure that we're not getting into a financing arrangement where some private equity firm or private entity has control over the asset?
Absolutely. Because recently we got our credit rating went up. First time in 20 years, it's now AA+. Our borrowing cost is actually compatible with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which means that we don't really need the Canada Infrastructure Bank to provide low-cost financing for us. But having said that, these items are not within our capital budget because our capital budget is limited in that we can't borrow more than 15% of our budget, of our gross budget. As a result, we are looking for not the entire thing, but on the environmental front. So, Councillor Perks, you probably are familiar with Better Building Partnerships, right? Where the payback period could be 10 or 15 years because of the energy efficiency of the building or because of the greening of the building, whether it's lower hydro rate or lower, all the things you can do, then there is a payback. So Canada Infrastructure Bank is particularly interested in the environmental area. So it's in that area that we're looking at, perhaps there could be some partnership, that there's component of it where they could assist us in retrofitting, renovating our buildings. Okay, so it's not the entire thing, but it's a partnership with the City of Toronto. I will in no way agree to allow the City of Toronto, Nathan Phillips Square, be owned by a private equity firm. That's not where I'm at, okay? That one you can be sure. But yes, there's alternate source of financing, but it's mostly on the environmental front. But it's a partner with the City of Toronto, so they wouldn't really control our assets. Okay, Councillor Perks says, we're exploring the possibility, okay? It's not that we're signing the deal. We're looking at what they could. The other thing is, Councillor Perks, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, its lifespan might be very short. it might end by April, given they still have some assets there. A big part of me said, well, before you fold, before it might leave, perhaps you can provide some support to the city of Toronto. So that's where I'm at, okay? So thank you for asking that very important question. Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. I'm really happy to see this item on the agenda today. Of course, Old City Hall is located in Toronto Centre, but I do recognize, though, it is a city treasure. I've had the privilege of walking through there and seeing the amazing infrastructure and the detail, you know, the stained glass windows, all of those things. And I just want to echo what Councillor Matlow said, in that I really think that there's so much potential for that building. Since amalgamation that happened more than 20 years ago, when the 6 cities came together, they all had their own art pieces, and now they're all in storage, scattered across the city in basements, you know, and God knows where. There's actually even some in this building. And it's unfortunate that the public doesn't have an opportunity to see this. And I think Old City Hall is be an ideal place to have a museum. We see that most first-class cities that I've been to and I have visited have a museum. And Toronto, I think, you know, is well overdue to have its own museum. I think having it right here in Toronto Centre, in Old City Hall, would be an ideal place for that. I also would like to see, as Councillor Matlow mentioned, seeing the library in this building move to the Old City Hall. You know, I mean, like, we have amazing libraries in this city, and I know there's some new ones coming online. And I think, you know, that should be also be on track to have that there as well. I think last year, too, I visited the archives up in the northwest end of the city. You know, I don't even think there's transit to get there. I had to take a drive up there. And that's one of the things that could actually come down into the city, right? That the public could have access to. We have transit down here. We have all these visitors coming down here. And I think we have to look outside the box for this. Yes, and there's always a cost associated with upkeeping our buildings. I mean, this building itself needs some work. I was over at Etobicoke Civic Center last week for budget, and again, I know that we're building a new civic center in Etobicoke, but we have to invest in the things that we care about, and culture is part of the city of Toronto, and we have to make sure that, you know, we continue to champion that. And so I look forward to the report as it comes forth, but don't scrap the work you've done already. Just add to it and enhance it. And let's make it something wonderful and amazing for the people of Toronto. And those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion? Oh, did you want to speak, Councillor Perks? Okay. Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. Mayor Chalmers.
Display yours.
Pardon?
You have to display your.
Oh, display the motion, okay.
Okay, so you displayed it.
Here we are. What? Pardon me? How about if I just, oh, there it is. Okay. Canada Infrastructure Bank. Councillor Perks is opposed, I think. I'm just kidding. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? I hear you. Thank you. Carrie, thank you so much. Okay. Item as amended. It's fine? Got it. Done. Okay. First item, advancing truth, reconciliation, and justice. Supporting two-spirited people in the First Nation development of the 2S LGBTQ, a plus Indigenous emergency shelter at the Woodbine Avenue. We have two speakers. Sage McMahon and Keith McCrady's. Am I pronouncing your name right? Sage? Are you here? Hey, welcome. Thank you for your wait. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sage McMahon. I am Anishinaabe from Treaty 3 Territories, Rainy River First Nations, but I've been living in Toronto for about 10 years now. I am the director of the Indigenous-led crisis response team, TCCS, with Two-Spirited People of the First Nations. Two Spirits has been in operation for over 30 years, providing support to the Indigenous and Two-Spirit community. It was originally founded as an HIV and AIDS service organization during the AIDS epidemic. But within the last about 6.5 years, we've really transitioned the agency into a holistic health and wellness agency. And when Keith McCrady, our executive director, who unfortunately can't be here today, he's under the weather, started about 7 years ago, he really wanted our agency to more meaningfully reflect the Two-Spirit community and acknowledge that Two-Spirited people are more than just their health diagnosis. And so for the last 6.5 years, we have worked quite tirelessly to expand, learn, grow, and truly meet the needs of our diverse and beautiful community. Just 6.5 years ago, Two Spirits had 3.5 employees, and today we have over 135. This growth is not by accident, and it didn't happen without a lot of hard work, and I'm really proud of our agency, our team, our board, and our community for all of the work we've put into where we are today. Today, Two Spirits hosts a wide variety of cultural programming. We offer harm reduction across the city 9 times a week, including evenings and weekends. Access to ceremony and support services, including mental health, primary care, vaccine testing clinics, HIV-specific supports, food supports, counseling, gender-affirming care, and much more. We have thousands of active members, host large events like powwows, participate in Pride, and lastly, as many of you know, we operate one of Toronto's TCCS teams. We launched in July of 2022, and we've been in operation 24/7 ever since. We are really a huge part and heavily involved in the Indigenous community across the city. In December of 2022, Two Spirits was approached by CMHC to put in a proposal to open Ontario's first Two-Spirit shelter. We knew that it's something our community had been asking for, and we knew that Two-Spirit and Indigenous folks didn't have shelter spaces they felt safe within. Our community asked us to lead this work, and with no prior experience in building or construction, we reached out to the city to gather some support around finding a location. We toured a number of sites around the city and landed at the site on Woodbine. It's transit accessible, large enough to hold the minimum amount of units allocated by the funder, and it's just steps away from our Danforth location, where we run a wide variety of programming. The Two-Spirit community needs access to safer spaces. This has been identified time and time again through various consultations, through the Transforming Shelters report, and through listening to the voices of our community. This proposed shelter provides us an opportunity to create a safer place for Indigenous and 2S LGBTQIA people who are fleeing violence, and creates a place where our community can access supports, get access to culture, and be able to get back to themselves. It's important that Indigenous and Two-Spirit people lead this work, and that the space is grounded in community, that individuals accessing these services in their time of need are treated with care, love, and dignity. And this shelter has resounding support within our community here in the city and across Ontario. We hope today that you will also support it.
Thank you so much for your hard work. Any questions to the deputants? No, thank you. And the next speaker, Keith McCrady. He's not going to be here. Okay. Congratulations. There's 3 recommendations in front of you. Councillor Matlow, can you assist me in any questions to the staff? No? Councillor Matlow, would you like to move the recommendations in front of us? Excellent. Thank you, long overdue. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Good luck. If we could assist in any way, continually, let us know. Thank you so much. Next item, Moss Park Arena. We have a large number of speakers, starting with Andy Marcus, the chair of the board of Moss Park Arena. You have 3 minutes.
As I start, I'm a little confused. The motion was put forward last June by Councillor Moisey that the Moss Park, which is a board-run arena, be transitioned to a city-operated rink, and a report has been done over the last 8 months that by Parks, Forest and Recreation, along with the city office, that came out or we were privy to it last week. Last night, the councillor joined our board meeting for the first time in 9 months, so we haven't heard from him since prior to the motion being submitted, and told us that there was a change to the motion, and it was no longer being put forward as a motion to transition the rink to a city-run rink, but now there's recommendations being put forward. So I totally expected today that the executive committee would be hearing about these recommendations, or we would understand that there's amendment, because now we were led to believe last night that the vote is no longer about the motion to transition. So that's my first question. Can we get confirmation that there's been recommendations been put forward as opposed to the vote being about transitioning the board to a city-run rink? I don't know how we get that answer.
Mr. Marcus, the way this works is that you have, I'll pause this for a minute here. You have 3 minutes to make your case, and all items is public in front of you with a confidential attachment also, and that's what you have in front of you, and I just encourage you to finish talking, your point of view, and go ahead as to what you think is the best path forward. Okay, may I?
Okay, so we don't get confirmation that there's not a vote on the motion to transition the board, which is really surprising if that's part of the process. If we're going to talk about the recommendations that we just received last night, after 8 months that the report obviously didn't support the motion to transition, now he's taken a different path. And some of the, now these recommendations include things around who sits on the board. We've been very cooperative. The city office appoints these board members. In fact, we had a board member that was not, one of the councillors' contentions last year was that all the board members didn't reside in the city. We operate under the framework. All our board members lived in the city except for one, which he appointed, who resided outside the city and sat on the development board. Now we're finding ourselves on this person from the development board was then involved in our board, did not make an appearance, no longer sits on the board, but there's been a conflict that this development person is now was sitting on our board. I'd like to go back to some of the recommendations that we saw for the first time put forward last night that circulate around the rink being responsible for driving revenue. We drive revenue. We're operating under a very tight situation with the Metrolinx opening up next door or using our property or the Moss Park facilities as a housing to do all their construction sites. So we've had to live through that. Driving a revenue stream is a very different notion now than it was before. We're going to run a small deficit. The first place we could drive revenue is charge city for all the ice time. We subsidize all the programs we run for the community. So all of a sudden we're running these great programs for the community. We're getting recognized. You're going to hear a lot of speakers here today supporting that position. But now he's looking at us to drive revenue, which is not the mandate for which the arena is supposed to operate under. We're one of 8 board-run rinks in the city. We operate under a framework that applies to all 8 boards. All of a sudden, he's looking at changing the framework and making it apply specifically to Moss Park. So I'm not sure what has happened in the last 24 hours, but I'm very concerned that the executive committee is now being asked to vote on a motion that got changed last night, and we're not privy to see whether that motion is really changed or the councillor has put forward recommendations that have just come to us in the last minute. This whole process, it should be under scrutiny, never mind just the fact that he is putting a hard time on the arena.
I'm sorry, if you could wrap up, it's more than 3 minutes.
This is nonsense, is the wrap up. These recommendations feel like nonsense. The motion didn't go where he wanted to go, so he's looking at something else to drive a change in the board. The stuff he's
Thank you.
recommending we're already doing or fall outside the framework of what the board is supposed to be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Thank you so much. We hear you. Next speaker, any questions to the speaker? No? Duncan Friedland? Duncan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a longtime resident. I've lived in the ward most of my life, and I've been a user of arenas throughout the city for most of my adult life as a skater and as a hockey player. Moss Park has been my main arena, but I know all of the arenas around the city. After using it for a few years, or after skating for a few years, I was always wondering what is so special about Moss? Why is it so different? I ran into a neighbor of mine and found out that he was on the board, and then I thought, well, there's someone locally who's taking charge and actually doing something for the arena, and I thought that probably explains why this one is in such great repair, great spirit, great community. Some of the others, the ice is bad or conditions aren't all that great. So obviously there's something about this arena that's different and better is what I thought. So I've also been managing a shinny there, adult males. I'm there 3 times a week myself playing hockey, and then I'm there in the weekend with my grandsons skating. So I think I know quite a bit about how this rink is run, and you have something special here. Don't blow it up. Whatever it is, it's working. I don't understand the logistics of the board, or I don't know much about that, but I just know from someone who's in this rink many times, and in fact, not just this rink, I'm in many rinks throughout the year. There's something special here. We come in with my grandsons. There's every economic group, every nationality, it's the most diverse. They have a room there with free equipment for the kids that can't afford it. The staff is helpful in terms of teaching them how to skate, or even advising us that we need skating lessons or whatever. It's just a spirited, loving place, and I just encourage everyone to think long and hard before you dismantle this. So from my vantage point anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants? No? Thank you very much for coming. Jeff Casel? Jeff Casel, there you are. Casel?
Hi, thank you, everybody. I'm an adult hockey player, and I've been playing at Moss Park for decades. I also play in arenas throughout the city, and Moss Park is the gold standard. It has the best ice in the city. This isn't just my opinion. I organized some skates at Moss Park, and when I've brought up that there might be some changes happening at Moss Park, it was unanimous that everybody was shocked and a little bit outraged that why would the arena with the best ice be under scrutiny like this? And I want to say that when I say the best ice, and best ice isn't an opinion, everybody kind of knows what good ice looks like, that it's also safer. At the skates, they're extremely diverse. We play with 80-year-olds and teenagers. There's every ethnicity and religion there, so it's very diverse. And the gang that operates the ice are just so welcoming and friendly. When they ask for equipment or need things for the community, we're always anxious to give because we have kind of such an affinity for them. And that is well earned because we have a lot of older skaters. We're on during the day, and whenever the ice does sit empty before or after us, they're always diligently improving the ice, working on the edging, making it safer, or giving additional flood so there's less divots. So this is the hardest working, and again, everybody in our skates attend all the arenas throughout the city, and regard Moss Park as, again, the gold standard. I have 2 children who attended the hockey camps. My daughter is 17 and still plays, And when I told her I was speaking here today and that there might be some changes at Moss Park, she told me that she gained her love for hockey at those hockey camps. She had always skated and enrolled in different classes throughout the city, but it was at Moss Park where she found a love for hockey and credited the Moss Park hockey camps for that. And it's no mystery to me how that happened. There were as many females as males, which is very unusual. It was extremely multicultural, and it was a very safe and fun environment. I think for females at many of the rinks, they feel like they're the odd person out or they don't quite belong. But that did not happen at Moss Park, and I am in deep gratitude for giving both my children a lifelong love for hockey. And I think that happened because they got everything right where the other rinks didn't. And I'm a little baffled and maybe even suspicious why the rink that got everything right is under scrutiny. I believe that other rinks should be looking at Moss Park and emulating what they're doing, not changing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputants? No? Sawyer Buchanan.
Is it 4 minutes or 3?
I'm sorry?
Is it 4 minutes or 3?
3 minutes. I've been being a bit tolerant. Not
I
supposed
appreciate
to.
that.
3 minutes is what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Given the chair of the board needed a bit more time, I think. I could cut you off right at 3, but go
Is
for
that a
it.
challenge? No. Appreciate if you didn't. So my name is Tori Buchanan, and I am the stakeholder representative for the Central Toronto Skating Club on the Moss Park Arena Board. I stand before you today to address concerns raised by Councillor Moyes regarding the proposed dissolution of the board, and I'll address 3 key issues. 1, the financial feasibility of transitioning Moss Park Arena to Parks and Rec, the assertion that the arena lacks diversity and fails to serve marginalized communities, and the relevance of board member demographics and geographic diversity to governance. So beginning with the financial implications of dissolving the Moss Park Arena Board, the financial data presented in the staff report makes it clear that transitioning the arena's operations to Parks and Rec is neither necessary nor efficient. Currently, Moss Park Arena operates with a gross annual expense of $1.04 million, which is offset by $1.02 million in revenue, which results in a net cost of just $20,000. By contrast, if the city were to assume control, the projected annual net cost would rise to $300,000, which is a 15-fold increase. Furthermore, Moss Park Arena Board's current model is self-sufficient, supporting highly specialized programs that cater to underserved communities, which the city might struggle to replicate. Councillor Moyes has claimed that Moss Park Arena does not adequately serve marginalized communities. This assertion is demonstrably false. The arena provides some of the most inclusive and community-focused programming in Toronto, including the Women's Hockey Club of Toronto, which is the only queer women's hockey league in Canada, and it offers financial options to eliminate barriers. The Moss Park Hockey League, which is the only free remaining hockey league in the country. It serves children from low-income families and immigrant communities, and even provides equipment through donations. The Central Toronto Skating Club, which provides the only competitive Special Olympics figure skating program in Toronto, offering opportunities to individuals with intellectual and cognitive disabilities. And we also have free community skates and school day field trips, ensuring accessible ice time for families and children across Toronto, regardless of their socioeconomic status. The claim that Moss Park programming lacks diversity also requires closer examination. It's important to note that the arena does not collect detailed diversity statistics beyond basic categories like age, gender, and geographic location, as this aligns with the requirements of the city's ice allocation policy. Without data, it's impossible and dangerous to draw evidence-based conclusions about inclusiveness. However, as someone who spends over 12 hours weekly at Moss Park and works across multiple rinks, I can confidently say that Moss Park has the most diverse range of participants. In contrast, Councillor Moyes' observations, based on a few short visits, lack the depth to fairly assess the diversity and inclusivity of Moss Park Arena's programs. Lastly, Councillor Moyes has also questioned the diversity of the Moss Park Arena Board and raised concerns about the geographic distribution of its members. These critiques, however, are unrelated to the effectiveness of the board's governance. First, all board members were vetted and approved by City Council. If there are concerns about the board's diversity, the issue lies in the appointments process, not the board's governance. The solution would be to apply an equity lens to appointments rather than dismantling the current governance structure. Second, geographic diversity is not a valid measure of board commitment nor effectiveness. While I reside in a neighboring ward, I worked at Moss Park Arena for 11 years and spent more than 12 hours per week there. I created the charts for the transition report to the city, distributed flyers to promote free community skates, and have undergone diversity training for board members. In contrast, a property developer and former board member appointed by Councillor Moyes attended only 3 out of 10 board meetings
Mayor Chow?
despite her owning a
On a
condo
point
in
of
Toronto
privilege.
Centre.
Sorry, you're past the 3 minutes. I'm sorry, I have to cut you off.
Yeah, but maybe
thank you.
just if I could state my point of privilege.
Yeah, please.
When we take decisions around arena boards or any other public issue, we take them as a council. We don't take them as individual members of council. And I would just encourage deputants to speak to the public policy issues and the decisions of council as a whole, rather than personalizing the issue.
Thank you. Thank you for your reminder.
I
Yes,
did make reference
really
to the
should
city's
have
ice
done that.
allocation policy,
That is
which governs all
my
8
problem.
arena
Thank
boards.
you so much for your deputation. Next
Thank you.
speaker is Paul Connolly. Thank you. Paul Connolly is not online? No? Andy Oakes? Here you are.
Before I begin, I just wanted to ask, this gentleman here said that the initial motion that was presented for us to talk to had been changed. Did you have a copy of the amended motion?
I believe there's a letter being circulated.
That's the amended.
It's available online. Oh, it looks like Sawyer Buchanan has a copy.
As opposed to the dissolution of the arena board
Okay.
It's also online,
You wrote
apparently.
this yesterday?
at 8 p.m. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. We'll start.
Thank you, members of the committee and Councillor Chow. My name's Andy Oakes, and
And the
I
mayor,
am
pardon me?
My name is Andy Oakes, and I am a volunteer coach at Moss Park Hockey. I just wanted to come and speak to you with a prepared message. The current relationship between the Moss Park Management Committee and the community is irreplaceable. Their connection with the people they serve allows them to provide an inclusive program that fulfills the needs of our diverse community. The Moss Park Hockey League is North America's longest running, not to mention only free hockey league servicing underprivileged and new Canadians. The MPHL, Moss Park Hockey League, allows those who can't afford the $1,500 registration fee at other rinks to still participate in Canada's #1 pastime. I can't emphasize enough the importance of Moss Park's current community management system in our community. By allowing Toronto Parks and Recreation to bring a cookie-cutter approach to the rink management, it will lead to underserviced community. I have been volunteering as a coach with MPHL for 15 years. It is the most diverse group of families I've ever seen at a hockey rink and represents one of the underlying community spaces underpinning the fabric of our community. I urge you to consider my heartfelt words through your support of the Moss Park Board of Directors, and I appreciate your leadership in this matter. Something I haven't prepared. It really concerns me as a Toronto citizen to see that the only interest taken in Moss Park hockey rink has only started since the Ontario line began construction. Before that, nobody had any interest in what happened at Moss Park. And now that a subway station is being built next to the facility, all of a sudden there's an issue with the park management. The fact that somebody has come in and said that Moss Park is not catering to a diverse community really should come to a Saturday morning hockey league, because when it mostly stood out to me in 2019 when Don Cherry stood up and said, you know, these people are coming to Canada and you're not becoming Canadians. If he had come to Moss Park, he never would have said that, because Moss Park Hockey League, the free hockey league, caters to everybody. Girls, boys, people that are trans, people that are new to Canada, people that don't even speak English. They come to Moss Park, and the leadership of our community shows them what it is to be a Canadian and play hockey. That's really all I have to say. And again, I just look forward to your leadership in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Asina Baru? Baru, am I pronouncing it right?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Once again, my name is, can you hear me? Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Good morning. Once again, my name is Asina Badru. My son is Quinn, who is 12 years old. He's been playing hockey since he's been 4 years old. I remember walking into Moss Park about 8 years ago with my son, and I remember not having any equipment. And one of the volunteers came to meet me, and he could see it in my face. I was gasping because I was really embarrassed to say that I didn't have anything. He took me at the back and told me, don't worry about it. And we went, and my son got fitted for all the equipment that he needed. I remember watching my son for the first time on the ice. I remember watching his face, and he was so happy. A year later, he made his first goal. He couldn't stop talking about his goal, and he wanted to be a hockey professional player. Last year, my son got the opportunity to go to Ottawa for the next 2 years because he has a learning disability, but he gets to come home every single weekend. I remember talking to Mike, and I said, it's really important that Quinn comes to play hockey and make sure that he has a spot every Saturday to make sure that he still has the same things that he's been doing for all these years, and just to give him the courage that he needs while he's in Ottawa, and it'll be his highlights when he comes home on the weekend. Quinn is now 12 years old, and for anyone who has kids, there comes to a point where you're not so cool anymore. So I'm at that point where I'm not the coolest person in his life anymore, and I really rely on Moss Park Arena and the coaches, which really encourages him to be the best of his ability. And I've lived in downtown area for majority of all my life. I came to Canada when I was 8 years old from Africa, and I've always loved the ice. I've skated, and when I had my son, I wanted him to play hockey. And living in the downtown area, it's not always the safest. So a lot of times the coaches, they do intercept because there's, as a mom, I'm always really afraid of my son being a statistic. I work really hard on my son, and if I can follow him every single place where he goes, I would, but that's not a reality of life. There's times where you have to let them fly. And I have, with the help of the Moss Park, these coaches go above and beyond their call of duties. They don't, they take the time to sit him on the side, because if you see my son, you think he's 15, but he's a really big guy. And they sit on the side and to make sure to tell him, if anybody comes and approaches you to do things that you know that you're not supposed to be doing, that you make sure that you're able to come and you're able to talk to us. So these coaches really do go above and beyond, and I think it would be really sad if this program didn't exist anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. And hockey is still cool for your son. Thank you so much for taking time. Daniel Tate, are you on video? Oh, there you are. Ah, with a hockey helmet.
Morning. Good to be here. Could you do my strap here?
You need to strap it on.
All
Just
right.
keep it safe. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Tate, and I'm here to go to bat and defend the wonderful community hub. Pardon?
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead.
Shoot for Moss Park Arena. It's a great community hub. I've been playing hockey since I was 11, since my father told me as an 11-year-old, I'm not paying for your gear, go get a paper route. And I paid for all my hockey equipment, and I've been playing ever since. I've been playing at Moss Park Arena probably for at least 20 years, amongst all the other arenas all over the city. And I can tell you, as an avid user and observer of this place, this is a unique jewel of our entire arena system in Toronto. Why? I'll tell you firstly, the history. This is an arena with incredible history. Since 1974, you walk inside, you see trophies, you see photos of house leagues from every year, and you look at these pictures and you see people from every background, like every race and color, every gender, every like socioeconomic background. You walk through this arena and you just see this is an arena of history. Then you see the people who work there and you know them by name, because unlike other park-run arenas, like there's less turnover. It's like Cheers, everybody knows your name because you see the same faces. Ryan and Chris, for example, are probably the best Zamboni drivers in the city. They can clean ice in record time and it's with precision. And these guys have been there for like 15, 20 years. And so when you go there, it just makes you feel welcomed. You know, it's these people know this building inside and out, and they also know the area inside and out. They know the Salvation Army across the street. They like give high fives to like a lot of the unhoused people outside. They know the intricacies and the nuances, and a regular PFR, Parks and Rec rink, doesn't have that. There's an energy, there's a vibe, and for a certain councillor to just unilaterally put forth a motion to dismantle this arena board and basically throw away all this incredible history, it feels like a big slap in the face to the entire community, all the diverse people who've used this rink over so many years, and I think we really need to reconsider actually the benefits of an arena-run board like Moss Park Arena. It truly offers a lot of advantages and connection that regular PFR rinks don't offer. And I guess just to finish from the cost perspective, I mean, $3 million over 10 years would be the fiscal impact statement if we move to PFR. So I'm sure taxpayers would love to save $3 million over 10 years. So I certainly hope we do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Tate? Okay. Paul Deneen from Moss Park House League Hockey. Paul, are you here? Here you are.
Good morning. My name is Paul Deneen, and I was chair of the Moss Park Board for about 20 years and on the Moss Park Board for about 26 years. I was also chair of the Cabbagetown BIA for a little over 20 years. And I'm a great believer in boards of management of the local community because I think they do a great job in getting people involved in the community. The City of Toronto closed the Moss Park Rink in 1974. In that period of a little over 50 years, there's been 2 managers of the rink. One was a fellow by the name of Brian Sutton. He worked there until 2011, and at that time, Mike Pisano took over as the manager of the rink. There's only been 2 managers. That is consistency, continuity. And it's similar with all the employees, as someone just mentioned, so everybody gets to know them all. And if you want to find a difficult place to put a hockey rink, it's between the intersections of Queen and Sherbourne and Dundas and Sherbourne, which are amongst the 2 highest crime-producing intersections in the entire country. I think they're both in the top 5. Maybe they've passed out one of them, but they're not the greatest places. And yet you go to this arena and it's like an oasis in this difficult area. The Moss Park House League was started in 1957. So it's been around long before the rink was covered. It's in its 68th year. It began the tradition of free hockey when it was just an outdoor rink. But when it passed to be a closed rink, it continued to be a free hockey league, and the only free hockey league in Toronto for years and years and years. And we have had support from the NHL Players Association, who have provided helmets and equipment to us. What it does is it provides ice to kids from 8 in the morning on Saturday to 3 on the afternoon. That ice is provided free of charge by the Board of Management. The actual Moss Park House League is run by volunteers. I have been a volunteer there in the House League. I've coached since 1989. My 4 kids have all been involved. They've coached, they've refereed, and they've helped little kids on the ice who are just learning to skate. I have 6 grandchildren, and they're now moving into the same position. So I think that the Board of Management has done a fabulous job on equity, diversity, and inclusion. In addition to the Moss Park House League, we also have co-ed adult leagues on Sunday afternoons.
May I trouble you to wrap up?
Okay, I'll wrap. I just want to list the ones that we have. Adult and youth hockey classes, youth Christmas, March break, and summer camps, which are said to be the cheapest in the city. And summer hockey camps or a men's hockey league, and exceptionally, since 1993, a Saturday night women's hockey league that runs from 5 to 11. And so I think we're really doing a great job. You'll find, as people have already spoken to, great diversity if you come to the rink.
Thank you. Question? Don't go yet.
I've known you for many years.
Paul, Councillor Fletcher has questions.
I just want to know if that whole schedule that you're talking about, is that somewhere where everybody can see that?
I think it's probably on the Moss Park website.
You think? Anyway, I'll find that out.
Yeah, it's all on the Moss Park website.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Asan Bhatti, the Moss Park Arena Board of Management. There you are. You have 3 minutes.
On Canage, come on.
Ashan, yes. Bhatti, am I pronouncing it right? No, pardon me. And then Kevin Pollock. Ashan, are you here? The Board of Management? No? Did I pronounce it incorrectly? No?
Not here.
He's not here, okay. Kevin Pollock.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm Kevin Pollock. I'm an adult skater at Moss Park. I've been going there for a little over a decade. I feel very privileged actually to be the last speaker here today because I think the previous speakers have done an exceptional job of outlining the heart of the matter here. I think if you review the proposition to transition Moss Park to Parks and Recreation, I can't see personally either a qualitative or a quantitative case for doing this. And in fact, I think when you have a volunteer board that's as engaged in the community as they are, I think if you're to transition this to a more expensive option with the city, I think you're going the wrong direction. I think we're at a time when really, when you have this level of grassroots commitment, this is something you should not only protect, but you should encourage. I guess that's really ultimately all I really have to say about the matter, frankly. I think, again, they've done an exceptional job of pointing out what an oasis this is in the community. And I think you should carefully consider whether this model makes sense, because from my perspective, it certainly does. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Question.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you. I'm gathering you haven't seen the motion that Councillor Moyes put in.
I didn't see any original motion. I did review the 9-page transitional plan.
Okay, this is a new recommendation for today. I think maybe all of you guys haven't seen this, that steps it back Have you not seen this?
I have not, and as the first speaker, the chairman pointed out, even they have not had chance to review this, so I think, yeah, time being what it is, yeah.
We'll ask a few questions about that so you can learn more when we do our piece here. But thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Did you want to ask any more questions, Councillor Fletcher?
No, I know that this hasn't been seen, the new recommendations that are replacing the other ones. so-
May I ask, because I know a lot of people have asked this.
Sorry, I hate, that's not how it all works.
Oh,
but I
just
think
what the
you're
new
getting one there.
recommendations were.
But
so-
they'll be discussed here in a minute, so you'll see them all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2 seconds, right now. Thank you. Seeing no other speaker, Councillor Moyes.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
sorry, question to staff. Just one more minute.
Yeah, questions to staff.
Hang on a second. Question to staff,
Questions
Councillor
to
Moyes.
staff.
Okay,
I have questions
there
to
you go.
staff. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions. So how much emergency funding do we give the Moss Park Arena Board in 2023 and again in 2024?
To the chair, in 2023, we provided just $224,933. To the chair, in 2023, we provided $224,933, and in 2024, we provided $275,000.
And did any other arena receive emergency funding in 2023 and 2024?
To the chair, no.
Okay, that's interesting. And also, what are some of the responsibilities of an arena board of management? And I ask this specifically because the motion that is bringing forth, pretty much outlines, I believe, what an arena board of management is supposed to be doing. So perhaps you could enlighten us, the general manager of Parks and Rec or somebody, as to what are some of the responsibilities. Have you seen my motion?
Chair, yes, we've seen the motion, and
it refers to cleanliness, refers to performance evaluation for the general manager. It refers to some fundraising initiative, enhancing revenue streams. Are these different from any other board of management that we have across the city?
The function of the arena board is to provide overall governance for the center's, the arena's operation, the programming, working within the context of the community, minor capital, and ensuring that it can meet its financial obligations in accordance with the relationship framework and reporting those to council. At a high level.
At a high level, okay. And okay, I'll stop there for now. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you very much. I just want to know who oversees the arena boards and the functions of the rink? Is that PFNR? Is it the city manager? Is it, who oversees all of that?
Mayor, so the responsibility is with the city manager's office for the governance relationship. PNR does provide support from an operational perspective.
Sorry, PFNR from an operational perspective. So all of the issues around cleanliness and maintenance, repairs, that would be already under Parks, Forestry, and Recreation.
So the responsibility of the
very hard to hear you.
Sorry. The responsibility of the arena itself is delegated to the board, so the board would be responsible for the operations.
Somebody kind of oversees if that board is doing a good job or not. Who is it?
Mayor, the Parks and Recreation does not provide operational oversight.
Okay, so is there somebody that provides that kind of oversight, or are we just going to have, with Councillor Moyes' motion, have a review if that oversight is being done properly by the board, and if there's any review of all these rink programs somewhere at the city, which apparently there isn't?
So Mayor, the responsibility of the operations of the facility are through the arena board.
I understand, but if there is somewhere at the city, when we have boards, that we're making sure that everybody is working at the same pace, the same goals, the same understanding, where is that?
I would say that the Parks and Recreation provides oversight for things like the ice allocation policy. We work with the arena boards in terms of how the ice is allocated. Parks and Recreation undertakes
Okay.
capital planning.
Thank you. So you'd be familiar with all the programs here at the Moss Park Arena. So I guess who looks and sees what all the programs are at every one of our directly operated arenas and our board-operated arenas? Who has that information?
Parks and Recreation works with the arena boards annually on their ice allocation, so we would
So you have
that
all of that. You have the free skate information, you have all of that information, and the different clubs that operate out of there. Do you have that for every single arena?
That's right. Yes, we do.
And where do you, and how do you report out? Do you have that for the city-led arenas?
We have that for the city-led arenas as well, yes.
And is there a difference as far as city-led? It's kind of like having an AOC or a community center, and I guess I'll ask the city manager that. As far as a board and the kind of various things that can be undertaken at a board-initiated arena are a little different than at a city-led arena, because it's the Board of Management compared to, let's say, Mr. Dayton, that's directing things, correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
So if we understand what everything's happening, if the city says, well, let's look at this board, let's look at all the boards, and we have done that in the past, particularly around ice allocation. Would anybody remember when we had to look at ice allocation because we didn't think that was fair? Yes, Mr. Dayton, you remember that a number of years, 6 or 7 years ago?
Correct.
That is it equitable? Is it fair? Are women getting a fair chance? Is everybody getting a fair chance? This is something that the city often just does, right?
Correct. We've participated in this very specific review and have done so for other arena boards in the past when necessary.
Just hang on a second. May I ask everyone to speak a bit louder?
Yes.
There seems to be
I
some
speaking
problem
loud
with
enough?
the speaker, the audio, and people kept saying we're having trouble hearing each other. Okay, so those of you that are speaking, lean close to your mic and speak a bit louder because, you know, some aging population, a hearing problem. Okay?
Thank you for holding my time, Mayor, on that.
You know, always trying to be fair. Go ahead.
Sorry, okay, did we hear that answer?
I apologize. Can you repeat the
Okay.
question? I'm lost.
Yeah, it is very hard to hear. I'm speaking quite loud, so everybody can hear me. So Councillor Moise's motion basically says, just review the Board of Governance, city manager, have a look at all of these things. This is for Moss Park Arena. Have you done that recently for all arenas that are board-led and city-led arenas? Has that happened in a while or not?
Mayor, in my tenure here, we haven't done a full-scale review of arena boards. I can say from time to time, the division has been brought in to assist with the city manager's office as particular arena boards have required some additional assistance or
Right.
support.
And how about for city run? How do we oversee that efficiency in those programs? Is that your division or is that your DCM?
Mayor, I would say that's through our division where we've been directed to do so. We do so, and as part of a continuous improvement effort, we do so through our allocation policies, for example, where council's directed us to
Okay,
those
so this motion now today, just to understand, Mr. City Manager, is not to do everything. It's to have a governance review of the board and look at a number of other things at that arena. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and I'm not sure everybody saw that motion, so I just want to be clear to start with that that's what I see in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
505, okay, thank you.
I think you got your point across. Any other question to staff? Anybody else? Okay. Councillor Carroll and Deputy Mayor Cole.
Can I just sort this a little bit? I'm worried that some of these answers they unintentionally end up being an overstatement. Once you have a board of governance, there's a role for CREM to keep an eye on the building doesn't fall apart. Am I right about that?
Actually, the arena boards themselves, the arena facilities where arena boards govern and operate are capitalized through Parks and Recreation.
Right.
So we would engage CREM on certain aspects of repairs and maintenance, but overall state of good repair falls with Parks and Recreation.
If you thought it was falling apart, you'd say, hey, let's have a look at that. There's some form of relationship framework with that board so that it's clear to them what they're in charge of.
Correct.
And then lastly, there's a financial role because we have a financial expectation. We look at all the boards together at the end of the year and then look at, within a certain envelope, how much can we help, and we do the budgetary piece. But in the relationship frameworks, it's clear to the boards what they're supposed to be trying to achieve.
Mayor, that's correct.
I have to.
Thank you. I just wanted to separate out those pieces. Thank you.
I'd rather not. Okay, Deputy Mayor Cole?
Could I have the most recent motion put up on the screen so everybody can see this mysterious motion?
Good point. Thank you. That's a very good point. There you are. No, let me just see here. That is, nope, that is not it.
We're going to pull up the letter.
Just give
It has
this
the
a second here.
recommendations in there. Nobody has
No, yeah, I would. I'm just going to see if they get it up on the screen here. The great mystery motion. Who's hiding the motion?
Okay, folks, we're at item 5 of a letter from Councillor Moyes.
Sorry.
Can someone take carriage of Councillor Moyes? We are pulling this up. There you are, okay.
Larger font, please.
We want loud, large fonts.
Louder and larger.
Well, that's why we need to play hockey so we can stay young.
Both handling our intermission.
Okay, if I could just, if you could just keep it up, please. Just if I could ask staff, so I know that Councillor Fletcher tried to summarize what this motion is calling for. If I could have it explained again. So it's really calling for not a disbanding of the present board, but a review undertaken by your staff into the operation of the board. Is that not a good summary?
That is a good summary. Certainly the councillor may want to elaborate as well on his intentions for the motion, but that is our read of it. Working with the board in its current capacity with some of the provisions within the motion around board composition, around programmatic and operational efficiencies that and revenue opportunities that could be driven in the future, and that we would collaborate with the board on achieving those goals.
Okay, that's clear. In terms of, I have a community-run board, the North Toronto Eglinton Park Arena Board there. Have there been similar problems of funding or shortfalls at that arena board?
Mayor, we're not aware of any of those issues specifically, Councillor. Happy to take those offline.
Okay, I haven't heard of any. The question is, there was some emergency funding that went to the Moss Park Board, right? Was that a one-time emergency allocation?
To the mayor, so there was initially some emergency funding that was provided through the pandemic, similar to other agencies. What occurred following the pandemic is there was 2 years where there continued to be emergency funding, primarily because revenue targets built into their budget had not been met.
So this was basically an offshoot of the pandemic impact where we weren't even allowed to allow skating in the rink, for instance, or hockey programs, right?
To the mayor, just to differentiate, the initial relief funding was related to the pandemic. That was seen in many of our agencies and our boards. After that, there was specific relief funding that was tied to underachieved revenues, not tied to specifically.
Post-pandemic.
Yes.
And how much was that for?
To the mayor, the amount for 2023 was $224,933. The amount in 2024, $275,000.
So those are two funding allocations, emergency funding post-pandemic, right?
Those are the requests that were put forward by Moss Park post-pandemic.
Trying to remember when the pandemic ended, but
2022.
did it? It really ended? Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Councillor Perks? No, I'm staying out. Are you staying? Any, Councillor Madlow?
I'm trying to figure all this out too. Regardless of much of what's going on here, as far as process goes, when there are concerns about a volunteer board,
This is a question to the city manager, I assume.
and then the city manager will
going.
choose where to throw it.
Okay.
Maybe not at himself. When there's concerns about whether it be an arena board or any city board where we have volunteers, and it's not concerns alleging any criminal behavior or anything like that, but just concerns about management issues or what have you, or the type of people or the skills they have, et cetera. Given that they're volunteers, do we have a process to engage them, to constructively work with them to improve things? And what I'm hearing is that some people don't feel like they were engaged well as far as like what motions are being bandied about or what steps are being taken. And I just wonder, do we have a process to kind of say, here's a challenge, we want to work with you to try to improve the situation? Or do we just sort of, how do we engage those volunteers?
So Mayor, there's a variety of ways I've seen this done in my time. So we do work with boards directly, and sometimes it is, they will come for advice, and we'll provide advice through our office and work with others as we need to. Sometimes we will intervene, and sometimes we're given direction to do that. Other times, City Council gives that direction. It could be through motions such as this. It could also be through shareholder direction. So there's a variety of ways we engage, but to suggest it can only be in one way, no. We often engage with boards and help them in either overcoming their challenges or, quite frankly, just providing advice that sometimes they need.
So there'd be a staff member like who could go and work with them and say,
yes,
here's some advice on how to manage this or improve that or what have you.
We have staff, and myself and the former city manager also on occasion waded in ourselves to work directly with the board at times where there was necessary to do it. So but it does take different forms of how we get there. Sometimes we're invited in, sometimes it's direction to go and work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Are there any other questions to the city staff? Seeing none, Councillor Moise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Mayor, did you want to put the motion up, or did you? I know you're going to move it on my behalf. The mayor's going to move it.
Or
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll is moving it.
Okay, that's fine too.
Do you want it put up on the?
Sure,
on
you
it?
can put it up.
Yeah.
So I'd like to begin by thanking Jean, Karen, and Aiden in the city manager's office, Howie in Parks and Rec, and of course many of you who have provided guidance and advice over the last several months.
Sorry, I can't help with that.
Yeah, thank you, Suri. Not asking for your help.
Sarah is trying to provide help.
So, so over the past several months, I've had extensive conversations with you as well as local community members. These conversations have broadened my perspective and helped me see a different path forward for the Moss Park Arena. Particularly significant conversations was with April Hodson, a teacher and resident in my ward who volunteers with the Moss Park House League and was recently appointed to the board. She's inspiring, and it is community members like her and the families and youth she supports who underscores my motivation behind this governance and operational review. As councilors, we do not possess all the answers and must adapt our perspectives and be open to new strategies. I initially began this process focused on one course of action for the arena's revitalization, bringing the arena in-house. However, I've come to realize that its issues around management, oversight, administrative efficiency, and basic cleanliness and preventative maintenance could be addressed through a different, multi-pronged approach which maintains community governance. I have been a strong advocate for building healthy communities through community ownership and governance. The 519 Community Center in my ward exemplifies effective local community governance, a concept I deeply support. The success story of Sankofa Square, where we turned things around by restructuring the board, leadership, and implementing a strategic plan, serves as an encouraging example for us all. A similar approach could yield significant improvements for the Moss Park Arena. And at the next Community Council meeting, I look forward to refreshing the board. There is a significant lack of management oversight and effective administration at the arena, necessitating strategic and financial expertise on the board. These inequities have hindered the arena's ability to function effectively and adapt to changing circumstances. Years of deferred maintenance have led to pressing infrastructure issues, exacerbated by the arena administration's inaction on repairs under $50,000. This negligence increases costs and risks health and safety, necessitating intervention. Community programs, including free skates, remain insufficient. The introduction of free skating only after our June 2024 City Council meeting was a token gesture scheduled midday on Tuesdays and Thursdays, failing to meet community needs with purpose and intention. My recommendations today, which the mayor has agreed to move, but Councilor Carroll just moved, and we drafted with the assistance of the City Manager's Office and Parks and Recreation staff, maintains the Board of Management and ensures that the board is made up of local residents with professional backgrounds and expertise, ensures there are strategic and preventative maintenance plans in place, and establishes a solid foundation for the work ahead to revitalize the arena. There is much work ahead, and your support today is needed and appreciated. I also want to state too, since I have a few seconds left, when I first became a city councilor, I actually went to the arena and did a walkthrough and spoke to the board and wanted to help to revitalize the arena itself through its capital. And I took extensive measures and engaged community to actually fundraise. And I actually leaned on my staff and the public and stakeholders to try to actually fundraise. And we actually did all the work. All I asked the arena board members, the board of management, is to just show up, have a good time, and just show your support. And, we were able to actually, we're going to have 2 or 3 events raising $1.2 million. But that was scrapped because the board was resistant. they said that the capital should come from the city,
Sorry.
and it's our responsibility. So again, this is one example of the resistance I've received from this board.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any questions to the councillor? Okay, sorry, it's only at the committee. Councillor Fletcher to speak, Councillor Carroll to speak, whichever. Fletcher first, Carroll? You two?
Go ahead and put the motion.
Yeah,
Carol?
I'll go first so that we can get the motion on the table. It is in the correspondence attached to the item. If people want to look at it on the screen without having to keep up with the scrolling. I'm happy to move this motion because it really does, Madam Mayor, I think you're on the right track here, because it really does represent the governance we expect. Of course, if you're a board of directors of a major facility, you should have a strategic plan. You should have a multi-year vision, and so on and so forth. That's how that works. I'm also happy to move the motion because it feels like we're on the right track, similar to the Leaside Arena. We have been through this before. Councillor Fletcher was asking, when's the last time we really looked at all the boards? It actually happened as a result of, finding the Leaside Arena struggling. And we started they wanted this major thing and they wanted the city to pick up the whole tab. And that was a wake-up call of, okay, do you understand your relationship framework? Do you understand, it's a gift to be handed a giant city asset and told, you get to direct it now. You get to be the board of management here and actually chart a course for this facility. But that carries with it some responsibility to bring something to the table. If we look at the Leaside Arena, talk about a happy ending. When they did really start to think about fundraising, and we brought money to the table as well, we had skin in the game there. But what they ended up with was an amazing community facility, because they did sort of look at it not just in the context of we got some leagues here and they need their ice, but how can we make the community really want to be a part of regenerating this facility and actually fold them in? And so it does now function almost like a community center with ice attached. The multipurpose room there is a boon to the community. And if that is possible in this part of the city, that would be amazing. But if we think about who's playing hockey, it isn't just the children, it isn't just those who struggle in this community. This is a community with all of its revitalization that is full of young men with serious careers who now live in the downtown core. This is their only ice. And so if you're building your career in the downtown core, living in your condo in the downtown core, attracting them to this facility and saying to them, you can chart its destiny, but it comes with the cost of being part of strategizing for it, figuring out its revenue streams. This lot has the only free parking lot anywhere in the downtown core.
Oh.
The only one. It's free to park there. So the revenue stream is sitting right there in broad daylight. And there are ways to solve the problem here, keep to a relationship framework, and it just requires the board to sit down and think, what is our future? And that's basically what this motion asks, is the Board of Management to start strategic planning and charting a future the way any board of directors would. That's just best practice. So I'm happy to move the motion on the councillor's behalf.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I hope I don't have a conflict of interest, because we all know I'm a big skater as much as I can. And I do want to thank the councillor for changing his motion from just do it to let's have a review, let's have a governance review, board-wise, programmatic-wise. So that's actually taking place with the community, with the board, with everybody who uses it. That's the new motion. That's what it says. And so I'm just letting everybody know that's what the new motion says. It's different than what you walked in today. It's changed. You may not have seen it, but it is changed. So thank you, Councillor, for that. I will say Moss Park is very well known as a leader. Moss Park Arena over the years, it's where women got to skate. It's where women got to learn to skate. It's where women got into hockey in the city of Toronto. It was a big place for that, and we can't forget that. I was here with you, I think, Mayor, and Councillor McConnell when we had to fight for women to have ice time on our city rinks. There's many things that happen with rinks, so I don't want everybody at Moss Park to feel really singled out. Councillor Carroll talked about Leaside Arena. We went through a very big deal with Leaside Arena to get that, I'll just call it right-sized, everything working well. I have heard today about the incredible programming that's run out of Moss Park still, and I would encourage the city manager to review all of that as well, and perhaps review all the programming at all the board arenas to make sure they're meeting all those standards. And I would say also to undertake a review of the programming at all city-run arenas to make sure that we're all at the same level, we're making the best use of that ice as possible for everybody. So that's one thing. I think local governance is very important. We have direct operated, we have board operated with rinks, we have that with community centers as well. Councillor Moyes talked about 519 and the board at 519. That's a city board that we put in place. I'm not sure if the councillors are on every board in every arena. I'm unclear because I don't have one of those. I just have outdoor rinks. If there isn't a councillor on every city, every board arena, that's one thing that should happen in this review, the same as we're on every AOC. All AOCs report through SDFA. I'm not still unclear where all these arenas are reporting through, that there's that oversight, there's are you meeting your mandate? You have a building, we're paying for everything in the building, you've got all the operations going. Are you making the most of our asset is the question I ask all the time with our AOCs. I think it's fair to ask that question as well to arena boards, and I'd ask the city manager to look at a few of these types of changes. I just want to say that this review, and I know everybody is feeling very concerned about it because you walked in thinking the city was getting rid of the board. Now the city's going to have conversations on what a well-run board should do, any changes for that. But there is this issue that we heard about, $243,000 and $275,000 as an arena board that had to get money made up for it. So when we have one of those situations, I think in the past, that what we often do is do a review. What's happening with the money, what's happening with the revenue. We can't subsidize the arena year after year after year for operations. These are operational dollars, they're not capital dollars. Like any city asset, CREM fixes everything. Need an elevator fixed, that's CREM. It's not out of your operational dollars for the big things. If there's any deficiencies, how can we assist? This is what this motion now is. I think it's a healthy direction. I'm very happy the councillor changed the motion from getting rid of a local board to working with a local board, making it as most effective as possible in reviewing and overseeing what is a very important city asset, what is a very well-known arena in the city of Toronto, and has a, I guess it's got a reputation as being a great place. So let's not sully that reputation. Let's help you get out of asking for operational dollars every year. Let's make sure that you're running as effectively and efficiently as possible, and that the programming there is working for everybody. And at the same time, while we're doing that, city manager, make sure the programming at every arena board is working for everyone and at all city arenas at the same time, because it can't be like this. It needs to be well delivered, well placed, well managed for every single rink across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to put myself on the speaking list. Oh, and then Councillor Matlow. I just want to say one thing. I just want to thank the many volunteers through the years that I heard. The Moss Park House League Hockey started in 1957. about the same age that I was born. That's just how old I am. Yes, I know. It's all the years of volunteering, your sacrifices in having the league and supporting each other, bringing joy to a lot of kids, and getting the skates free, which is, and the equipment is very expensive. Hockey equipment is expensive. So, I think that's important because the local governments provide a real sense of belonging, that this is the rink that, we come together. And of course, it's a partnership with the City of Toronto. And when there are changes, when there are neighborhood changes or councillors or experience changes, there's always turmoil. We could find a way forward and work it out together. And I hope, because change is hard, and I hope this process allowed that to happen, that we still maintain that sense of belonging, but also provide the best services, which I heard there's examples there, and maybe it could even improve more. Now, at some point though, offering, for equipment and all of more ice time, does it mean that it requires some kind of support, financial support? I don't know. The reason why the City of Toronto right now through Parks and Rec is having an ice strategy review. I believe there's an overarching discussion about who are using the arenas. How do we make sure that it is as open as possible, open as many hours as possible, as diverse, but not display the people that are using it right now? How do we move forward? There's a discussion that's happening in Parks and Rec folks that, the overarching strategy across the city in terms of ice rink. I was just at the Princess of Wales ice rink where the Maple Leaf were doing practices there with Austin Matthew, the captain, and the entire neighborhood kids came out. It was so exciting. The reason why I raise that is because MLSE provided some funding because they have a partnership with the City of Toronto for 20 years. And they provided funding to repaint the inside the rink, the rooms, and they actually have new benches and new plexiglasses, et cetera, in the rink. So a lot of that kind of partnership is possible. And there's lots of conversation that is possible. Can we get, Canadian Tire also have foundations, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that we could support each other, and I hope throughout the process, the sense of belonging, the volunteerism is still maintained, but also what can the City of Toronto add and support, okay? I just want to put that in. Councillor Matlow, you have also want to say a few things.
I've been hesitating to say what I'm about to say because it's difficult, but I just can't in good conscience stay silent about this feeling that I have about this process. Every bone in my body feels like this isn't how we as a city should be engaging with volunteer boards. And the fault is ours. I've had experiences with boards where there have been problems, BIAs as well. Mm-hmm. And I'll give you an example. I had a challenge with the BIA, and I called the general manager of economic development and community development, and there just wasn't anyone there at the time in the shop to come and help resolve issues, to try to work with them, to see if something could be corrected. We just didn't have anyone in place that had, never mind the expertise, anyone hired to do that at that time. And we asked people to volunteer for all sorts of boards, and in this case, an arena where people, it's a sense of community, it's a sense of belonging, and we asked people to put up their hands, and sometimes things don't work out, and sometimes people are incredible, and that's humanity. But when we do have an issue, I think at least one step in the due diligence should be to try to have a system so that we're not reacting all the time, or ad hoc dramas in this case, but a system where we take that step, where we work with them to identify the problems, we resolve the issues, and then if we are to make changes, we do it with them rather than at them. And I apologize, I don't mean to offend anyone who cares about this issue, but I felt equally as uncomfortable with the way, even if you agreed with the destination, the way that the Dundas Square issue was handled, where people felt like they were surprised by things, even if there were valid disagreements. And I'm sure there's experiences across the city that we could point to. And it's not even a matter of who's right or wrong. I mean, I've heard aspersions cast back and forth, and that's wrong as well. But I just want to express that I feel uncomfortable about this, the way that I mean, we're all seeing it, we're all feeling it, I imagine, I hope. And I think that we can do better, and I think the best way to do that, I would submit, with respect, is whether it be parks, whether it be ECDEV, whether it be whatever division, that when we have some genuine questions or issues or or concerns about a volunteer board, that there be a step taken that we try to resolve those issues first. And if we are going to make changes, that we are transparent about them and work with them. It doesn't mean that we back off if we believe we're right or if changes have to be made. But I do have to voice some concern about what we've seen displayed today, and I know that we can do better. Thank you.
On the motion, Deputy Mayor Cole?
Yes, if I could just say a few words. I actually worked at Moss Park.
Oh, wow.
As a Parks and Recreation summer playground supervisor. So I have very fond memories of working at Moss Park. As one of the deputies said, it's a very, let's say, fragile area, and given the location with the Salvation Army, and I can't remember the name of the bar that used to be on the corner, but it was a real hangout. The Canada or something? See, good, not bad memory. Canada, boy, that was interesting. Seeing those guys come out of the tavern onto the baseball field, dragging people off the baseball field so we can play. But anyways, those are very good memories, and it is such an important oasis to have in that part of the city. So whatever we can do, whether it's the arena, the park facility, to keep it safe and welcoming. And so it is, I think somebody mentioned that, it's an iconic location. There's not, this is not, the center of Etobicoke where everything is perfect. So it is a very, very unique part of Toronto. It's a real Toronto. And I want to commend Councillor Moyes for, I think he's showing his interest in making things better there. I mean, that's, I think, a genuine interest he's displayed. And I want to thank the deputants who have been committed to this arena for decades. This is what makes Toronto a very inspirational city, is that there are people who really have their heart and soul in this city and the neighborhoods. And I know they never you never see CP24 and, the bots on the TikTok talking about these kinds of commitments people are making, but they are out there in our communities, in our neighborhoods, giving to their community. And not just for a weekend, again, 10, 20, 30 years of commitment. I mean, that's remarkable. So I think we've got to do everything we can, like Councillor Matlow said, is to encourage and foster and thank that kind of volunteerism locally. So I support the initiative of getting staff to work with the board and to iron out some of these challenges, financial and otherwise. And I just hope we do that in a spirit of collaboration and not in a spirit of we're coming in there to audit you and to make sure you do things the way we want them to do. I think there's and I'm sure our manager, Mr. Dayton, has that approach all the time. He's a very collaborative person, and then Parks and Rec people are generally that nature. So I just hope we do this with that spirit of collaboration and on encouraging improvement and encouraging new goals and benchmarks. So it becomes a win-win situation for the community, the volunteers, the greater neighborhood, and for the city. So I just think we've got to move in a more positive, let's say, welcoming way of fixing some of the challenges that any nonprofit organization has right across the city of Toronto, especially after going through COVID and the incredible challenges that damn Metrolinx imposes on everybody. And this is another example of Metrolinx should be paying maybe some of that cost that's been incurred. But God forbid they should ever give back to the community as they waste billions of dollars. Don't get me going there. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. It's getting a bit complicated here. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Carroll taking carriage of Councillor Moy's motion. Seeing no other speaker, all those in favor of the motion in front of you. Those opposed, carry. The item as amended. All those in favor? Carry, thank you. Seeing no, all right. We now are moving into the next controversial item, or not so controversial, maybe. Thank you for taking the time, folks. Item 7, update on the implementation of a commercial parking levy. We have quite a few folks that are interested in this item. Thank you for waiting. Starting with Robert Sakowski, the Toronto Community Bikeway Coalition. If you can give us a minute here, I think we're good. All right. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning. I'm Robert Sakowski with the Toronto Community Bikeways Coalition, and our group likes to express our full support for the proposed commercial parking levy. It's a much-needed revenue tool that's been studied for more than 10 years and has been implemented in cities around the world from Montreal to Melbourne. Even at the proposed 2 cents per hour rate, which is 1/10 of Montreal's rate, by the way, this city could raise $108 million per year. If we were to eventually adopt Montreal's rate in the future, we could almost wipe out Toronto's $1.2 billion budget shortfall. And we could also use the parking levy to reduce the need to high property taxes, in which a 2 cents per hour levy would be equal to a 2.3% property tax hike. So some of you may be wondering, why is a cycling advocacy organization supporting a parking levy? Well, the parking levy can help fund transit, cycling, and other green initiatives. It can encourage malls and other corporate landlords to consider converting parking to more productive uses. These could include maybe bringing in some park space for areas devoid of green spaces, or perhaps build housing, which would help increase the property tax base. By reducing parking, we can discourage people from driving, which would in turn help increase walking, cycling, and public transit. However, we are disappointed that MPAC has been blocking progress on the parking levy. And unfortunately, that's why the report has recommended only receiving this report for information. Being an accountant, I understand that if Toronto is to become financially sustainable, it needs to look at every revenue tool possible, not to kick this debate down the road as what happened back in 2013. A couple more things that I like about the parking levy is that, one, we don't need provincial approval to adopt it, and two, it's one of the few revenue tools that sends a message to businesses that they need to pay their fair share. I understand that Councillor Matlow may have a motion which would direct city staff to count the number of parking spaces and do any other administrative work to make this parking levy a reality. and something that our group would definitely support. So in conclusion, we urge that this committee and City Council not receive this information, but rather do everything possible to move this parking levy forward, and if need be, approve Councillor Matlow's motion should it come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Wong, Social Planning Toronto. Melissa, you have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melissa Wong. Thank you for having me today. I'm the Director of Engagement and Strategic Initiatives at Social Planning Toronto. We're a community-based organization that brings together diverse groups of organizations, community leaders, and advocates for many years to drive action on solutions and research that address the root causes of poverty. Every year, we engage a broad group of community organizations and leaders in the city budget. My 10-year-old told me that it was unprofessional to not have memorized my speaking notes last night. Each year we're told there is not enough money to fund, invest in vital community services and programs to those who are experiencing poverty and homelessness. And it's why we've been advocating for many years for Toronto to diversify its revenue sources. In 2023, we wrote a joint letter with the support of over 50 community and faith-based organizations, urging the city to explore all proposed options for increasing revenues to fund critical city services and supports, including the commercial parking levy. A commercial parking levy is a tool that is not only available for the city to implement right now, it forces big box stores, malls, and other commercial landlords, not individual homeowners and tenants, to pay a minimal amount to support services like transit and road infrastructure that bring people to their stores. On a related note, at today's meeting, you're also considering a report to shelve the stormwater charge, another important tool to ensure that large corporate and commercial properties pay their fair share to fund critical flood protection measures. These are important revenue tools available to Toronto that have been successful in other cities in Canada and many other jurisdictions. In 2 weeks, you will be asked to vote on a 6.9% property tax increase. I know that some property tax owners are complaining that this is too high, but even with this increase, there's so much that the 2025 budget is not able to fund. We're seeing the needs in our communities grow at rapid rates. Social Planning Toronto's latest report card on child and family poverty shows that Toronto now has the highest child poverty rate among major Canadian cities at 25.3%, which has jumped 8.5% since 2020. The childcare subsidy waitlist has surpassed 19,000 families. And over the past 3 months, there were over 11,000 people who are actively homeless, with many being turned away each night from shelters, far too many of these being children and babies. Youth unemployment remains higher than the national average and hit multi-year highs at 16.3%. Meanwhile, we're anticipating a 54% increase in emergency calls related to drug toxicity. Not to mention the capital repairs needed to maintain our transit system and affordable housing stock. As the needs grow in Toronto and as Toronto itself grows, without additional sources of revenues, property taxes will need to increase at rates higher than inflation. And my message to you today is don't give up on $100 million. Don't let an unelected quasi-governmental association dictate whether the city collects the revenues it so desperately needs. At a time when inequality and poverty is growing, we need you to do everything in your power to support communities in need. Please, don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Councillor Matlow?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for your deputation, Melissa. So city staff have reported that it could cost, after startup, it could cost a little over $1 million a year to operate this revenue tool. That might be the base. They may say that if the city has to do the enumeration, if MPAC is unwilling to be our partner, that it could go up in costs, maybe even up to 10 million. I don't know. But even if it was 10, let's say even 15 million. If we are bringing in a potential of $100 million a year, is that not a remarkable return on investment alone, let alone the policy goals that we have with respect to our environment, freeing up land for housing, and incentivizing investment into transit.
Absolutely. I would definitely say that it is worth it. And there's opportunity for the revenue tool to grow where what staff recommended is quite low compared to other cities. And so there's opportunity for the revenue tool to produce even more.
The rates compared to Montreal, Vancouver, like the starting rate is exceptionally low. So if we doubled it, and that would still be less, or roughly around Vancouver, for example, that would be $200 million. So then if let's say it took $20 million to operate it every year, that would be a remarkable return on investment, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's why we're saying don't give up.
Thank
Keep
you.
trying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Perks.
Sorry.
Just one more
Nobody asks me
question.
questions usually.
Yeah, just one more question. To the phrase "don't give up," is it clear to the community that this is a pause? We're not giving up, but that the evaluation thus far has made it clear that it will be easier and more economical if we have that full partnership with MPAC. But at the moment, and that has now become clear why that conversation went cold for a little while. They went into an election, which wasn't clear to us when they first went cold. But is it clear to the community we're not giving up? We're on pause because that collaboration is not possible in this moment in time.
Yes, and I think I didn't have time in the 3 minutes I was allotted. I think that the city should, yes, it would be easier if MPAC cooperated, but I think the city also needs to consider looking at how we can do this ourselves, knowing that.
I get that. I get that. I'm just, the give up is not what's recommended.
Yes, so we want you, we know that you're not giving up, but we want, and so we want to keep working at it so that we can see this revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe Councillor Perks? No, all right. Thank you very much. And referencing your notes and being well prepared is great. Thank you. Vincent, begin whenever you're ready, and you have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're getting close to your time.
Oh, that's better. Now you can hear me. Okay, great. So, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. How often have we heard that Toronto has a spending problem? That tired old refrain is really just burned into my brain from coming of political age at the tail end of the David Miller era and the beginning of the Rob Ford years, when that idea was at peak saturation, if you will. Of course, we all know this isn't true. So many of the crises affecting our society right now played at the municipal level and are going to cost serious dollars to solve. All of that being said, it does not make sense to lean so heavily on residential property taxes. Although taxes save people money in the long run, continual property tax increases are a genuine cost that people must account for. Furthermore, people and businesses of all kinds benefit from our city services, and it stands to reason that many different entities should be taxed for things to be equitable. That is why we must move as soon as possible to implement a commercial parking levy. Owners of commercial property benefit immensely from being in Toronto. So Yorkdale and Fairview malls, for example, are connected directly to the subway system. That brings in just thousands of shoppers to their properties without all the externalities of driving. While the proposed budget going to council shortly does make some excellent investments, for example, in transit, it relies, as usual, on property tax increases. And so I return to my earlier point about evenly spread taxation. It's also important to note that taxing big malls, offices, and box plazas parking is in some ways the perfect tax. It doesn't hit individuals directly, and those properties in the suburbs will be unable to charge drivers to park, given their business model. Downtown properties already have paid parking, and most people take transit downtown in any case. For example, the only people who routinely drive to my employer's downtown office are senior managers, executives, and the like. I was extremely unhappy to read in today's agenda that staff are recommending a pause to the implementation of the parking levy. I can certainly appreciate the critical role that MPAC plays in implementing the levy, but I listened into the Budget Committee meeting this past Friday where staff confirmed it would still be possible to start work on the levy without MPAC's involvement, albeit a lot more difficult. Since other revenue streams are really unlikely to be approved by the provincial government, or are just political dead letters, I can't stress how badly we need to move forward with the parking levy as soon as humanly possible. I fear that a pause or a deferral will kill the levy for good, and without that money, we risk not being able to expand our public services in future budgets, again, to tackle all those crises that are coming down on us. So I call on you to move forward with the parking levy, reject the deferral, and move forward with it by any means possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Debbie Sola. Are you here, Debbie? Are you online? You're online. Maybe you can turn your camera on, turn your mic on. Either way, we could hear you. Debbie?
Here, can you hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today. In 1976, I came to Toronto with my family as political refugees, and we depended on TTC. It was then known as Better Way. I never learned how to drive. I still depend on the TTC, and sadly, it is no longer the Better Way. Many different oh, sorry, I have a migraine, having a tough day. Different political, provincial, and federal governments that have changed in the last decades have made empty promises that they were going to fund the TTC. We've seen very slow progress. Most recently, the celebrated Ontario line has gone from, I believe, 24 stops to 3, a paltry 3. Our subways are old, breaking down. It's a miracle there were no deaths when the SRT derailed, let alone all the other crises that we will be faced with in our city. I implore you, please do not pause, do not defer. Please vote ahead with the levy. Your wonderful city staff thoroughly studied the parking lot levy in the last year. With a very low, reasonable levy to start, the city could earn $108 million in the first year. Cities, Montreal, Vancouver, New York, have been doing this for years at a much higher rate. Please, let's make Toronto a wonderful city to be proud of. Again, I implore you, please vote. Don't pause, don't defer, vote yes for the parking lot levy. And let's think about all the flooding that has become a yearly event in our city. Let's take care of our city, not for today, not for tomorrow, for our future generations. Please vote for the levy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Next speaker, Sheila Presley-Allen. Hi, from TDC Riders.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Sheila Presley-Allen. I'm here speaking on behalf of TTC Riders. We're a membership-based transit advocacy group, and I'm here to speak in support of advancing a commercial parking lot levy and to request that the city explore its options to count parking spaces and administer the levy itself. You know, first things first, I do want to thank you, Mayor Chow, and all the city councilors for the investments you're making in the city budget. bringing 6-minute or better service on 3 streetcar lines, bringing back subway service. The fare freeze is so important. For 3 decades, fares have gone up faster than inflation. Transit riders have been paying the price of keeping property taxes artificially low, so we thank you for that investment. And we've been hearing, though, that some councillors want to take that fare freeze away. And that's one reason that a funding tool like the parking levy is so important to protect those investments. $100 million a year is so much money. It is way too much money to leave on the table and not explore our options for making this levy happen. Just want to share some of the amazing transit improvements we could get with the money. We could get 6-minute or better streetcar service on every streetcar line. We could start bus service earlier on Sundays. We could have a 15-minute or better service network all across the city, more frequent overnight bus service to support shift workers, and we could bring in a pay-as-you-go fare capping program. Or we could go in a totally different direction. For that amount of money, we could expand free transit to all youth and high school students. And I just want to share a quick story, something I experienced last week, just to show why this could be so transformative. I was at Bathurst Station, and I stopped because I saw a little girl trembling, crying. She was being confronted by a fare inspector. And you know why there's so many fare inspectors at Bathurst Station? It's because it's near a high school. Okay, the fare inspectors target our youth because they can't afford to pay their fare. In some cases, like this young girl, I stayed there and I walked her partway to school to make sure she was okay, to give her mom my phone number in case she needed advice for fighting the ticket. And you know, instead of targeting youth, we could just give them free transit. That's the kind of transformative investment a commercial parking levy would mean. $100 million that would pay for that. And that's why we're asking you to, do everything you can to look at, can we implement this? It is something you made a promise about, Mayor Chow, before your election, that you would bring in this tool to make investments in the TTC. And just a final point, I just want to, as other speakers have said, city staff for years have said, we have the power to bring in this tool, 2016 KPMG report, and then the latest long-term financial plan update in 2023. The commercial parking levy was ranked #1 because easy to implement, we have the power to do it, and would raise so much money. So we really hope you'll explore what can the city do to move this important funding source along. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you so much. Callum Houston, Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. Yeah, 3 minutes, Callum.
Hi, my name is Callum. I am a community activist and organizer, and an organizer of Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. I'd like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge the city to go forward with the implementation of a commercial parking levy, regardless of MPAC's cooperation. As stated earlier, this parking levy will generate over $100 million a year in revenue for the city, which could then be used to pay for fare capping, free transit for students, or free public Wi-Fi that many members of Toronto have come to rely on and expect. With no end to the construction and provincial government's hostility towards bike lanes, the city needs to invest in its public transit, and exploring this commercial parking levy will help pay for these upcoming expenses. If implemented, only lots with more than 10 to 13 spaces will be impacted. That's about half of the commercial properties within the city, so there will be half that will not be impacted at all. This only targets large corporations who generate more than enough profits to be able to pay for an affordable 1 or 2% per hour per space. And the city would then be able to use that money to improve our services. Toronto should be taking advantage of every revenue generator they can grab. The public transit is reliable, convenient, and affordable, then it'll encourage more riders and therefore more traffic on the subway, and then more revenue for the city. It'll justify the actual service, and rather than increasing fares, you'll actually be able to, this is another way of actually increasing ridership. Please do what is best for the city and for transit riders by implementing a commercial parking levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time to come down here. Questions to Callum? No, I don't see any. Thank you so much. Michael Green, Seniors for Climate Action Now. Hello, Michael.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and you, from the name of the organization, you probably can guess what I'm going to say, and I'm going to try and take 2 minutes rather than 3 because there are some youth speakers coming at the end who I think you really need to hear from for as long as they need to speak. The first thing, I'm going to not repeat what others have said. They've all said more or less the same thing. The first thing is, yes, what's proposed is a pause, but it's a pause that's happened over 10 years. There's an access report from last year which recommends that the commercial parking levy come into force in this year's budget. It's not here. And frankly, for me, that's disappointing. To see it not be in the 2026 budget, which is what the staff is proposing, is, for me, just not something that should happen. So it's a pause, but it's a pause in a long series of pauses. The second thing I want to say is that the city has sent out Transform TO survey, action plan surveys, and it asks what citizens can do. Well, I'm saying to you what the city can do. The single thing that the city can do is bring in an effective commercial parking levy now, as soon as possible, on its own. Third point, a bully. How do you deal with a bully? You don't deal with a bully by caving. That is the absolute wrong way to deal with a bully. You deal with a bully by anchoring. You ask for a little more. So don't stop at 2 cents per hour. Ask for, do more, and that way you'll have the maximum amount that you could have. Thank you very much, and subject to any questions.
Anyone? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I see no questions. Oh, Councillor Matlow, I thought you were tempted.
One question for you. You're asking Toronto to be bold and just move forward and start funding things like Transform TO, including transit and our priorities that are underfunded today. We might hear today that it costs a lot to just even operate this revenue tool and administer it. Maybe it's $1 million, maybe it's $10 million. If it's bringing in at the very minimum around $100 million, and if we raise the rates, it could be double that or even more. Is it not a good return on investment based on any reasonable person's view on what a good investment would be for our city along with our policy goals?
Absolutely, no question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Daniel McIntosh. There you are.
Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm an avid transit rider. Despite adding 40 minutes to my commute here, I took the TTC this morning from Scarborough Town Centre because I love and care about the TTC and public transit and believe that when it's properly funded, it provides a better experience than driving. I'm here with TTC riders to advocate in favor of the commercial parking levy. This parking levy will support small businesses. Unlike the big box chains with billions in profits each year, when most small businesses are getting started and deciding where to set up, they don't have the capital to buy a bigger lot just to pave over half of it and provide parking at no cost. For people arriving by car, these small businesses rely on paid street parking, putting them at a disadvantage. A commercial parking levy will help level the playing field and help new businesses flourish in the city. Additionally, if the city is serious about meeting its net zero targets, it should seriously consider whether we even want businesses, big or small, to rely on people arriving by car. The city's plan is for 75% of trips under 5 kilometers to be on foot, by bike, or by transit. If we want to achieve this, we need to discourage people from driving. In addition to the obvious of making it easier to drive and park nearby, big parking lots are hostile to the pedestrian and cycling experience, hurting all the modes of transportation that the city should be making easier and encouraging. There aren't many climate initiatives that make money right away, so this should be an easy climate win. Furthermore, the sprawling development patterns caused by large parking lots and car-centric development puts a strain on the city's infrastructure and finances. Gigantic parking lots don't generate much property tax, but they force water pipes, power lines, and roads to all stretch further. Sprawl of any kind, but especially parking lots, are unable to pay for the infrastructure demands they force the city to pay for. It's time the owners of these parking lots pay their fair share. The proposed levy isn't even very high. Many other Western cities, as we've heard, have implemented similar levies, such as Montreal, and are charging nearly 10 times as much. How will you pay for it is a common refrain in government when talking about new initiatives. Well, this is how we'll pay for it. This is how we can pay for automatic fare capping. This is how we can pay to preserve free Wi-Fi on the TTC. This is how we can pay to start Sunday bus service earlier. This is how we can pay for increased overnight bus service. The money that a commercial parking levy will generate is enough to pay for all of these things at the same time and still have money left over. If MPAC is unwilling to assist the city with this, then the city needs to figure out how to do it by itself. There's too much money on the table to let this go. If we wait an extra year or two for MPAC to get on board, if they ever do, that is hundreds of millions of dollars of lost revenue that we just can't afford to let go.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Janice Aretza, Scarborough Rouge Park. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you get to time.
Hello, my name is Janice Aretza, and I thank you for this opportunity for me to express a solution to our much-needed funding for the TTC. Reinstating Wi-Fi, eliminating slow zones, capping fares, and improving service times all require funding. Since 2013, commercial parking levies have been discussed. 50% of downtown Toronto and 28% of people outside of Toronto do not have cars. So the TTC is very beneficial to these businesses. These levies can generate up to $108 million or more annually. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Washington, San Francisco, Vancouver, and Montreal have been collecting these levies for years at twice, 3 times, or more than we're asking. I hope that MPAC not wanting to get involved does not have anything to do with its board's corporate interests, but do not let MPAC tie your hands. It is very plausible to set up our own collection system. You have the authority to do this. This is too much funding not to be collected. Our communities are counting on your support to implement the commercial parking levy, to ensure a safe and healthy transit system for now and our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we're gonna call on Lynn Adamson, who is online, I believe. Lynn, is she there? Okay, great. Begin whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you. So I'm speaking here today as a resident of Toronto St. Paul's and also as co-chair of Climate Fast, a community group advocating for climate action, FAST since 2012. We are calling on the city to implement the levy on large commercial parking lots across Toronto. I'm going to skip through some of my first page in order to, you've already heard these arguments, that it's in place elsewhere, that we need it, that would bring in needed revenue. I just want to go to the part where the income will be well used if it helps us to maintain a state of good repair, which we know we don't have in transit right now, improve service levels, and keep transit affordable. We note that the owners of large parking lots, including malls, benefit from the service transit provides to bring shoppers to their malls, and it's important for them to give back. And we need a well-functioning transit system to meet our Transform TO climate targets. We need to shift travel patterns from private cars to transit, walking, and cycling, and doing so will also relieve congestion. It will help us to get back on track with reducing emissions. Now, I sent a chart to staff, but I don't know if they can show it or not. I've shown it in deputations before, that we are currently not achieving our target. 2025 is 45% below 1990 levels, but right now we're increasing our emissions rather than decreasing. And to reach our 2030 target, we'll need to have deep cuts in our emissions, a further 20% reduction to achieve 65% below 1990 levels. Council adopted these targets in 2021. This was after youth in 2019 did the huge climate strikes around the world and here in our own city, and the council declared a climate emergency. And this emergency is getting worse. Okay, it's we passed the 1.5 Celsius limit set by 2015 Paris Climate Summit, and according to the report that I've cited in there, we are headed to a 3-degree rise by 2050 with dire consequences, making parts of the world unlivable. And Toronto will be impacted as well. I'll show that slide if it's a chance to show it later in a next deputation. But Toronto can demonstrate leadership on climate, and to do so, we need to take steps forward that are available to us. And we owe it to youth to do everything in our power to achieve these targets. And charging a levy on large commercial parking lots is within our power. Now, you need to look at page 22 of the technical report of Transform TO that talks about the need to have free transit. We need to be working our way towards free transit in order to achieve our climate targets. And in that report, it talks about getting the money from charges on cars coming into the city. And we have been blocked from doing that by the province. So we need to move forward where we can to get the income we need. With that income, we can reduce fares while improving service. And we could take the step of free transit for high school and post-secondary students, as the City of Kingston does. And as our previous speaker it demonstrated why that's so important. I think it's just horrific if we have fare inspectors targeting high school students
Lynn,
or young adults.
Your final thoughts on this?
Okay. This is income needed by the city, collected by other cities. It can help improve transit and reduce congestion and take us in the right direction on climate. Let's take this step now.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we now have Hao Sen Chong from Toronto Environmental Alliance. Hao Sen's online.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you get to time. Begin when you're ready.
Great, thanks. My name is Hao Sen. I'm with the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm the climate campaigner there, and I'd like to call on the executive committee to move ahead with counting the spaces with or without MPAC. The revenue from the commercial parking levy is expected to bring in $108 million every year. That's a levy of 1.2 cents per spot per hour when you do the math. And the reason why a levy that's just 1 or 2 cents per hour can bring in $108 million per year is because, as the report in front of you says, there is at least minimum 22 square kilometers of just surface parking space. 22 square kilometers is everything south of Bloor between the Don River and Dufferin. So if you imagine everything between Dufferin and the Don south of Bloor paved over for parking, that's how much just surface parking the city has. And we need to do a count of not just the surface parking, but also of the underground parking and of the above ground structure parking spaces as well. Commercial parking lot levies are very commonly used revenue tools in cities around the world. Toronto is actually now behind basically every major city in North America of our size, because cities like New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, DC, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, Montreal, Vancouver, all of these cities have some sort of levy on commercial parking, and Toronto does not. Montreal's commercial parking levy is 19 cents an hour per spot equivalent, compared to what's being proposed here, which is two cents per hour per spot. That means Montreal's levy is nearly 10 times higher than Toronto's. And so if you multiply 10 by the $108 million of revenue that we are expecting from this parking levy, you start getting into the $1 billion range. And that's why a tool like this is so popular and so common in cities around the world, and why Toronto needs to implement one as well, even if MPAC does not play ball with us. Other thing I want to talk a little bit about in my time is just talking about who's lobbying City Hall on the commercial parking levy. We know that Walmart, we know that Shell Canada, we know that Cadillac, Fairview, and Brookfield are all lobbying on City Hall and commercial parking levy. But all of these corporations function perfectly fine in all of these cities that I've already mentioned. All of these cities already have commercial parking levies, right? Shell didn't stop selling fuel the instant that they found that there was a commercial parking levy.
Your final thoughts on this?
Yeah, so we would like to encourage executive committee to implement the commercial parking levy with or without impact. At least at the very least, count the spaces with or without impact if impact doesn't play ball with the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, our next speaker is Kalashri Vyas from the Toronto Youth Environmental Council. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes. Begin when you're ready, and we'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Kalashri Vyas. I am the president of the Toronto Youth Environmental Council. I'm a grade 12 student at Etobicoke School of the Arts, and importantly, a 17-year-old Toronto resident with a vision. My vision is of a climate-resilient and socially equitable Toronto, a walkable city with green spaces plentiful, buildings and transportation energy efficient, green jobs abundant, consumption and waste minimized, and of course, net zero emissions. Perhaps this vision of our future sounds ambitious, but I'm sure it also sounds familiar. It is the Transform TO Net Zero Strategy Action Plan, a vision I'm confident in, with key targets to be achieved in the next 5 years. As a young person of the community, I think about our future quite often, and I find it helpful to imagine the broad picture of our future as a puzzle. The implementation of a commercial parking levy now is but a piece of the puzzle that will ultimately allow us to reach our long-term civic goals like those of the Transform TO Action Plan. Just as we can imagine this model future as one large puzzle, we can imagine our current daily lives as our own puzzles. For example, as a student living in downtown Toronto, an important puzzle piece to me is that I'm fortunate to live in a zero-car household, which is not uncommon considering that over 50% of downtown Toronto residents do not own a car. However, sustainable transportation methods are still seen as alternatives to automobile use, which has led to accessibility and convenience needs being unmet. By supporting a commercial parking levy, there is an active shift being made from the currently accepted norm of car usage towards sustainable transportation not just being an alternative for most, which can help us in reaching the goal of 75% of trips under 5 kilometers being walked, biked, or taken with public transit. Some of the funds accumulated through this project can be directed towards supplementing the cost of public transit through fare capping and improving service reliability and safety, which is incredibly beneficial for students like me who take the TTC to school and often can feel unsafe traveling on certain branches of the TTC. Another important puzzle piece of my life is that I am incredibly passionate about working to improve climate education as our world evolves. Through my work with the Toronto Youth Environmental Council and TDSB Eco Schools, I have advocated for adequate and accessible environmental education being implemented in secondary schools across the city, and I believe that a portion of the funds accumulated by the commercial parking levy could help fund public school boards like the TDSB in plans to improve the availability of education that encourages the future generation to engage in these civic discussions, equips us to face the challenges presented by the climate crisis, and teaches us to apply a climate lens when problem solving, similar to the Transform TO goal of doing so in city decision-making processes. Implementing the commercial parking levy is a tremendous opportunity for a new municipal source of earnings that we must take advantage of, with endless possibilities of how these funds can be used to advance the city towards its objectives. Taking this step represents Toronto embracing change and mindfulness about transportation when it can create a meaningful impact on our environment and society. Fitting this piece in the puzzle now is symbolic of your commitment to the future generation and actively working towards Toronto reaching its established goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that's very encouraging. The Toronto Youth Environmental Council, young person, well-spoken. Brian McLean, Atypical Climate Action.
We just need a motion to extend.
Oh, it's 12:30. There are 3 other speakers, and then I think this item will have quite a bit of conversation and requests for staff. If it's okay, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and hear from Brian McLean, Jeff Kettle, and Shaya Gupta from the Toronto Youth Environmental Council, okay? We'll take a break, and we'll be back in an hour at 1:30, okay? Thank you. Can I bring the meeting back to order? What do you need?
And the other thing,
Mm-hmm. We are now back in, Councilor Nunziata is here. Speaker Nunziata. Councilor Carroll, you have a motion that you want to introduce? Councilor Carroll, you have a motion you want to introduce as a new item.
I do, thank you.
Can you circulate? Can we have it put up on the screen?
There you go.
It's regarding FIFA.
Yes.
Okay. Folks, can we, it's just being allowed to be circulated, and we'll deal with it after people have a minute to read it.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor for allowing it to be introduced?
Add to the
All those
agenda.
in favor,
Thank you.
opposed, carry, thank you. And we have 3 more speakers on this item, and I believe, just 1 second, item 14 and 15 has 1 speaker each. After this commercial parking levy, we will then just quickly deal with those 2 before we get into the local democracy or municipal autonomy, okay? So we are ready to hear the next speaker, Brian McLean, Etobicoke Climate Action. And can I have a bit of quiet, please? Okay, there you go.
Hello, yes, my name is Brian McLean. I live in Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, and I'm speaking today as a member of the volunteer group Etobicoke Climate Action. Because climate change is bringing more intense rainfalls to Toronto, sorry.
We could hear you, no problem.
Most of Etobicoke is served by retail businesses located in malls or plazas, fronted or surrounded by parking lots. The exception is the oldest settled communities at the south end, where they still have street front businesses that people can access from the sidewalk. So we are in favor of the city developing this new revenue tool, a commercial parking levy, whether to continue improving TTC reliability and frequency or by funding new green infrastructure. We've already heard that this is a revenue tool in use in some other large Canadian cities as well as cities in other countries. The rate proposed, we heard, is a modest 10% of what is currently charged in Montreal, so it's not unreasonable. By paving over land that could absorb rainwater, paved parking lots contribute to stormwater runoff into our sewer infrastructure, and after intense storms, contribute to basement floodings. In warm weather, they absorb heat and contribute to urban heat islands, affecting people's health and comfort, and contributing to higher energy use for air conditioning. The basement of the house I live in was flooded last July and again in August, damaging walls and flooring and bringing into the house water contaminated with who knows what. So if someone is contributing to an expensive problem, should they not be held accountable and liable for that expense? I understand that the city has asked MPAC, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, to assist them with an exact accounting of the surface, underground, and above ground parking in the city, and that MPAC have not cooperated. Isn't MPAC, quote, an independent body, not a provincial body, established by the Ontario Property Assessment Corporation Act of 1997? And isn't its more than $200 million annual budget paid for by municipalities? Presumably, Ontario's largest city pays more than Napanee does. So I don't understand with what authority they deny the city of Toronto information that they have or can research. Did you know that in Ontario, the rules of the road do not apply in shopping center parking lots? We think some rules should apply to commercial parking lots owners and to MPAC. The City of Toronto should demand that MPAC do its job that we're paying it to do, and that commercial parking lot owners contribute to alleviating the ecological damage they cause. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions to the deputant? from Etobicoke. No, thank you so much for your time. Jeff Kettle, the phone trial. Hello, Jeff. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. I'm Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations, and we're here. We join a number of civil society organizations that you've heard from before the break and now, in calling on you as the Executive Committee to support the implementation of this commercial parking levy as soon as possible. The levy is a much-needed revenue tool that's been studied in Toronto for the past 10 years and is already in use in several cities around the world and in Canada. The cities, as you know, is faced with a massive budget shortfall, $1.2 billion. This levy per parking space would help bring in over $100 million annually and produce revenue equivalent to a 2.3% property tax hike. We note that the commercial parking levy being levied on larger parking sites, there's a minimum, I think it's 10 spaces, would also align with rectifying the unfair parking situation right now, whereby customers of Main Street establishments, like Mount Pleasant or Bayview, they pay for street parking and the small lots on the street, whereas customers of malls and big box stores do not. With a commercial parking tax, at least the mall and big box establishments would pay something, whether or not they pass that on to their customers. A commercial parking levy, unlike several other revenue tools, would not require provincial approval. My previous deputant spoke very well about that from questioning the legal issues there. And from a climate perspective, which many people have spoken about, the parking levy can help fund much needed transit repairs, for example. We understand that our friend Councillor Matlow plans to put forward a motion requiring the city to do the necessary counting of parking spaces and other work required to permit implementation of this effective revenue tool in 2026. So in summary, we recommend as sponsor that Executive Committee and City Council support Councillor Matlow's motion rather than the staff recommendation to just receive the report for information. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants? No? Last speaker, Shira Gupta. Hello there.
Hello.
At the Toronto Youth Environmental Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Olivia Chow.
Can you make sure you put your mic on? Yeah, is it on? Is the red button on?
Yep, sorry.
Perfect, got it.
Good afternoon, Mayor Olivia Chow and members of the Executive Committee. I am grateful for your time today. My name is Shaurya Gupta, and I'm the Director of Research for the Toronto Youth Environmental Council. I'm in 12th grade and attend North Toronto Collegiate Institute. I go to a public school, which is true for 330,000 students within the TDSP and the TCDSP. According to a 2019 survey, 36% of all Toronto students take public transport to school, which comes up to 12,000 students. A round trip costs $4.70 a day with a discounted fare. If this is extended to the average 194 school days per year, a student ends up paying over $900 for their otherwise free public education. The fundamental right that is the basis of our liberty. With TTC fares having increased faster than inflation, this has presented a financial burden for students in the city. The commercial parking levy introduces a new source of revenue that could help ease this burden. It is a solution to this that doesn't affect small businesses, drivers, or car owners. A 2-cent levy per hour on a parking spot barely compares to the thousands of dollars per square foot that some malls generate. It is a near imperative to keep education free and dismantle these invisible barriers. Students living further away than a reasonable walking distance from school arbitrarily pay more, $900 more, for things that they cannot control. Even if this is not the route that the city decides to go with the added funds, free senior fares, better transit safety, and fewer delays are just some alternates that the council could consider.
Driving into Toronto, I see these giant billboards preaching boldly that, quote, "I'm not stuck in traffic, I am the traffic." They illustrate a Toronto that believes in cutting down on car traffic, that is progressive in its traffic laws, and wants to move towards zero-emission future. I have seen the city make leaps towards this goal. I urge the council to implement this reform, as it would be an important step to this imagined future towards a greener Toronto that builds on past initiatives that the city has advanced towards a Toronto with a reinvigorated budget for reform and climate action. My mother is a small business owner on Queen Street. The commercial parking levy, or perhaps better called the corporate parking levy, will have no impact on her business. The levy is only for substantially sized parking lots, and if anything, is a boon to small businesses in Toronto. The design of the commercial parking levy is such that small businesses pay nothing, since only parking lots larger than 300 square meters are liable. It is designed to reduce harm all around for the greatest possible benefit. The plan is logical and factors affordability and location into its design. It would be a tremendous step towards better transit and a more hopeful future. Enforcing the levy builds onto the promise of a greener Toronto, a greener future that Toronto shows it believes in from the moment you step a foot, or more likely drive in from the airport. It gives us an opportunity to invest into transit and thereby the city's future. Please, Council, keep education free. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions? No, to the deputy? No. No, I don't see any. Okay. Committee members, we are now, this item is now in front of us. And I assume there are questions to staff on this item. There is no, where do I see Deputy Mayor McAlfee? This is a question to staff. Item 7, okay?
Great, thank you. I was just wondering if you could outline for us your recommendation. Like, I don't read this as you're recommending we don't do this. I'm reading this as there's some more work to do and some more collaboration to make sure that this can be implemented in a successful way.
To the mayor, that's correct. So we're not recommending stopping the initiative or even pausing the initiative. The recommendation in front of us is simply to receive for information and noting to executive committee that we are continuing to have our discussions with MPAC around potential partnership with MPAC to bring forward an implementation strategy.
And why is MPAC like a preferred partner on this? Like, why the engagement with them?
To the mayor, so MPAC both has expertise, resources, infrastructure, processes in place to be able to manage the complexities associated with the implementation of a commercial parking levy.
Okay, and maybe can you just speak to what the complexities are in implementing this?
To the mayor, so complexities first and foremost around identifying and assessing the eligible properties. There's also the administration of the program, being able to manage any reconsiderations, appeal processes, being able to tie it into eligible properties that would not be consistent or wouldn't be within the scope of a commercial parking levy, being able to manage an inclusion on the property tax bill, which has its own added benefits. But I think it would primarily be around really the successful implementation of a consistent, fair, reliable process on the implementation of a commercial parking levy.
And the revenue expected is on the order of 100 million. So correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it's important that the administrative is easy, low cost, or else we're not really making any significant revenue that we can contribute to the city.
To the mayor, so the expected revenue is around $100 to $108 million. It absolutely is important that if we put this in place, really for the success and longevity of the program, that we have a process to implement it that wouldn't create challenges or issues to be able to administer, or additional costs that would mitigate any of the revenue benefits that it could generate.
So I think my time started late, so I'll try to speed these up a bit. When do you think you might expect to come back to us again on next steps, one? And two, in your recommendations, have you included all our previous recommendations around equity and looking at higher order transit, et cetera?
To the mayor, yes, we have. So the work that's happened over the last year has been both the engagement we've had with MPAC on the implementation, but also defining the design principles itself. That has been very much informed by the consultations that we've had with a vast array of stakeholders, taking into account all of the recommendations that we've received from council to date. In terms of report back, it really is going to require us to have that continued engagement with MPAC. We're at a point in time where they've actually been a very willing partner, a very collaborative partner. They're at the point in time where they need to make investments and have indicated to us that they do need to seek board approval before they continue to make investments supporting the city's implementation.
So for those board approvals, is there any approvals that we need from the province as well?
So through our discussions, what we've been told is they would need board approval and that they would inform the Ministry of Finance. We haven't been indicated, there was no indication that they required approval from the Ministry of Finance, but I wouldn't be an expert in the required approvals.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this.
Sir Perks, question.
Thank you. So there's an estimate in here of how long it would take to implement this if MPAC was a partner. What was that again?
To the mayor, MPAC has advised that they would need about 12 to 18 months to implement commercial parking levy.
And if we were to go it alone, would we be faster, the same, or slower than MPAC?
To the mayor, so I don't have an exact time frame if we were to go alone, but it would require us to replicate processes, expertise, infrastructure that is in place at MPAC, and it would likely take longer to implement.
So it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that if we had to go alone, we wouldn't be collecting revenue from this in this term?
To the mayor, if we were to go alone, I can confidently say we wouldn't be collecting revenue through 2026. I would have to determine beyond that if there's an ability to collect revenue.
Well, the term ends
Yes,
2026,
fair
so
enough,
wouldn't be this term, right?
To the mayor, that's correct.
Okay. There's been suggestions that the cost of implementing this is an investment. Personally, I wouldn't use that language. I would just say it was an administrative cost. What would it cost you to increase the property tax by an equivalent value? How much extra money would you have to spend?
To the mayor, so I'm not aware of any material cost to increase the property tax by.
So effectively zero. What would the additional administrative cost being if we did something with the land transfer tax to raise an equivalent amount to this?
To the mayor, so we've recently adjusted the land transfer tax, both as part of the graduated land transfer tax and the non-resident speculation tax. I might turn it over to our interim director of revenue services to confirm. I don't believe there was any additional cost. There might have been some initial startup.
Oh, correct, Steve. Okay. We've implemented since amalgamation a number of different revenue tools, sometimes in partnership with the province of Ontario and sometimes going alone. Which ones have rolled out more smoothly?
To the mayor, I can confirm that in many instances we've worked very closely with the provincial government and specifically the Ministry of Finance. Two tools that were identified just recently, the graduated land transfer tax, non-resident speculation tax, both of those have been implemented very smoothly. We've been able to partner with the province and replicate processes that they already have in place. Versus I will know where we have had to administer tools on our own, there generally has been challenges and issues that have had to be addressed.
And finally, the City of Toronto has had experience of having a tax or a revenue tool in the City of Toronto Act, which we implemented, and then the province simply amended the City of Toronto Act to eliminate. That would be the vehicle registration. Is that correct?
To the mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can you confirm MPAC is a provincial corporation?
To the mayor, yes. Yes, they are.
And at least for the next month, Doug Ford is the Premier of Ontario.
To the mayor, that is my understanding.
I believe so. How amenable has Doug Ford been to the proposal or the suggestion of using new revenue tools at the City of Toronto?
To the mayor, actually, we have implemented as part of the long-term financial plan a series of new revenue tools where we've done it in concert with the province. So I just noted the graduated land transfer tax as well as the non-resident speculation tax. Both of them have been implemented with the partnership of the Ministry of Finance. There's other tools where actually the Ministry of Finance is reaching out to the city.
Are these new revenue tools?
These were new tools that were approved as part of, where direction was given as part of the long-term financial plan. The graduated land transfer tax was implemented off memory probably about 18 months ago, or 12 months ago or so, and the non-resident speculation tax came into effect January 1st of this year.
Do we have information as of yet as to whether or not MPAC has said yes or no to this proposal?
To the mayor, MPAC has said neither yes or no. What they've asked is they're at a point where they need to make further investments to partner with the city, and they've indicated that they will need to ensure they have board approval before they make any further investments.
Would it surprise you if I told you that I had heard that they are not amenable to supporting this?
To the mayor, I'm not allowed to ask you a question. I would ask who's they. I think the staff that we've been working with have generally been supportive. I can't speak to the board or I can't speak to the Ministry of Finance.
And I understand the logic of starting with MPAC. I mean, it's very reasonable. But if they don't say yes, and they may well not, what's your next action to make sure that this happens?
To the mayor, if we are unable to partner with MPAC, we would then look at what other opportunities are available to implement this. We would need to look at where expertise might reside, what the timeline would be, what the implication and the cost would be, and that would be a requirement for us to essentially do the due diligence on before bringing back an implementation strategy.
Because we have implemented big picture ideas. We even run tribunals, right? Dangerous dogs, all sorts of things like that, right? So there are some options we could look at.
To the mayor, and yeah, and just to be clear, we are noting that MPAC is our preferred partner, and there's various reasons as to why MPAC is our preferred partner. We do have the ability to advance this without the support of MPAC. It just does present challenges, and both in terms of implementation and process.
So you agree with me that MPAC is the plan A, but it's also responsible to have a plan B, given that they may not say yes?
To the mayor, we would be more than happy to bring back any potential plan B, understanding the risks and considerations that might come with that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes. I wanted to ask about some of the things that were raised by the deputants this morning. There seems to be a zeroing in on if we were to collect it at any point, exactly where the money would go. But while they were speaking, I was looking through the long-term financial plan, and if we were to realize any of the revenues within our power, even those that we're currently seeking permission for, it's not really our financial structure. We want to increase the revenue picture, but it's not really our financial structure that each new revenue would be specifically tied to a specific budget. That's not really the structure of how we manage our revenue at the moment. Do you anticipate changing that?
To the mayor, no, I don't. So if commercial parking levy was introduced and implemented, the revenue would continue to be collected in our general revenue. I do think it's also important to note, as we looked at our long-term multi-year strategy, which came out of the long-term financial plan, we had noted that over the next few years, we will continue to introduce bridging strategies while we look at bringing in line additional measures, additional actions. The strategy that had been contemplated is any introduction of a commercial parking levy would be leveraged to offset some of the bridging strategies which had been implemented over the last couple of years, in large part to ensure we were increasing the level of funding being provided to transit.
Right. So no argument that transit needs money, but there are certain things in their financial structure that actually need to be balanced out. For instance, at the moment, the fare ratio has gone way down. We're actually putting more property tax into it than is the industry accepted standard. We're below 50%. So there's actually more property tax in there than there should be right now. There's also the issue of the real structural challenge there. It is far more than 100 million. The intergovernmental solution that we need is about really fixing that structural missing 50% of the tax-supported part of the transit budget. The old Bill Davis deal, if you will. 100 million wouldn't get us even close to that, would it? Is that the case?
To the mayor, that is correct. If pre-1998 or so, I believe we received 50%, absent the fare collection revenue, which would be significantly greater.
Right, right. So you would still use this to, try and meet the needs of transit as best we can, but you would manage revenue as we do now, which is to general ledger revenue in, then meet all of the challenges. But you wouldn't want to sweater it that has to go to transit in the current fiscal challenges we face.
To the mayor, correct. We would be collecting it and accounting for within our corporate revenues. Much like we do a lot of our different revenue tools, which then gives us capacity to make investments consistent with the mayor's and council's priorities.
Okay, and with the last couple of minutes, there was a lot of talk about the other cities that collect it. It's not really apples to apples, though, in any case, is it? There are, as near as I can figure out from just web searching, there are some real differences to the way it's being collected in Montreal. In Vancouver, I think one person quoted the amount being received, but the bulk of the revenue there is being received by a direct parking sales tax that they have permission to collect. So that the amount that's actually a commercial parking levy in its purest form is a much smaller share of what's being received in terms of parking in Vancouver. Do you have a staff eye on that?
To the mayor, we do. So in Vancouver, it is actually a sales tax. It is not a commercial parking levy. Montreal, it is a commercial parking levy. They have a different structure. I believe they have 4 zones rather than 2 zones that we had been contemplating. They have different rates both for surface and underground or above lots that would vary depending on the various zones. So it is information that we were able to review, but also consider as we put together design principles on a potential commercial parking levy.
Right, right. And the parking sales tax, which seems like the most efficient one there, and they're getting help from their province to collect it. It comes off a cash register tape, and so there's a role for the province to pay there. But it seems pretty efficient and economical in the way that they're collecting it, as I understand what I was able to research.
To the mayor, I would fully agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Councillor Ainsley. Nope, you're not. Nope, you didn't want. Any other question? Oh, it was you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik and then Cole.
Thank you very much. And some of my questions will echo what my colleagues have asked, but I guess my first question is just that at one point the revenue estimate from the commercial parking levy was anywhere from 171 to 550 million. And last year we are hearing it's up to 150 million. And now we have in front of us something more in the ballpark of 100 to 108 million. Can you outline why we are seeing this continual decrease in the potential revenue?
To the mayor, yes. So the initial estimate came through an EY report that was conducted. It gave a general range with much larger rates, much greater rates. They also had not considered some of the exemptions that would apply to commercial properties or some of the exemptions that may be considered as part of the existing parking lots themselves. What came forward about a year ago when staff brought forward initial design principles was where we refined that estimate to $100 to $150 million. That was based on a two-zoned structure that would not have been contemplated in the initial estimate, where there would be a higher fee in areas that had higher order transit, essentially downtown and Waterfront, lower fees in areas outside of the city. We also looked at the time at an exemption of the equivalent of 10 spaces, as well as some other assumptions in terms of what the design would look like. Coming forward and based on the consultation we've been able to do over the last year, we've been able to further refine those estimates. The first, we've been able to get an initial estimate on the amount of surface parking lots in cooperation with MPAC that has refined our number. Second, we've been able to contemplate some other changes to the design principles that would reduce the impacts on smaller businesses and ultimately bring down the revenue estimate.
Thank you. And while different than the initial estimates, this is not nothing. And the administration of this, in order to maximize each dollar potentially collected from this levy, is really critical. And the report shares what an important role MPAC has in the implementation of such a levy. And I know we've heard it already through some of these questions, but can you be very clear with us about what needs to be done for MPAC to work with the city to implement this levy?
To the mayor, so my understanding is staff from MPAC will be seeking approval from their board to continue to partner with the city on the implementation.
And is there a time frame for that?
I don't have a time frame available. So in our last discussions, they noted that they're simply at the point where they need to ensure that they have board approval to continue to partner with the city.
Okay. And I guess my final question is just in terms of, said that at this point, MPAC has not said yes or no. What is the preparation that you and your team are doing in the instance that they say one or the other?
To the mayor, so our immediate efforts are to continue to engage with MPAC, provide any support we can provide in enabling them to obtain board approval to partner with the city. Absent that, or any definitive indication that MPAC is not willing to partner with the city, we would then need to look at what other options are feasible to bring forward any recommendations on a commercial parking levy to council.
I guess my final question is, can you advise on any advocacy that's needed to bring MPAC to the table?
To the mayor, I believe in terms of the work that we're doing, we've been able to work closely with both our federal and provincial partners around what's required for the long-term financial success of the city, noting that we continue to look to optimize and leverage all of the tools that are available to us in the City of Toronto Act. And just noting that our ability to bring this forward helps us with that multi-year journey. If you're having those conversations, I would also note that the crown jewel in the mix continues to be a portion of sales tax, and that would be another piece that we would continue to look to seek permission.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, MPAC. I remember MPAC very well. In terms of the assessed value, MPAC is charged with setting assessed values for all properties in Toronto. When were they supposed to update assessment in Toronto?
To the mayor, so MPAC's latest assessment was conducted in 2016. They're 4-year cycles, so what was intended was not just in Toronto but across the entire province, that assessments would be reconducted beginning in 2020.
So basically they haven't updated assessments in 8 years?
To the mayor, 16. Roughly 8 years, yes, that's correct.
2016.
So have you ever asked them what impact the fact they haven't done what is prescribed by the Ministry of Finance in updating assessment, why they haven't done it?
To the mayor, so we do have regular engagement with MPAC. One of the areas of continued discussion is what are the plans in terms of bringing forward a reassessment. We also internally have reviewed what potential impacts of a reassessment might be in the city. I do think it's important to note, and we've stressed this during the budget process, a reassessment will not result in any additional revenue to the city. It would result in a shift in who pays what, but it would be revenue neutral to the City of Toronto.
But wouldn't it be kind of challenging to undertake this major change in assessing properties and for purpose of assessing parking lots, when you don't have, you've got 8-year-old outdated information on the assessed value?
To the mayor, we actually see this as an opportunity. While Impact is not currently conducting reassessments, the thought was there may be some capacity, and essentially the evaluation that we would require from MPAC on eligible space, they would leverage the tools, the resources, and the systems they have, but it's not based on an assessed value, which is somewhat of a different calculation. So the thought was that there might be some capacity within MPAC to help us through this implementation process prior to any requirements to begin a new assessment.
Well, I won't go further down that rabbit hole, but I just wanted to ask, in terms of, as you know, the trend in planning now is I've got 2 major malls, Yorkdale and Lawrence Plaza. They're getting rid of the surface parking, and they're building condos on the surface, and they're doing parking underground. Would we be able to basically put a charge on the underground parking facilities like we would for the surface at grade?
To the mayor, the preliminary design principles were that all commercial parking, aside from any exemptions that might exist, both on surface, above grade or below grade, would be subject to a commercial parking levy if introduced.
Okay, and what about the wonderful strip malls we have throughout the city of Toronto? Would they be subject to this new charge?
To the mayor, the initial design principles included strip plazas. What had been introduced as part of the design principles and further refined over the last year is how do you mitigate impacts on smaller businesses? And in doing that, we were looking at the equivalent amount of spaces that would be exempt, even looking at the potential application of the small business subclass against the rates that are charged. So there would be a charge, but looking at how you would mitigate the impact of any charge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other council members have question to staff? Seeing none. Councilor Nunziata, you here for this item, or no, you didn't need to speak to it?
Just listening and interested. But you know what? I do have a question.
Oh, okay,
asked.
all right. Oh,
So-
Councilor Nunziata, go ahead.
So I remember years ago, going to a story. Do you remember when we taxed and we gave an additional levy to billboards, and that revenue was to go to arts?
Yes.
So how did we manage that, and what was the administration on that?
Mayor, so that still does exist. It's a third-party billboard tax. That is in place today. We do collect a modest amount of revenue. I may turn to my interim director of revenue services. My understanding is that there's a remittance on that. So there is a requirement to essentially pay the city from the billboard company providers. Is that, yeah, I'm getting the nod, so I'm accurate in that.
Okay, so we didn't have to go through any hoops, and that we just collected the additional. Were there who, I can't remember.
So there were considerable challenges. So there were challenges on implementation.
Yeah, well, I know they appealed us, some of the companies, right? But as far as collecting the revenue, right?
To the mayor, so there are 2 revenues where we collect, where they're essentially a remittance. So there's a requirement to pay back the city. Third-party sign tax, the other one is a municipal accommodation tax, where the onus is on the corporation that collects the revenue to provide a remittance back to the city with an audit process in place to verify the amounts.
Okay, and that revenue did go to arts?
To the mayor, maybe a point of clarification. The revenue is received in general revenue, no different than almost all, if not all, of our revenue tools. Once it's in general revenue, priorities are then discussed and funding is provided indirectly based on funds that we've received.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about what we did at that point. Why is it so difficult now? Anyway, okay, thank you.
I see no other questions to speak? Councillor Matlow and who else? Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, Perks, anyone else? Carol? All right. Councillor Matlow, go for it.
So I have a motion that while I recognize that MPAC is the first knock at the door, that if it doesn't work out, and I suspect it won't, that we move forward doing it ourselves. We're a big city. We do a lot of big things. We, as Councillor Nunziata pointed out, we've administered revenue tools and we manage tribunals. We do big things and we can do them well if we choose to. The reason that this is so critically important to move forward with is that you will hear soon, this may not be just $1 million to administer a year. Maybe it's 10 million, maybe it's 20 million. I don't know. We'll find that out. I want to find that out. But to bring in at least $100 million at such a low rate is worth the investment financially. But what does that money do? It supports our policy goals. It frees up large surface corporate lots for housing. It contributes funding to the TTC for our many unmet priorities. It contributes to transform TO, to support resilient infrastructure. We have so few revenue tools that the provincial government allow us to have that we should be using the ones that we have today. And honestly, if Kathleen Wynne wouldn't allow us to use the road tolls, we are living on another planet if we think that Doug Ford is going to support doing a parking lot levy. They're going to say no. And when they say no, this whole idea, this whole initiative is going to fizzle away unless we are serious about moving forward. I have faith in our remarkable CFO, maybe more faith than you have in yourself, because I believe that we can do this well if we choose to. I'm not pretending that it's easy. Most important and good things are difficult. But even if the costs are high to administer it and it's difficult to actually execute, it's worth working on, because if and when we are successful, to bring in at least $100 million every year is well worth the effort, along with the policy goals themselves, which that money is for. Let me give you a few examples here. Now, Montreal has had a levy since 2010. They charge $12.45 per square meter for indoor parking spaces and $50 for surface lots. We would be asking a fraction of that cost. So this motion looks to both charge underground and above ground at a different tier to incentivize those types of lots and charge more for the surface lots. Many of us remember Toronto, where downtown was littered, just littered with these ugly, awful, big parking lots everywhere. Have you seen photos, those of you who are younger, photos from the 60s, 70s, 80s? Go to Cleveland and you'll see what we used to look like. We can do better. I love Cleveland, by the way. They want to do better too. But that's not the city we want. Now, yes, we need to, ensure that this doesn't impact small businesses. That's not what this is about. They have an important exemption. But the largest corporations can afford to pay their share. In fact, anyone who's complaining about property taxes would want us to have a more diverse toolbox of revenue tools so that we're not so heavily weighted, reliant on the property tax base alone. I think that we can do so much more than we have in the past. Often there's a culture of no or a culture of we can't because we've been under-resourced. Staff are overwhelmed. We manage, but we're not visionary. I want to encourage our staff to be the visionaries that I know that they can be and that they are. I want to encourage our staff to recognize, yes, there are hoops and hurdles, but we are willing to go through them. I don't want a budget this year that says we're doing some good things, but we can't do enough, that we're pitting the Waterfront LRT versus the Eglinton LRT for funding, and all these different priorities that are unmet because we don't have enough revenue. When one of the few things that Doug Ford has left us, not just Doug Ford, in fairness, the provincial government, in the City of Toronto Act, is the commercial parking lot levy. So let's knock at Impact Store. They'll shut it, but let's knock at it. And when they do, let's ask staff to continue moving forward, and let's do this as a city. Let's do the enumeration as a city. Let's administer it as a city. If they need support from us, we will give it to them. And ultimately, it's good for finances, it's good for policy, it's good for the people of Toronto. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I want to start off by thanking all the speakers that we heard from today and everyone who has reached out to us on this issue and who has been advocating for this measure over time. This isn't the first time we are considering the parking levy, but we are considering it with a seriousness that is unmatched from the past. And I support the commercial parking levy. It is important in terms of us using every tool at our disposal in order to make sure that we are righting the fiscal ship as it is for the city. And a commercial parking levy is a crucial revenue source for Toronto, and it is our responsibility to ensure that it is set up for success. It is not enough just to have the tools. They have to be implemented in a way that they are effective and sustainable in the longer term. And every dollar coming from this parking levy should be coming to services that Torontonians need while we're putting into action our climate leadership. And we have to take care that while we are doing this, we're not duplicating existing programs or creating administrative burdens that diminish the overall benefits. This is not a small amount, but it can quickly be cut back if this care has not been taken. And I would also say, and we've heard a lot about MPAC here, and we've had a lot of experiences over time with MPAC, but it is a fulfillment of MPAC's mandate to come to the table with us to secure all available funding streams, including this one, and to make this parking levy real in the most sound way possible. And that is the work that we collectively can continue to push on and call them to the table. Our provincial counterparts, we know, and the mayor has demonstrated through this work, along with our CFO and our city leadership, that our provincial counterparts can work with us to create and help us access important revenue tools that are necessary to build a strong, caring, and sustainable city while supporting our efforts to address the climate crisis in a real way. And the measures that we have in front of us allow us to continue to push forward in a way that is responsible and that is looking to maximize the considerable benefit that we know can come from a well-structured and administered commercial parking levy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. When you're trying to figure out where you want to go, it's important to know where you've come from. And I have had the great good luck in my life of spending 40 years thinking about the intersection of environmental policy and tax policy. I did it for about 20 years as an activist, 2 or 3 years as an adjunct professor at the University of Toronto, and another 18 years here. And I want to tell you a little story. The story starts in a very important year, 1988. Two things happened in 1988. The world's first international meeting on climate change took place here in Toronto, and we established what was called the Toronto Targets. And it was co-hosted by the Prime Minister and who was also the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada, Brian Mulroney. That same year, Preston Manning and his executive assistant, Stephen Harper, went to British Columbia and founded the Reform Party of Canada. The next stage in our story, in 1992, I had the privilege of being part of a delegation of environmentalists who went to speak to the Minister of Environment, Jean Charest, a progressive conservative. At that time, Canada's position and the position of most nations was targets and timetables and regulation and public investment. That's how we would do it. We would regulate polluting industries and make direct public investment into green technologies. That was the plan. A couple of years later, the Reform Party started successfully running candidates and knocking off members of the Conservative Party. You remember all of that. That was a period that Conservatives really hated because they couldn't win because there were two Conservative parties. So in 2003, the merger of those two parties took place and the Progressive part was taken out of Conservative. Over the next bunch of years, different parties struggled with how you would regulate on to achieve climate goals. And a big moment happened in 2016 when Preston Manning and a few other Canadians founded the Eco-Fiscal Commission of Canada. And the Eco-Fiscal Commission of Canada said, the way we get out of this problem is we tax bads and don't tax goods, meaning we tax consumption, not income. In the next couple of years, center-right parties, notably in British Columbia and Quebec, adopted carbon pricing, and then the federal Liberal Party adopted it and it became a national standard. Now, interestingly, the original people who were in favor of this turned their back on it. And the Conservative Party of Canada is now talking about axing the tax. So what are the morals of these stories? First, moral number one, the whole Conservative project of taxing carbon was a bait and switch. It was never intended to solve the problem. It was intended to stop us from regulating and making public investments. Number two, consumption taxes tax the people who work for a living, and income taxes tax people who own for a living. By shifting our taxes from income to consumption, we are taxing the lower income people and letting top income people off the hook. Number three, the whole point of it was to stop regulation and public investment in making for a sound environment. If that's because the party originated in Alberta and British Columbia, oil and natural gas. The whole project has been to stop the federal government from having the money to make investments in things like housing and transit from the beginning. Number four, these revenues decline. The whole idea is if you tax bads, fewer bads happen, so the amount of revenue available to governments declines. Governments shrink. Their ability to invest in transit and housing shrinks. If you tax income, income grows with prosperity. Lesson 5, the corporate taxes went down the same time. If you want to tax corporations, tax their profits, not their products. Because if you tax their products, you're taxing the consumer. If you tax their profits, you're taxing the shareholder. Guess what happened during this period? Taxes on corporate profits went down. Finally, what they have succeeded in doing is creating an atmosphere in Canada where we all think the goal is to tax somebody else. Tax the car driver, not the transit rider. I'm from a time, and I have a set of beliefs where taxes are the price of civilization. They're the way we pay to do things together. So no, I will never support this tax.
Thank you, Professor Perks. That was a good lesson. No, this is good. Yeah. Former Greenpeace activist. Councillor Carroll.
Well, I want to thank Councillor Perks for connecting the dots. I shouldn't have to run over time because that was a brilliant exercise in connecting the dots, and it's something we forget to do. We constantly forget to do this. And nestled in the middle of that argument was One of those problems listed of the 5 was it does not solve the problem. It makes a lot of problems, doesn't solve the big problem. And there's this common refrain. We can't ask for that because we don't have permission. So set that aside and let's go after the thing we have permission for. We were given permission for it because it doesn't solve the problem. Because they didn't actually ever want us to solve the problem. When they gave us just one that worked, the land transfer tax, and a whole bunch of goofy ones. And I don't think Dalton McGuinty will mind me saying this. He said, not in the ledge, but said in the hallway in a hotel where everyone could hear it. He got about 6 months down the road. You guys were at a policy conference. I think it was Niagara on the Lake. He came down the hall and there were a couple of MPPs grumbling about, we haven't solved the city's problem. They're still desperate. And he literally said, nuts. We should just given them the sales tax when they asked for it. Now we got this thing on our back still. It took a matter of months for them to realize that they should have really realized a fix to the real problem in that first iteration of the City of Toronto Act. But they didn't do it. And it's been this political football that no one wants to catch ever since. How do we solve the city's problem? Well, it's going after that thing that is large enough to actually help us. But we keep saying, but we don't have permission, so ignore that. And we'll never get it, so ignore that. And yet later this afternoon, we're gonna talk about another one that we don't have permission for, and everyone's desperate to go after it. Even though not only we don't have permission for it, but it's even further away from a point where we could get it. But I am prepared to go through the door and advocate more strongly than we ever have before. The corporate community would rather not have this. And if we implement this, I guarantee you, because they've already started it in 15 major malls, they're going to build buildings on the pavement, but the underground parking they promised will never materialize or will come in at a very reduced rate. So we'll have a bunch of shopping malls with no parking under them. And the real levy that we could possibly realize will be downtown in the underground parking lots that aren't going anywhere. But what's going on upstairs in those parking lots? Massive and devastating vacancies. And how did they fill those vacancies? What business is moving into those buildings when what is going to be passed along to them? And oh, by the way, there's also a parking levy. And if we reduce what we can earn in the suburbs, and we will, all those applications are coming true right now and the buildings are going to be built. 13 high-rises are going to surround Fairview Mall over the next decade. And so it's all you'll be able to collect is from downtown businesses. And if we're gonna just try and keep it 100 million by raising the amount we charge at them, they're just not gonna come. There'll be no foreign direct investment. There'll be no one moving into the downtown from the GTA. Why have that core city? What are they looking at us for? We don't want to set our business up there. So it creates a bunch of problems without solving the problem, which is the sustainability of this city, which is why included in our long-term financial plan, even though the permission isn't there in the City of Toronto Act right this very minute, is continuing to advocate for the thing that will solve our problem. And that is a share of the HST. It's that thing that every major city in North America outside of Canada has. And it is how they sustain their transit systems. In Chicago, they look at it as doing exactly that. Goes into general revenue, but it's geared, it's at 2.5 cents, I think it's 2.6 now, in order that it actually collects enough to support the operating of the transit system. Those are the types of large solutions we need. And to do this right this very minute, when we don't even have the cooperation of the authority we really need to collect it, is a distraction from the most important conversation we could be having right now, and that is to make the best business case possible. In version 2 New Deal, the mayor really started the ball rolling in her version 1, really started it. We need to make the best business case possible for what really would solve the city's structural fiscal challenge. And for that reason, I share Councillor Perks' sentiments.
You? Deputy Mayor Cole, then I'll put myself on the list.
Okay, yeah, this is pretty profound stuff we're hearing.
Not intimidated by Professor Perks.
Very, very intimidating. Just MPAC, I know that is, those of you that, I mean, Jeff and others recall the battles we had with MPAC and when they updated and took over assessment in Toronto and et cetera, et cetera. The one explosion that's going to hit all Torontonians that they're not aware of is that they're going to get reassessed after the election. And are they going to get a shock? If they think there's a shock at our latest tax bill, wait and they get assessed, because the last time assessments were done was 8 years ago, and houses were going for 400, 500,000 assessed value. Now, try and find a house in Toronto for under 1.3 million. So are they going to get whacked? And that's why Doug Ford and company have not done the reassessment in Toronto and all over Southern Ontario, because the assessed values have skyrocketed over the last 8 years. So that's one thing you got to take into account, and not only on the residential side, on the commercial side, which are also going to get reassessed. And so that's one thing to keep in mind in terms of dealing with MPAC. And you don't have a choice. If you don't get this done with MPAC, it's going to take you probably another 2 years or so to do it. By the time the city gets its assessment infrastructure up and going, because we really don't have one, because it's a provincial responsibility. But by the time we restructure that, how much time is that going to take? So the other thing is that the whole thing about what Councillor Carroll's talking about. The other thing that's happening, talk about Cleveland and there's no more parking lots in Toronto. Well, they're all condos now. What would you rather have, that open space or the, the condo world we now have created in Toronto? I don't know. If you ask people, what would they rather have? I think some people say, hey, let's go back to some open space rather than wall to wall. We've got these wafer condos now going up, 50 stories on 50-foot lots by 130, 50 stories, and no windows on one side, and no parking. Zero parking, 50 stories. Eglinton and Orchard View, just go and look. Two of them side by each. The two wafers going up, 50 stories each. So that's what the cities could be getting to look like, 50-story wafers everywhere. So then the other thing is you've got just 14 towers? Yeah. At Yorkdale, I got 21 50-story towers. 21 50-story towers going to go up in Yorkdale. That was the parking lot before. So we're going to ask people, what would you rather have? The parking lot that's there at Yorkdale where you can park and shop and buy your Gucci watches? Or do you want to basically have the 21 50-story towers on that parking lot? And I don't know, and then as Councillor Carroll said, then what they say they're going to put the parking underground, but they won't go underground. They won't go underground because it's $150,000 to create one underground parking spot. So how many underground parking spots will they create for the 21 50-story towers in Yorkdale? Guess, how many will they create? Oh, but they're all going to come by transit. There's no problem. We don't need parking. That's the argument we're getting. So and then take into account the downtown core, because we went through, when Councillor Perk was talking, he didn't mention the commercial concentration tax. That was a great success. Which one was that? Remember that. But just be careful, because there is an extremely high vacancy rate downtown. And anything you do, you have to take into account the viability of the downtown core, where they still can't rent office space, and they're talking about converting the office space. And if we lose that commercial tax base, we are in deep doo-doo. So when you're considering these new magic solutions to our financial problems, just think of the long-term impact of what you do. And just remember the glorious vacant home tax, how easy that was to implement. Thank you.
I see no other speaker. I just want to mention a few things that I want to have folks take a close look at the staff report. They've spent a lot of time, given council direction, they've spent a lot of time and a lot of work. I just want to thank the team there in exploring how the commercial parking levy would work. Given the previous conversation at council, and they're at a point at a crossroad, and they're saying that it would, that they seriously need MPAC to come to the table in order to proceed. The report also said that should the city receive confirmation from MPAC and the provincial government that they will support introduction of a commercial parking levy, staff will report back to City Council with a comprehensive implementation plan. They are very serious in moving forward. The question is, should we take on the job of MPAC? I went on their website. MPAC, who we all have experience with, a task with supporting the municipal sector. It has, on its website, it said it's created exclusively for municipal team members. It's the primary source for assessment data and information. So they have that information, and they have access to property assessment data. They have the technology. They know how to develop and maintain audit. When people ask for reconsideration of their assessment, they have the tools to do it. They know how to deal with the appeal process, because some of the councillors here, myself included, have assisted homeowners, in this case, and small businesses on how to do appeals, right? And they also know how to deal with, the process itself is complicated. The question is, should we take on that responsibility? It's really uploading or actually saying that, hey, that is what we paid the provincial government to do. We, in fact, put a board member, Chris Murray, onto a 13-member board of MPAC. And we really should confirm with the board whether they want to go ahead or not want to go ahead. Right now, it's not clear. So at this point, I'm not willing to bear that responsibility, because this whole thing was set up to serve municipalities. And why are we now saying that we will just take that responsibility ourselves, given that they are supposed to do all that work? So, and if there is any movement, it will come back to, I guess, to executive committee and then to council, because I was going to move that recommendation until I said, well, you know, I didn't need to move that recommendation because you're going to report back anyway. So this is a good opportunity for those that think that to actually ask the MPAC to say, where are you at? They cooperated with our city staff for at least, 2 years now? Year and a half or so. They've been working with us and supporting our work. And then it became and then it stops. So I think this is the time that we go back to them and say that, hey, are you on or not? It is important to do it that way because I do not believe that we should bear the responsibility and the cost of doing what MPAC was set up to do. It's their responsibility, and we should not let them off the hook, and we should not let the provincial government off the hook. They should make a decision, do they support this or not? So that's where I'm at this point. So are there any other speaker on this item? No? Councillor Matlow, your motion. Those that are in favor of the motion, may I see indication? Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Matlow. All those opposed? Councillor, the rest of the council members. Councillor Carroll. We have Councillor, sorry, this is. Sorry, something's just come up here. This is Councillor Matlow's motion. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Matlow, of course, in support of that motion. All those opposed to the motion, the rest of the council members. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And this may come back to us later on. All those in favor of this receiving for information, okay? All those in favor, opposed, carried, thank you. Our next item is, only have two speakers. Let me just, one speaker. What, may I see if the beach in Toronto Island accessibility and Anderson, Jane Anderson, are you here? Toronto Lakefront Community, would you like to come and speak? This is on the beach and Toronto Island accessibility. You're the only speaker. The next one, Alison Stewart, which is the Toronto Senior Strategy, is the next item, okay? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Toronto Lakefront community. We're a volunteer group advocating for the safety, cleanliness, and accessibility of Toronto's lakefront. We fully support the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee's recommendations, especially regarding consultations on beach mat placement and conducting a comprehensive audit of all Toronto beaches to enhance accessibility. We understand that the city has announced plans to install beach mats at all Toronto beaches in 2025. The details about the type and placement of these mats remains unclear. The city has used a particular material in the past for beach mats, but that material doesn't extend into the water, which is limiting accessibility. So on the other hand, there's other materials, a brand called Moby Mat that's been used at other beaches like Rouge Beach, for example. And those mats, in contrast, are wheelchair friendly. They're made of recycled plastic, and they're designed to go into the water. So I think consulting with the disability community on these options before making a decision is crucial. We also understand that the city's wheelchair lending program is currently on hold due to complex logistics involved. We have some ideas on how we can solve that problem, and I'm confident that public engagement might also come up with some other ideas as well. We feel that a site-specific audit of Toronto beaches is vital since every beach has unique requirements. For example, at Cherry Beach, which is very popular with swimmers of all abilities, the entrance is quite hazardous due to landfill debris and mussels. We're always cutting our feet. A Moby mat, which is designed to go into the water, would solve that problem. And it's relatively affordable and quick and easy. It might even be able to be done before the start of this swim season. Another example is at Woodbine Beach. The current accessible mat is located a long way from the Wheel-Trans drop zone, so that's reduced its effectiveness for the public. So there's other things that could be done, like tactile guidance, cane detectable gates. These are fairly straightforward, low-cost items. Friends of Hanlan's Point, they've already identified unique requirements for Hanlan's Point Beach and rightly pointed out that the island is not currently served by Wheel-Trans. So an audit would point out these things. Also, I think an audit might point out long-term things like adaptive swimming piers and adaptive ramps. In 2009, there was a report called Great City, Great Beaches, which called for an accessibility audit and other improvements. And since the 15 years since that report, not much really has been changed for accessibility. So just in conclusion, the lakefront is a valuable asset. It should be accessible to everyone. We urge the committee to approve the TAC recommendations, particularly around beach audit and public consultation. If I may be bold enough to propose 2 small amendments. One would be that the audit is led by a certified accessibility expert with beach design expertise. And the other one is to expand the consultation on the beach mats beyond the Disability Steering Committee to include the broader public engagement and especially with the disability community. So thank you very much. And thank you for bringing the item forward.
Any questions? No. So the recommendations are good, right? Because looking at where the mismatch,
Yes, Madam Chair, we highly support those.
Thank you. All right, seeing no questions, any question to the staff? If not, Councillor Ainsley, question to the deputants or staff? To staff, thank you. Question to staff?
Yep, I just wanted to ask staff, so the 2 recommendations that were made by the deputant, are they acceptable to you, or is already looking at doing that, or?
To the mayor, yes, they're acceptable to us, and we appreciate the additional clarifications. But yeah, the intention is to work with the steering committee. The deputant has asked for an expanded consultation, which we would have no objection with.
Okay. You don't need a motion for that, Howie? You just take it under advisement?
We can absolutely incorporate that into our plan. So.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You moved the recommendation, Councillor, right?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the recommendation in front of us? Oh, sorry, to speak. Sorry, we didn't see that. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Who is on the steering committee, and when will they be reporting to TAC?
Mayor, the Disability Steering Committee is a committee that is appointed through council. We are meeting with them on February 13th to begin some of that consultation process, and believe we have been directed to report back in the fall on a number of items, although some of the items that we are looking to implement this summer, we will be working with them through and aren't directed to report back specifically on things like beach mats.
Thank you. And who is on the committee?
I would have to get back to you on the membership of the committee.
Okay. And is it possible that there is an interim report coming to TAC or to myself so that as many of the items can be dealt with before summer starts?
We'd be happy to provide an update on our progress and what will be implemented ahead of this beach season.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no other question to staff, all those in favor of Councillor Ainsley motion moving the staff report, opposed, carry, thank you. And the next item, Toronto Senior Strategy. Alison Stewart of Cycle Toronto, are you here? Are you online? You're online. Alison, you have 3 minutes. Alison, are you there? Alison?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yep,
do you see me?
Go ahead.
Great. Well, hello, Mayor Chow, members of the executive. By way of introduction, I'm Alison Stewart. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto. And the reason I'm here before you today is to draw your attention to the role active transportation has on enhancing the accessibility and mobility of seniors and older adults, people age 65 plus. Cycle Toronto supports the recommendation set out by the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee to receive an update on the outreach strategy that the third senior strategy will be implementing to connect with disability communities. That said, I would like to speak to you about the role of the bicycle has through the expansion of e-bikes and various adaptive styles such as adult trikes, which are three-wheeled bicycles, and recumbent trikes, on improving the mobility and accessibility of people, in particular older adults and people that live with a range of disabilities. Cycle Toronto would like our elected leaders, such as yourselves, to view the bicycle as a mobility device instead of a barrier to accessibility, or worse, as a political wedge issue that some are doing. Viewing bikes as a mobility tool is a more empathetic way that we view people who use wheelchairs, walkers, or canes. And this changing our shift in our perception of how bicycles are used will help people discover how practical and affordable biking is and improve the abilities and mobilities of people regardless of age. One of the reasons I'm also here today is to sort of give a sneak peek and share a few findings of our Pathways to Mobility project, which aimed to connect older adults to biking. It was a project that was funded by the federal government's Active Transportation Fund and the ECHO Foundation. And we set out to connect older adults to meaningful opportunities to discover cycling as a mode of transportation and recreation. We did so with an overarching goal of seeking to improve City of Toronto's policies and plans that support active transportation, as well as supporting the health and well-being of seniors, such as the third senior strategy. You know, we focused on Scarborough because it's a community that has high concentrations of what are called NORCs, naturally occurring retirement communities. They are also people that don't have access to active transportation. They're also live in areas with high arterials, and seniors have farther distances to travel to seek some of the services and programmings that they might want. So we partnered with community health organizations such as the Malvern Family Resource Centre and Access Alliance on the Danforth, as well as Toronto Public Library at Agent Court and the Lamoureux Community Centre. And we succeeded in reaching 72 older adults, 25% of whom were between the ages of 75 and 84 years old, most of whom hadn't ridden a bike for over 20 years or who have never biked. 42% of these participants reported being from a household income of $30,000 or less, which underscores the financial barriers that many older adults faced. But more illuminating is that 86% of our participants want access to more Learn to Ride programs as a way of connecting, as a way of discovering their communities and being able to bike with their peers along some of our great cycling network.
Thank you,
And
Alison.
76, okay, it's 76.
You're way beyond 3 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing me to speak with you about this exciting project.
Are you asking the City of Toronto to explore on assisting seniors on learn how to ride, or you folks are doing it? I'm just asking you the question.
No, we will be putting forward a report that includes a few recommendations.
Okay, we'll wait.
So
we'll wait for what you report out, and we don't need to do it right now. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Seeing no question to the deputant, council members dealing with this item, which is 15, the Toronto Seniors Strategy. Can someone move the, yep, please, yep.
I just want to make a very brief remark just for acknowledgement.
Please do, please do.
You know, ever since we initiated the senior strategy a decade ago, roughly, and really due to the leadership of Andrea Austin, who's sitting over there, who created the framework for the accountability table and led to the 1.0 and then 2.0, and now we're seeing 3.0. And then all of her successors and the staff who are involved today. I just want to acknowledge your work. I appreciate it. And just remind us all that when we create an age-friendly city, we are creating a city for those who are pushing a stroller. We're supporting a city for those who are older. We're supporting a city for a middle-aged person in a wheelchair. We are creating an inclusive, caring, respectful city that ensures that all of us can be included in the daily life of Toronto. So I'm just so grateful to you. And as a council, we are going to continue supporting your efforts. And I also want to acknowledge the accountability table and all of our external partners and interdivisional team who show such leadership on this. My heartfelt gratitude.
Well said, thank you. I assume you're going to move the adoption of the recommendation in front of us?
Yes.
Yeah? Thank you. And if you could let the team know, because I know you're quite involved in them, that the City of Toronto really need to seriously, aside from the accessibility issue, on how to age with dignity in homes, home care, community, aging community, and provide community support for the entire neighborhoods or some of the buildings, which I know you're piloting in your area. All of those things, it would be great in the senior strategy, and
Yes.
that it will require financial support, no doubt, whether we are hiring more PSWs or social workers or homemakers, all of those. I look forward to having that conversation later on.
Thank you for your support, Mayor, and certainly, you know, our CareTO initiative with our long-term care, having wonderful emotion-focused care, along with NORCs and ensuring that every neighborhood is a place that people can age in their communities is our goal, and I appreciate your support too.
Yep, just keep doing the good work and let me know what I can do to assist. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor of the strategy that's in front of you or sending it to the accessibility community? Opposed, carry, thank you. I've dealt with two quick items. I did promise that we would deal with the municipal autonomy and effective local governance. Now that Councillor Myers is here, I do want to ask you, Councillor Myers, you also held the Eglinton East LRT and the Waterfront LRT. There are one speaker in one and two speakers in the other. Do you want to deal with those two items first, or you want to do with the Charter City, which has quite a lot of speakers? Up to you.
Charter City, because there's so many people here.
Because they've been waiting.
Don't want to keep them waiting longer.
Okay, we are ready. First speaker, Douglas Earl, the Charter City, Toronto.
With your permission and Doug's acceptance, I would like to go before him if I may.
Absolutely, Tim Grant. We've known each other for a long time.
A long time.
How active you are on the
I was asking
Western
whether
Association.
Well, thank you, and I was wondering whether I needed to ask you, refer to you as Madam Mayor, and my colleague said, no, just Mayor, so there we go. But thank you.
You should call me Councillor Chow.
Councillor Chow. I certainly did, and Trustee Chow for years before that.
And then MP Chow, my God, I've just many different hats. Hello, Tim, go for it.
Thank you very much. Look, everyone in this room knows that provincial interference in city affairs is at an all-time high. I would have thought as a cyclist, for example, that removing bike lanes might be the final straw, but it probably won't be. And the sad truth is that here in 2025, the City of Toronto has no more power than it did in 1834 when it was founded with, at that time, 10,000 people. We think it's, and I'm speaking to you as a member of the steering committee of Charter City Toronto, I should have said that earlier. We think it's, and I'm sure most of you agree, it's completely untenable that a city of 3 million people has to constantly beg permission from the provincial government to do everyday things. And most of you will be familiar with that Toronto Star report a year or so back that said within a 26-month period, Council made 428 requests of the provincial government for permission to do everyday things.
Just saw one.
Yeah, and it's also untenable that you start every budget year with $1 billion deficit to fill because we don't have the revenue tools that we need. And lastly, you know, and I have huge sympathy for not just the Executive Council, but the whole council, that any decision that you make can be overturned by the provincial government without consultation. So we believe that a constitutionally protected city charter can address these challenges. It's not the only solution, and what the proposal in front of us is calling for a committee that will have citizen participation, and we humbly accept there may be other solutions. But we believe that what a city charter will do is it defines the areas of responsibility that are the exclusive purview of the city, the areas that belong of responsibility for the province, and those that are shared. But today you're not being asked to endorse a city charter. You're merely being asked to create an opportunity for Torontonians to participate in a discussion of the future and how Toronto can deal with the democratic and fiscal deficit. And it's a conversation that lots of Torontonians want and expect and deserve to have that sort of discussion. Look how many people have shown up today, how many letters the Executive Committee has received, how many people have signed petitions. You also know back in 2021, Ecos Research did a major poll and showed that close to 70% above and below of Torontonians felt that Toronto deserved a city charter, that it should have the decision-making powers that can't be overturned, that it should have the financial capacity to fulfill the responsibilities that you as council are expected to fulfill. So to wrap up, I would simply say that if you vote yes today, you're saying that you want to hear what the people of the city think about this. On the other hand, if you vote no, you're really signaling that you believe that the current power relationship between the province and the city is as good as it ever will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Question to Tim Grant, anyone? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you again.
You too.
And Douglas Earle, yes, come and join us. I think I heard you on CBC Metro Morning one morning.
I think you did, yes.
It was well said.
So thank you very much, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak very briefly. I just want to echo something of what Tim said. We see 200 letters from citizens before you today, some 800 petition signatures, and 15 or so, I think, deputants who are all coming in support of this motion. So I hope that we have been able to go some distance toward convincing councillors who have said publicly that they're afraid that this is not an issue that the people of Toronto are talking about. We think it is. But what are they saying? What are they saying to you? What are we saying to you? We're saying first that we want to have a conversation about ways to improve the rules that govern the city. We just want a conversation. Secondly, we're saying that we have trust and confidence in you to make the decisions around here. We do not have the trust and confidence in the people from Kapuskasing and Kingston and Calabogie to make decisions around here. Local decisions should be made locally. And that includes decisions that are so hyper-local as how many lanes we're going to have on our streets and what we can use those lanes for. It's not right that those decisions are taken from us. So in third, we're asking you to return some of that trust and confidence back to us, the people of the city. We want you to recognize that we're capable of, as citizens of the city, of having an adult, informed, respectful, and productive discussion on ways to improve local democracy. Please allow us that opportunity. We're also asking you to act out of confidence and not fear. And I want to address a fear I heard at this committee last April when this issue was before you in a slightly different form. It was Councillor Carroll who said that she's worried that having discussions about how to gain more power and more authority and more resources for the city might jeopardize the work that you guys are doing to try and reach a new deal for the city with the provincial government. Because I guess the fear is that somehow the provincial government might see it as a provocation, somehow take offense, and then somehow punish us. Well, that's the last thing we want. We recognize the work you're doing and we support it. But if we're saying that we're so vulnerable and so subservient as a city that we can't even breathe the word reform for fear of provincial retribution, well, really, that's the problem we're trying to solve. The Citizens Board and our work at Charter City Toronto, we think is actually helpful and complementary to the work you're doing. First, we're working for the same thing. Greater city autonomy, the ability to greater govern our own affairs. But second, when you get your new deal, when you make the strides that you're going to make, you're surely going to want to protect those from being undone by the next provincial government that comes along. And that's the way the Harris and Wynne and Ford governments have done for the last 25 years. So that's what a constitutionally protected city charter can do. You make gains, you put them in the charter, you protect the charter so it can only be changed by the city itself, and you have a one-way ratchet that allows you to consolidate progressive gains and then build on that progress. That's all down the road. I'm wrapping up. Today, you're not being asked, as Tim said, to approve a city charter or any of these other things, only to allow a conversation by citizens on an issue that's clearly on a lot of people's minds. So I ask you to approve the motion and let the conversation begin.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Nope, that was clear. Seeing no question? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Melissa Wong.
Hello again. I'm here on behalf of Social Planning Toronto to speak in support of EX 20.13 toward municipal autonomy and effective local governance because we believe in local democracy. As a community-based organization that engages community partners, grassroots groups, and advocates in local decision-making, we believe that the strength of our local democracy is essential to a vibrant, inclusive, and just society. Local democracy is important. I often say, as I've heard many of you say, that city government touches our lives on a daily basis more than any other level of government. From the sidewalks and roads we walk, bike, and drive on, to the subways, buses, and streetcars, to the rec centers and parks we go to with our kids, to a world-class library and the thousands of people that are housed and sheltered through this government. It is also the most accessible level of government. Many of you have strong relationships with your constituents, local community organizations, and resident groups that politicians at other levels of government often do not have. You know them, and they know you, and you make decisions based on the local knowledge you have of your communities. They trust that you have the power to make the decisions that can improve their daily lives and that of their communities. This is what local democracy is about. Since 2018, there have been multiple threats and a dismantling of the strength of Toronto's local democracy. First, the provincial government slashed Toronto City Council to 25 wards after a years-long process to create a new ward system involving many hours of community and staff time. In 2020, the provincial government revoked the ability for municipalities to opt for ranked ballots in their local elections. Next, in 2022, we saw Bill 3, the Strong Mayor Act, pulling away more power from locally elected councillors and centralizing decision-making. We also saw Bill 23, reversing council decisions and policies that were established to maintain and build new affordable housing in Toronto and limited public consultation. More recently, we've seen the extreme overreach of the provincial government to remove bike lanes and close supervised consumption sites. These were services put in place because our communities said they were needed to keep us safe. As a democratically elected government, you should be able to make those decisions and have them stick, just as you should be able to determine how to raise revenues for a city with an operating budget that is larger than some provinces. This erosion of local democracy must stop. What the motion before you is asking is that you set up an advisory group made up of local community experts alongside knowledgeable City of Toronto staff to collaboratively explore the possibility of what it might mean to strengthen Toronto's decision-making and in turn its local democracy. This is a great opportunity to advance a viable solution that is working for cities across the United States and Europe. At the September 2023 City Council voted to acknowledge the city's long-term fiscal challenges and committed to taking a range of actions to address them. Charter cities is one of those possible solutions Toronto needs to explore further, one that can not only address our financial challenges, but also enable all of us to build a better, more equitable, livable, and civically engaged city. Some of you might
Thank you. If you could wrap up. 3
Sure.
minutes up.
Some of you might think it's a waste of time, but when so many of City Council's decisions, hasn't our time been wasted enough already?
Thank you so much. Okay. Any questions to Melissa Wong? Nope. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Ilya Krinin. Ilya Krinin. Are you here? Are you online? No? Okay. Jim Heller. Are you here? Are you online? Jim Heller, you're online. You're up next, Jim. Can you open your mic? David Del Grande, are you on? Jim, can you? Well, he's not talking. Jim Heller, can you unmute yourself? If not, I'm going to take the next speaker and come back to you. Jim? Okay, I'm going to come back. David De Grande, please.
Hello, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. I'm speaking today to enthusiastically encourage you to support Councillor Matlow's recommendation before you, which is to have the City Manager establish a program advisory body on municipal autonomy and effective local governance. Mayor Chow, your quoted words in today's Toronto Star regarding this item ring true. Those words were, "People who live in cities deserve better. We deserve to have our democratic choices respected." And it's about time the law governing cities catches up with the modern-day reality that 80% of Canadians live in cities. This is our opportunity to start that process, to have our choices respected and solidified, and to start the path for that catch-up in law to occur. I urge you to take the recommended action on this item by asking you this: to focus on what the City of Toronto could accomplish if it had additional responsibilities and commensurate revenue streams, and if it had a stronger vested interest in the economic growth of the city via a share of income or sales taxes, which is common amongst some of our US peers. As the overall prosperity in our city rises, the City of Toronto can and should have additional funding to address systemic inequalities, to invest in underdeveloped areas, and to better support underserviced communities. Mayor Chow, your decades-long commitment to having kids fed in school so no one goes hungry is admirable and to be applauded. I'm asking you and the Executive Committee to consider what other monumental improvements can be made in the lives of our fellow Torontonians and how much quicker we can make them if the city had more autonomy and powers to do so. Any big change requires a first step. It's first leaders to step forward and strong commitment for improvement. The goal you envision at the start of the journey isn't necessarily always where you end up, but it's time we start the process and take this step before us today. Please support the recommendation. Thank you, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Del Grande. Well said. To the point. Tim Hellier, are you there still? Still. Say when? Yes? Can you open your mic? Can you say something? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Lynn Adamson, are you here? Lynn Adamson is not. Are you online, Lynn Adamson? No. Bruce Van Dieten? Bruce, you're here. Okay, perfect.
I'm going to ask you to be a little gentle on me for time.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to ask you to be a little gentle for me on time. I have Parkinson's and I might get a little...
Sit down and turn on your mic so I could hear you. I do have a hearing disability.
Sorry.
Can you turn on your mic? There's this button right in front of you. Press it.
I just wanted to ask you to be a little kind to me, a little gentle on time for me. I have Parkinson's and sometimes get a little...
Absolutely. Go,
Thank you.
yeah, take your time.
Thank you. So my name is Bruce Van Deeten, and I am representing the civic action group known as Ontario Place for All, as well as sitting on the community liaison at Exhibition Place, Mayor Malik, or Deputy Mayor Malik. We support the item before you and thank those councillors and citizens who have brought it forward. We have for years been working diligently to get our voice heard by the PC government about Doug Ford's plans to build a mega spa and relocate the Ontario Science Centre to Ontario Place. The failure of the Ford government to fully engage with its constituents on the revitalization of OP comes from the incredible power that he wields. It is this power, and by extension, the powerlessness of the opposition, that is at the heart of my deputation. We believe that Ontario Place project, as proposed by the government, fails because of the governance model that gives the Premier almost unyielding power over every aspect of what can and should be a concern of the City of Toronto. Of course, you may rightly point out that Ontario Place is a provincial asset, so he has carte blanche, but that is disingenuous when you consider the location of OP directly across from the city-owned Exhibition Place. The two entertainment exhibition and tourist attractions are so strikingly complementary, it is only natural to see them as partners benefiting mutually from a cooperative business and governance model that has not happened. In an exercise of brute power, the government forced Toronto to sideline its own planning department's recommendations. We were horrified by the recent city-run traffic analysis, which by any measure will see peak driving times on the lakeshore severely impacted, leaving the city to clean up a province-made mess, but without the authority to raise the money to fix that problem. We were horrified at the government's seemingly undemocratic and bullying legislation, Bill 154, which created a retroactive law to keep us from appealing the government's decisions. If that wasn't bad enough, it now has a chilling effect on future suits from any group, not just us. Strangely, the centralization of power, sorry folks, but strangely the centralization of all power with the province also works to give cover to the City Council by blaming the province for why this or that policy must be allowed or eliminated. Could we have made a better Ontario Place deal, one consistent with Toronto's planning goals and one that would have been fully debated by City Council if the city had charter protection? Can't see how anyone could doubt that. There are many ways that the province's outside powers warp the ability of Toronto to govern itself. Only in the narrowest definitions is democracy defined as the ability to vote. Being able to appeal legislation, to demand consultation and transparency, to see that laws duly constituted in Parliament are enforced and not cynically ignored or manipulated by the government to serve their interests. Mr. Ford has said several times that the sign on Ontario Place reads Ontario Place, not Toronto Place. We want to remind him that the residents of the City of Toronto are also Ontarians and proud of that. In the future, we'd appreciate a more considered process, one that only a city charter can give us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. You are all within 3 minutes. Just thank you for your volunteer work, for all the work you've done. Is Jim Hellier my third try? Which,
He's signed in 3 times.
3 times. Is it happening? Okay. Jim Heller, can you turn on your mic, please? We're ready for you. Maybe not. Okay. Okay, I'm going to give up. Callum Houston. Are you here, Callum? Yes, you're here. After Callum is Gail Farley, and then Karen Harrison, and then Michael Longfield. Callum.
Hello again. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here because I'm excited that there is a chance for us to begin at least a consultation of getting a more autonomous city. It's pretty, as an organizer, whenever I'm getting people to either come to council to depute or organize around any local issues, the biggest hurdle, I guess, is that the city actually has does not have a lot of autonomy, does not to make decisions. So even when council votes in favor of a motion that would improve constituents' lives, it gets overturned by the province. And we've seen this happen time and time again. We've seen the province step in when we managed to get to vote in favor of inclusionary zoning back in 2021. There's the fact that they are uprooting all of the bike lanes when we desperately need them. And I have friends, and it has now escalated and emboldened drivers who now assault cyclists on their way to work or anywhere. And it's gotten to the point where now they're closing supervised consumption sites, which will devastate every community and will just increase the amount of people who are, increase a lot of the issues that you've heard from constituents already every day, I'm pretty sure. I really urge council vote in favor of at least opening the conversation, because I think a lot of people need to be aware that the city does not have the autonomy that a lot of people assume they do, especially when we get inundated with American media. And a lot of people just think that our government works the same way that the states does, which is not the case at all. So I think this would do a lot to actually maybe increase public participation in the city process, which I know is something that many people here want. So I hope that you all vote in favor, but until then, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Colin? No? Thank you so much for your deputation. Gail Farley. Gail, hello. Thank you for waiting. We are here. Oh, we're auctioning Callum's phone.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak today on the possibility of looking into a charter city status. I'm a member of Seniors for Climate Action Now, and we have a chapter that looks only at municipal affairs here. So we're wholeheartedly in support of the motion to establish the beginning discussion around a charter city. 90% of our taxes are raised in the cities, and they go to the higher levels of governments. And in Ontario, you then have to go begging, and I wouldn't even use the word negotiating, because one partner in the negotiation has all the power. And we have to do that just to pay our day-to-day bills, to build capital projects, and to keep the city in good running order. So Toronto is a child of the province. And right now, we have a very, very vindictive parent. Former provincial governments have not always made decisions that Toronto has agreed with, but this government has been hell-bent on obstructing the city government at every turn, starting with reducing the number of councillors by half, to the current stalling of the parking lot levy through their handmaiden, because this body is appointed, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, MPAC. Ford's constant meddling is an assault on democracy, and in time will demoralize our citizens. Why contribute to consultations or city politics if decisions are reversed by the province? Why turn up to vote? Why run to be a councillor? There is no accountability by the province, and then the city gets blamed for bad decisions made by the province that affect the city. The future holds many challenges: housing, flooding, heat domes, poverty, and we need to get out from under the foot of the province. So a charter city is not likely to happen tomorrow. There'll be lots of resistance, but I think we need to begin the discussion. I think the advisory body on municipal autonomy and effective local governance should also begin the process to request the federal government to direct the Canada Revenue Agency to collect municipal personal income taxes. This is a suggestion from David McDonald, an economist at the Canadian Policy Alternatives. It's a way for cash-starved municipalities to have a revenue stream that would give them more autonomy. And it can be progressive because you can tax higher income people much more than it's...
Gail, may I trouble you to wrap up?
Yes,
3 minutes is up.
So we need to work on these things and be prepared. When the winds are blowing in the right direction, you have to strike.
Thank you so much. Okay. Karen Harrison. You have 3 minutes, Karen. Can you turn your mic on?
Thank you, Mayor Chow. May I ask you to treat me with a little more respect? It's Reverend Dr. Karen Harrison, and I'm here as a person whose ancestors fought in the War of 1812, proudly part Indigenous and Ukrainian on my mother's side.
Karen, just go ahead and make your
Thank
declaration,
you.
please.
I would like, Councillor Perks is not here, but I would like to remind Councillor Perks and as you recall, Donna and Alice Heap, in 1983, I went to Ottawa and did a 61-day fast where I spoke about global warming, poverty, hunger, and all the issues we're dealing with today, and was nominated for a Nobel. I worked with our Attorney General, the Honourable Warren Allman at that time, and many members of Parliament. I am here as a person whose family is both pre-Torontonian and pre-Canadian to support this charter. We should not have to ask for a charter. We have one. And I would also ask for City of Toronto to support Attorney General David Lametti and Attorney General Arifurani's Bill S-250. For decades, we've been talking about the issues of women and men with Indigenous ancestry here on Turtle Island. And we need to remind ourselves that we are on sacred Indigenous land here in Treaty 13. We should not be at this point where we're questioning whether we have charter rights or a charter. We should have had it a long time ago. I am here representing my Buddhist community, which in June of this year wrote a letter to you, Mayor Chow, asking for you to recognize our charter and constitutional rights here in Toronto, requesting a declaration for Wesak, the Buddhist birthday, and we have not yet received an answer from you. But it is ridiculous to me that we're here today debating whether we as adults, as Torontonians, as Canadian citizens, should have a charter. Of course we should. And for all the good reasons that we need one, whether it be for environmental, for food security, for housing, for the sake of future generations, 7 generations in the future.
Thank you so much for your time, Karen.
Will you, Reverend Karen, please, will you commit to our religious community making a declaration this May 2025 for Wesak? And will you finally acknowledge our faith community as we've asked
Thank you so much,
to?
Karen. Thank
I
you.
didn't hear a yes or no.
This is your deputation. Our next speaker is Michael
We
Longfield.
will continue to ask for that declaration in May.
Absolutely. We're
Thank
talking
you.
about Charter City right now. Michael Longfield,
That's what I was
are
talking
you
about.
here? Oh, you're online, okay?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. So thank you. My name is Michael Longfield. I'm the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. We're a member-supported charity that has been leading the change for a healthier and more sustainable cycling city since 2008. I know this item here today won't do a damn about stopping Bill 212, the province's dangerous anti-bike lane legislation. But this reckless bullying and unprecedented jurisdictional overreach is indicative of why it's important we start the conversation around municipal autonomy. Gearing up for an election, the province wants to pretend that, quote, this is about activists who represent less than 1% of the population. But people are fed up with being bullied by a province obsessed with a culture war and undermining local democracy. You voted overwhelmingly in favor of the mayor's motion against Bill 212 and asked the province to work with you as a partner. Toronto is a city of over 5,300 kilometers of roads. Blaming gridlock on 19 kilometers of bike lanes isn't just absurd, it's deliberate misdirection. Where's the same urgency from the province to resolve the endless delays for critical transit projects like the Eglinton Crosstown or Finch LRT? Ripping out bike lanes won't solve congestion and it will put lives at risk. But tools are limited to fight back. Cycle Toronto's legal challenge has a hearing date scheduled for April 16th, and it's our position that the province's attempt to rip up existing bike lanes is an arbitrary and dangerous piece of legislation that violates Section 7 of the Charter Protected Rights to Life and Security of Person. Our legal team from EcoJustice and Pallier Rowland has also filed for an injunction to ensure that we have our day in court. I'm speaking to you from my couch because I know firsthand the importance of protected bike lanes. For those of you old enough to remember the commercial, you might say, I'm not just a hair club president, I'm also a client. I was doored while riding my bike in an unprotected bike lane along St. George. With parked cars to my right, a rideshare vehicle stopped in the travel lane to my left. The passenger opened the door and knocked me off my bike into the ground. I underwent surgery to repair a broken femur, and with nearly a dozen pins and a plate holding the bones together, I was in hospital and rehab for 2 weeks. 7 weeks since my surgery, I'm still on crutches with a long, uncertain road ahead. But I'm confident I'll get back on my bike, and I know that a network of safe and connected bike lanes, protected bike lanes like Bloor, Yonge, and University can make riding a bike a convenient and sustainable option for more people. You don't have to be in favor of bike lanes to support today's item, but let's ensure local communities and municipalities have autonomy over local decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Speedy recovery. Yeah, femur is that's a major accident. Thank you. Vince Schwartz, am I pronouncing it properly? Co-founder of Environmentum.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, so thank you for having me. I've come here today to tell you a story. And that story, you can also relive a portion of it a little bit safer than I did, just by going on Google Street View and going to 4200 Yonge Street. The story takes place last summer, and I was with my husband enjoying the city, and I was riding my bike south on Yonge Street. We'd just done some exploring, going to different places, and we decided it was time to come home. We were riding south on Yonge Street, and while there wasn't a bike lane, there was a sidewalk, and it was downhill and there wasn't anybody on it, so we were able to safely navigate the sidewalk until inexplicably, and to my surprise, the sidewalk just ended. It kind of felt like I was in a Shel Silverstein poem. And so then, there you go, he gets it. So then inexplicably, I'm on the grass and there's this little narrow band of sand and I'm like almost losing control, and then that too ends. And now I have Yonge Street on my left-hand side and I have the effluent off-ramp of the 401 on my right side, and this is the situation. So what is the point of this story and how does it relate to the question of the day? Every single one of the city councilors here has looked at and thought very deeply about pedestrian and cyclist safety. One of the policies that you have is the Vision Zero plan. Thank you very much. You have my gratitude for the Vision Zero plan. I believe in you to protect the residents of this city. Now, when we looked at Bill 212 from the Ontario government, we have a revealing moment with the last moment addition, the last moment amendment to that bill, where Ford and the Ontario government realizes that the removal of bike lanes will cause injury, will cause death. You know this. Every person behind me also knows this. And so why does this amendment get added into the bill? To protect the Ontario government from the liability. This is a clear demonstration that this is the purpose of the amendment. We're going to just go in. So when I am telling you this story, my purpose is I have to make a decision. Who do I think is best qualified to protect city and residents and our safety? Is it you? Or is it the provincial government that's, I can't even talk to them, but I can talk to you. So I ask you to empower yourself by voting yes on this. Claim the power for yourself and do not yield it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vince. Andrew Scrover. Hello, Andrew.
Mayor Chow, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Scorer, and I will be brief. In the last municipal election, I voted on specific issues. Of course, all municipal responsibilities. For example, expanding the cycling network, which I support, being a cyclist. In provincial elections, I voted on provincial issues, not municipal issues. If the provincial government meddles in municipal decisions, the will of the people and votes cast are being ignored. The relationship between the two levels of government and their areas of responsibility needs updating, giving municipal councils more autonomy. A good first step would be to establish the Citizens Advisory Body on Municipal Autonomy and Effective Local Government. I would gladly volunteer to be on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for volunteering. Seeing no questions, Elmer Ferson, Managing Director, Committee of the Province of Toronto. Okay. We have a new province now. Okay, Elmer Ferson. Good seeing you here. Make sure your mic is turned on.
Okay. A quarter of a century ago, Jane Jacobs at the Princess of Wales Theatre said Toronto should become Canada's 11th province. Obviously, that has not happened yet. In the meantime, Toronto's been interfered with and bullied on numerous occasions. Prince Edward Island has 4 seats in Canada's parliament. Toronto has 25. Prince Edward Island is a province. Toronto is not. Obviously, something is wrong here. Please, let's get this committee going. Let's stand up for Toronto. Thank you.
Wow. That was clear and sweet and brief to the point. Thank you, El. Jeff Kettle at Fontra. Good seeing you again.
Yes, Jeff Cattell with co-chair of Fontra, which, by the way, is 35 paid-up resident associations across North Toronto and North York. In today's Toronto Star, there was an article talking about this issue, actually, and then point out that the executive committee, this committee, is you, the mayor's cabinet, in effect. And note that it's open to the public and to people like me to come and chat, raise our issues. Premier Ford's cabinet is not. That's a clear example of why we need decisions, more decisions made here. In fact, we need to retain the decisions that are made here and prevent them from taken away from us. So we're in strong support of Councillor Josh Matlow's motion, seconded by Councillor Myers, that City Council requests the City Manager to establish a program advisory body on municipal autonomy and effective governance. As a Federation of Resident Associations, we are well aware and extremely troubled by the overreach of the province into municipal decision-making and the city's inability to manage development and for residents who have lost the right to appeal decisions, whether small things, committee of adjustment, or large things to the official plan amendments and zoning bylaws. Residents are generally quite unaware of the extent of this overreach on numerous land use planning matters, such as official plan amendments, the Young Eglinton Secondary Plan, which had 194 changes to it made without any further consultation, Minister zoning orders, the elimination of the heritage listing status. They set it at 5 years. They have reneged a little bit and gone back to 2 years instead of them being forever. And of course, most recently, as everybody's up in arms about the bike lanes, the 212, and the Ontario Place and Ontario Science Centre. Let's not forget that this overreach began in 2018 when the newly elected government unilaterally overhauled the city's ward system in the middle, newly established system in the middle of a municipal election. In the subsequent court appeal, I actually was an intervener, so I feel this very closely myself. We agree that Toronto needs a new arrangement with senior levels of government that ensures we have the independence necessary for 21st century cities to thrive and achieve results for residents. We agree that without this, the city faces a slow decline and a massive loss of democracy. It's important that the city begin now to investigate and research the matter and involve residents fully. We urge that committee support this important initiative.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your deputation. Any questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is Miguel Avila. Miguel, are you online? Let me just, Miguel, I'll come back to you in 1 minute here. Is Derek Moran here? Oh, Miguel, I'll come back to you, okay? I'm just going to get all the ones that are in front of us, and then we'll get all the ones that are online. I think there are a few. Derek Moran.
Is this on?
Sure, it should work. There it is.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied. In doing so is fraud. God bless His Majesty the King. Long live His Majesty the King. And let the record show I do not consent to the warrantless searches taking place downstairs here at Toronto City Hall. Now, this is going to be a case of deja vu for Councillor Ainsley, because he might recall several years ago he visited the Toronto Police Services Board, where I explained to then Chair Andy Pringle. Now, mind you, Mayor Tory was sitting right next to him at the end of the table, that before you get on to creating a charter for the City of Toronto, you have to deal with the one that you currently have. And just so everyone can see what I'm talking about, Toronto Public Service Charter of Expectations and Values. Now, I know what you're thinking, Mayor Chow. What happened? What are you talking about? Where did this come from? And as I explained to Andy Pringle, mind you, with Mayor Tory sitting right there, this place had become so corrupt under Mayor Tory's watch that somebody apparently came in here in the middle of the night and literally hit the delete button on the computer, and poof, everyone now acts as if this charter doesn't exist anymore, but it does. So you can amend it and you can repeal it, but you'll first have to deal with this charter before you move on to creating any new charter. So in this report, it says, constant provincial meddling in municipal affairs undercuts local democracy and threatens civic engagement. So this is from Service Employees International Union and Broadway Manor Nursing Home, 1983, where the Superior Court of Justice said, in a democracy, the sovereign power rests with the people as a whole and is exercised on their behalf by representatives whom they elect. Those elected representatives are responsible to and answerable to the people for the use they make of the sovereign power that is entrusted to them. As for the and threatens civic engagement part mentioned in this motion, this is from Ward versus Quebec, 2021, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, they acknowledge that the freedom to criticize the operation of institutions and the conduct of public officials is of central importance in a democratic society. It was held that people who enter public life cannot reasonably expect to be immune from criticism, some of it harsh and undeserved. And the reason I bring this up, Mayor Chow, because I realize you can't be everywhere at once, but there was a disgraceful display that showed up, that happened here last week at Budget Subcommittee, where Daniel Tate had the threat of violence used against him by having security called on him for simply criticizing Daniel Tate's counselor. And I don't want to mention his name, but I think everyone knows who Daniel Tate's counselor is. And that's not right, but now you know what the case law says on being able to criticize a public official as part of freedom of expression.
Thank you, Derek, for your deputation. Thank you for being here.
Any questions from Councilor Hanson?
One last speaker, Terry.
Well, you didn't ask if anyone has any questions for me.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Sorry, I missed it. Not perfect yet. Working on it. No, any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Terry Hawks, Dalton Road Residents Group.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Mayor Chow, Executive Committee staff, I'm Terry Hawks, representing the Dalton Road Residents Group, here to share a few relevant annex events that may affect your vote on item 13. In early 2024, residents on Dalton Road and nearby became belatedly aware of a developer ripping up their well-received middle-density plan in favor of an application to allow a 40-meter building next to two-story dwellings in a supposedly stable residential area. Residents' concerns were raised during a brief public meeting in late 2023 and at an ARA meeting in early 24, though were unheeded. Later, our councillor suggested the province was responsible for limited community consultation through their imposition of financial sanctions on applications that were not processed within the province's prescribed period of time, and declared that it was, quote, too late. The 171, 175 Lowther and Dalton development application for an official plan amendment and rezoning from neighborhood to apartment neighborhood was approved by City Council in April 2024. This despite the protestations of the Dalton Road Residents Group, the Annex Residents Association's Planning and Development Committee, FONTRA, and FOSTRA. Subsequently, in May 2024, the Dalton Road Residents Association and another citizen filed appeals with the Ontario Land Tribunal. And in June 2024, as I'm sure you're all aware, that right of appeal was stripped from us retroactively by the province's new legislation, Bill 185. Now, although we don't think the province was the only accountable party here, we do see the provincial government's threats of deadlines and fines imposed on Toronto City Council as a significant part of the reason this application was rushed through by planners and council without adequate community consultation. What is indisputable is that our appeals were retroactively and undemocratically terminated at the provincial level due to the pre-summer legislation of Bill 185. Thus, the province of Ontario has effectively stifled its citizens' voices. A task force on municipal autonomy and effective local governance could allow Toronto citizens and City Council to see both the merits and concerns around the formation of a more autonomous city. Such a plan could illuminate the current provincial government's bullying and undemocratic pronouncements and allow our city councillors and planners to make more thoughtful community-informed decisions. We support Councillors Josh Matlow and Jamel Myers in their pursuit of further research around a new arrangement with senior levels of government that would ensure Toronto has the independence necessary to better support current and future residents of Canada's largest city. And we thank you for including us in this democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Well said. Now I'm going to come back to folks that are online. Jim Heller, last chance. I cannot hear a word you said, Madam Clerk. I'm going to ask Lynn Adamson first then. Okay? Lynn Adamson. Okay, Lynn Adamson, you're on.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
We are yours.
It's Lynn, yes. I'm sorry, I was on before, but I was not unmuted and I couldn't unmute
All right,
myself.
go for it, Lynn.
So I'm on now, and I just wanted to say that I support all the arguments that have already been made, and we at Climate Fast would support all the arguments that have been made, and would add that this is the way that we're going to be able to do more effective environmental and climate action, which we need to do at the local level and which we could act on more quickly. As I talked about earlier today, it's extremely urgent that we bring our emissions down. There are many ways to do it, and we have an excellent award-winning plan with Transform TO. And so we really need to have the authority and the ability to implement it, and all of the other measures that were talked about. I myself am a senior cyclist, and am very offended by what's happening around the bike lanes. But there's many things that we could do if we had more autonomy and more control at the local level. And I think many other municipalities would appreciate that as well. It would rebalance the way our cities work and our governance works at large. So thank you for looking at this, and we hope that you will support this further exploration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. And Miguel, are you there? Miguel?
Yes, Mayor Shaw, I'm here.
I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I'm not unable to attend in person to this meeting since we are having a lot of noises in my building. Anyway, I'm here video to let you know that 100% I am in support of this task force on municipal autonomy and effective local governance. And you expect to include local advocates. Wow, that's amazing. Many of us, we have been advocating for autonomy in the city of Toronto, a taxation system of our own, a unique revenue system that only benefits first the city of Toronto and then the rest of Canada. Currently, province and federal revenue takes money out of Toronto and leave us with pennies. And this is displayed at the budget committee meetings to educate residents of Toronto, how is the money spent in Toronto? And we also have that big question, Mark, do we have a revenue problem or do we have a spending problem in Toronto? So for the last 15 years, I see how many governments had made good decisions, bad decisions, and poor decisions, especially when Doug Ford was a councillor for Ward 2 and Rob Ford was the mayor, and then John Tory. So we are in a situation that we need to show boldness, stand against the bully of Doug Ford. This will give us autonomy in what we want. As a cyclist that rides my trike 24 hours, 7 days a week, I know how important it is to have a safe space for my trike. Really, I condemn what Doug Ford has done to us, especially Ontario Science Center, Ontario Place. My kids tell me how much they miss those places, how much many memories are gone. And I say to them, we are trying our best. And today, this is the opportunity to turn things around, because I just saw in the TV that Doug Ford has announced a municipal provincial election. And I'm going to be supporting the NDP 100%, because we need to have a leader that is going to take our decisions made at city council and not to be influenced by mindling of the provincial government. Under Doug Ford, we have seen the horror stories, removal of many policies that has created this city an unlivable place, so expensive. And
Thank you, Miguel. Hey, we're good. We get it. Thank you so much. Okay, any questions to Miguel? And last try. He's not online. Jim is no longer online. I'm so sorry. Councillor Matlow, you're on. We've done with our speakers list.
Okay, ready to?
You might have a question to staff.
I don't. No.
Okay.
I've already talked with staff, and they're wonderful. I'm happy to speak unless
Help
somebody
you
else.
to any question to staff, anyone? Councillor Meyer, because he is a visitor from our committee, you get.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my first question is just, is there anything impeding the City of Toronto from moving forward with a citizens' assembly? We've heard ad nauseum that we need the province's permission to do anything. Is there anything that's preventing us from moving forward with this?
To the mayor, so just to clarify that this is around a program advisory body. Yep. So if directed by council for us to establish a program advisory body, we can proceed and do that.
So there's nothing preventing City Council from deciding that they want to have the conversation?
To have the conversation on, the program advisory body outlined in this motion is around municipal autonomy and effective local governance. And if approved, that's what we would establish the advisory body to discuss.
And just to be clear, we do not need the province's permission to proceed with this body.
To create a program advisory body, we don't. We have a number of program advisory bodies at the city on different issues, with the intent is to provide input and feedback and advice to staff on services and programs and policies. So this would be one additional one that we already have at the city in terms of a number of others.
And the resource, financial, or time commitment otherwise, would that be prohibitive?
To the mayor, well, I wouldn't say prohibitive. I think there are things to determine in terms of, depending on what the scope and the mandate of this program advisory would be. That will impact in terms of what the resources would be to support this body.
So it could be as large, it could be something, citywide, or something with just, two residents from every ward, something much smaller, depending on what direction the city wanted to take, correct?
To the mayor, correct. That is part of the work that city staff will do upon, if this is approved, in terms of what that might look like. Composition, term, qualifications, et cetera.
Thank you. And then city staff, I guess the last time this was before us, put forward, city legal actually put forward a legal opinion, and they've publicly released it, that in order to have a charter city, Section 43 of the Constitution could be used, which is just an amendment between the federal government and the province that it applies to, in this case, Ontario, correct?
Through the mayor, the city solicitor's report identified two different options for amending the Constitution, depending on what that amendment would look like. That would dictate which would be the appropriate mechanism.
So one of them was the single province amendment, correct?
Which would still, yes, correct. That would also require, however, the approval of the Senate and the House.
Yes, federal and provincial government.
Correct.
And that amendment has been used successfully in the past by Newfoundland to change its schools from all public when they had religious denomination schools, and more recently Quebec when they moved from religious schools to language-based schools, correct? Just single province amendment.
I believe that's correct.
And did those amendments cause any sort of constitutional crisis that you are aware of, or was there anything that sort of, that were there unintended consequences beyond the borders of those particular provinces?
I wasn't personally involved in any, so I can't really speak to that.
I don't recall any either. So what I guess I'm trying to get at is, if we were to have a constitutional amendment that just applied to the City of Toronto and the province of Ontario, it may have other ramifications, but this is not Meech Lake or Charlottetown again. This is something much more narrow and focused in scope.
As I previously said, it would depend on what exactly that proposed constitutional amendment would look like. That is a possibility. If it is narrow in scope and applied solely to the City of Toronto, that is possible. Again, it depends entirely on what it would look like.
Thank you very much.
Any other question to the staff? No? Councilor Meyer, would you like to speak first, or you want?
Sure, I'll just keep it very brief. I mean, I think we're here at a moment where I think everybody agrees the status quo is no longer working. We do a lot of good work in the city, but now we're at the point where we can't even decide if we want bike lanes on our roads anymore. Like, what level of micromanaging do we need as a city of 3.5 million people, where a premier can just say, I don't like this, and we have to change it. Whether you agree with the bike lane decision or not, this is not a way to make proper decisions. It's not a way for people to feel confident that their votes matter. It's not a way for council to feel confident that when it takes the time to make a decision, that the decision will be respected and that the resources put into those decisions will be well spent. I'm under no illusion that this will happen under this premier, but who knows? They said the same thing about you, Mayor Chow, when you went to the premier asking for a new deal, and we all know how that turned out. So I will say, though, that unless we're actually going to have the conversation and, ask our citizens, is this something that you'd be interested in? Okay, well, what would it look like? What do you think should be under the province of under Toronto's powers? I think there's no harm in that. I think it just gets the conversation going. And whether it's this premier or the next premier, eventually this will happen, because more and more people realize that this status quo is just not working for the vast majority of Torontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hatlow.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to begin by expressing how inspired I am by all the deputants today. Every one of them who came here today came because they love our city. They deeply love their communities. They want our city to be successful. And they're putting their time and energy into fighting for our ability to provide a city that thrives, that's successful, and that cares for every resident. That's why they're here. These are the kind of people I want to work with, and I want at a table to support the future of our city. They've got a lot to contribute. And the reason we're doing this is because, as has been alluded to by some of the speakers, in 1867, Canada was a largely agrarian society. Cities were afterthoughts. Unlike other countries, cities aren't even mentioned in the Constitution. They were left as mere creatures of the province. And today, we're no longer that society. We are a diverse society where over 80% of us live in urban areas. And residents expect that their local governments are real governments who can make decisions. In fact, every 4 years, they elect a mayor and council, and they expect us not only to be able to make decisions on their behalf and have the tools in the toolbox to do so, but also to be accountable for those decisions. Today, yet, we are neither in real terms, because at the whim of a premier, those tools can be taken away, some can be given, and some decisions are made that we all read about in the papers the day after without the province even engaging us or consulting us in the first place. This premier ripped up an election in 2018 after it had already begun. Unfair to residents, unfair to the candidates, created chaos. and create an environment where we have less local government, local representatives. Since then, planning matters, the bike lanes, public health, you name it. This premier has meddled in every little element of our city. I want a provincial government that doesn't neglect issues like healthcare and education, provincial matters. And I want a province that empowers our cities to be successful on municipal matters. Now, when I brought motions to council about a charter city under Mayor Tory, there was some scaremongering going on by some who was resistant to this. They suggested it would be Meech Lake all over again. All we need is a single province amendment to ensure that we have the tools and the accountability to be vibrant and successful. And I'm under no illusion that this premier is going to support this. This premier hurts Toronto. He doesn't help Toronto in any real term. But the work needs to begin now. And whether we have a new premier in a few years or hopefully in a month from now, if we have a partner in Ottawa and a partner at Queen's Park who is willing to support Toronto, we can get the deal that we need. A deal that's a new fiscal framework, a deal that's a new governance framework. There are cities throughout the United States that have charters. They control their revenue, they control their land use planning, they control their governance. There are cities around the world that are almost like nation states, but that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for the ability that when we move motions at City Council, then the majority of them no longer have to say, oh, please, province, agree to this, or please don't take that away. That we can make decisions on behalf of those who elected us. And then if people agree and support those decisions, they can re-elect us. And if they disagree and they want to go in a different direction, they can choose other people. But that's what Torontonians expect. That's what Torontonians deserve. And no matter, and this is my plea to anyone across our city that might be tuned into this conversation, no matter your position on land use planning, governance, whether you like bike lanes or not, should we not be the ones who you elect to make those decisions? And should we not be accountable for those decisions on your behalf? So I'm really grateful to all of you who will be supporting this motion today. But you're not just supporting this motion, you're supporting Torontonians like the over 150 who wrote into this committee, which is extraordinary, the many who spoke today, and the many others who are supporting this effort, who want Toronto to be successful, who want us to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Folks, anybody else? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, apologies. I had to be out of the room for a series of deputations there on just a quick police call. But I'm going to assume from those that I did hear, I'm going to assume, and knowing so many of these people as I do, that while we're going to embark on this conversation, that they're not putting all of their eggs in this one basket and no other. You know, this is something that we can talk about for a long time because it is a completely unprecedented model in Canada, the autonomy that we would need. I know there are versions of this, but having looked at those versions in the few cities that call themselves people with a legislation that gives them some autonomy, it isn't of the magnitude that we would need. And so there's a long discussion to be had and a shopping list of things that would have to be part of this. But I hope that these are also the people that understand that it's about a giant fiscal lack of structure. And so while this conversation can be had, I hope we can count on these people to be similarly supportive of the most important work that needs to be done in the long-term financial plan, which has been absorbed by the province. They fully read our LTFP before they sat down to the table with Mayor Chow to do New Deal Part 1 and fully embraced and said, we get that you need this long-term step. We get that somehow we have to wrap our heads around the fact that you may have to be the first city that has true access to a tax stream that does actually get impacted by the economy. Get that. But one is a conversation that's happening in-house with the community, and the other is an already out the gate and down the road long-term financial plan fully adopted by council, fully embraced by the province, although they're slow to figure out how to proceed with it. But what we do have is a growing support for it, a growing understanding of it, and a very specific ask on it. And it goes beyond property tax. It spells out. We have today a group organizing and holding media events that says it's about all things city, but it's really about just ranting about our property tax increase that I know we heard from people here that know exactly why we need to do that in this time, to meet all of our goals, our climate goals, our social goals, and invest in the infrastructure that we're investing in this year's capital plan. We need to do what we're doing in our 3-year multi-year plan to close our structural gap as best we can, but we'll still be left with that hole that's been there for 25 years. And I know you understand that, most of the people engaged in this, but I hope we can count on your voices. If while we're having the conversation about this autonomous city, we actually start to look like we're going to achieve some success on the long-term financial plan front, if we actually start to gain momentum there, and we need in the community for people to understand it's possible, it's within our grasp to have that tool that grows with the economy, we'll need your voices then too. More and more of corporate Toronto is standing up and saying, we would stand up for that because we would like to see your problem solved once and for all. We would like to see you have $1 billion of revenue that moves with the economy, and we're prepared to knock on the right doors and say that. So I'm prepared to support this conversation happening in one room, but I really hope we can count on your support depending on which of those rooms gets momentum. Bottom line is we have to solve the problem. And so to have some of the citizens that we've heard from today supportive of those goals, whichever one gains momentum first, is really the best thing you could do for your kids and your grandkids. Thank you. Those are my comments, Madam Mayor.
I want to thank the folks that are here today and others that have written in. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your ideas. Thank you for your many years of loving the city and wanting to fight for more power for the city. I hear it, and we need your backup. We need you. We need your ideas. We need your passion. And it's just totally encouraging just to read the letters that have come in, and I was just looking through, and there were many of them. And I've been a member of parliament before, and when there are 6 provinces that agree to make changes, the federal government do have the power to do so. It doesn't require all. If there is some kind of change to a national program. There's always a fear when there's a conversation about the Constitution, but I'm not sure we have to fear it. It may not get to that place. It may just be the provincial government. It could be the federal government. But from judging the conversation we're having, it looks like all the alternatives, whether creative alternatives, are on the table. And I always get completely jealous where Rome have had income tax for years, what New York has, what New Jersey, it's just on and on. The power that all metropolis have, whether on how they fund their public transit, how they fund their municipalities. There are so many different ways of dealing with local democracy. And I think it's worthy of a conversation. This kind of conversation has occurred in the past through experts like Enid Lee, through conversation of, there was a campaign called Unleash the Power of the Cities. There was also a 1 cent solution by the late John Hondrick, who for $1 a year came and supported the mayor in trying to push for a 1 cent solution. There have been many different attempts before, some successful, others not so much, but it's always, always good to imagine, it's always good to push forward. And you never know when is the tipping point. If there's one thing about history and one thing about how changes happens, it just builds, and sometimes you can't see it building. It just builds, and then bang. That timing happens, and sometimes it's hard to predict, but that tipping point could be in front of us. It may not be, but if you don't keep pushing, you will never arrive. So thank you. Thanks, Councillor Myers and Councillor Matlow for your leadership in it. It will take some work, and let's continue the dialogue. Yes, I am actively working hard on the New Deal number 2. So are a wall of our city staff. Almost every second day, I am negotiating. This morning, we landed a deal for the Waterfront Toronto, which is great. It's historic because remember the Three Amingo. I think you folks are maybe old enough. There was the Three Amingo, and we started Waterfront Toronto, and on. We are building on it. It's historic, and we just keep doing it. But let me tell you, it is hard slogging. It would be so much nicer if we could sit with a bit more power so that we can negotiate in a way that is respectful for all parties. So thank you for your work, and looking forward to your the results. You can tell from some of the senior staff that they work so hard that they are having cough, and they're still working here. Thank you. Seeing no other speaker, Councillor Matlow's motion. All those in favor, oppose, carry. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to do 2 quick items. Eglinton East Light Rapid Transit. I think this is Deputy Mayor McAuliffe has been really pushing hard for this. There's 2 speakers. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Philippe and Larry, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Perks, did I miss you? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I forgot. Yeah, you're right. We just approved the charter city one. Oh, sorry, local autonomy. Do you?
Chat group.
Yes, local autonomy.
The chat group.
Yes. I am, my apology. Sorry, I got carried away.
Chair.
I was trying to move things along. On Eglinton LRT, yes.
Is there any way, before we get to speakers, we could quickly look at the FIFA motion that I introduced?
Okay. Are there anyone that have any questions on the FIFA motion? Any question to the staff? I see that there's no question to the staff.
Yeah, we do.
I see there's any questions to Councillor Carroll. I see no question to Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll just moved the motion that she introduced earlier on.
Yeah.
All those in favor of the motion, opposed, carried, done. Hey, thank you. Sharon, sorry to keep you waiting. We are good with that. The Eglinton East LRT, I saw you on Zoom. Please come back.
Good afternoon.
We are ready for you. We have 3 minutes. Go for it.
Am I audible?
Yep, you're on. You got our attention.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Philip Panaitusco. I'm a resident of Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. I'm here with TTC riders. In order to get council to advance the EELRT beyond its 10% design and to ask they prioritize it for Canada Public Transit Fund funding. My average commute to reach City Hall when I come in for in-person deputations over from the East End and Scarborough is generally about an hour and a half minimum. This is a comparable commute time for any Scarborough resident relying on transit to arrive downtown, especially students at Centennial and UTSC. A good chunk of my commute to arrive downtown is by bus, approximately between the UTSC and Kennedy Station, usually covered by an express bus. This aligns almost exactly along the corridor that the EELRT is planned along. The EELRT is important because of the capacity to cut down on that 20 to 30-minute chunk significantly if it's planned with the appropriate frequency, vehicle size, and most importantly, signal priority at intersections. The bus lanes along Eglinton East have already significantly saved commuters time, but an LRT is permanent. I have been worried to see our Premier's plans to rip out bike lanes, but the LRT will mean reliable, faster trips permanently. Another main concern of mine is that if the EELRT is delayed, it can mean underserving an increasingly densifying area in East Scarborough all along that corridor. When I last spoke at City Hall to the TTC board earlier this month, I brought up the TTC's 5-year service plan and how our current ideal projections are not expected to succeed in bringing ridership up to pre-pandemic levels by 2028. Not guaranteeing funding for the EELRT using the Canada Public Transit Fund could mean underserving an area that will see increased population growth in the coming years, losing out on contributing to that ridership count and the subsequent fare box ratio, however low it is right now. The environmental project report suggests that the EELRT will bring an estimated 81,000 people within walking distance by 2041 around that corridor. We have already been seeing new developments as well as zoning amendments made for proposed developments, such as 245 Morningside Avenue over near Lawrence and Kingston intersection, which would add 518 new residential units to that area. The corridor contains over 5, or more or less over 5 new proposed avenues, which could significantly densify the area around the EELRT corridor. If mixed-use zoning, as well as additional height and density zoning permissions become more widespread, according to the Planning and Housing Committee's recommendations from last week. In order to ensure that the East Scarborough commuters are accounted for properly, the Executive Committee should ensure that the EELRT is prioritized as a near-future capital investment and that its design be pushed further along past the current 10%. Additionally, we want to make clear that, or make sure rather, that the connection at Kennedy works for riders. The last time this was reported, there was a clear transfer time attached. We're asking that you ensure that this transfer is quick and seamless for riders. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Larry Watmall on the Scarborough LRT and how important it is. Larry, are you here?
He's currently muting himself.
Can you turn on your mic because you are muted? Press that button. We cannot hear you, Larry.
Okay, I think you can now.
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Much better. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, and good afternoon, councilors. My name is Larry Watmore, and I'm the president of the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization. We're an all-volunteer organization that strives to bring thoughtful advocacy to Scarborough civic affairs to create a more livable, dynamic, and prosperous Scarborough. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about the status of this project and staff's recommendation to continue moving forward with project design and due diligence, and to continue the work needed to address the maintenance and storage facility requirements. SCRO endorses the staff recommendations. And also, we want to thank you for your unwavering support of this ambitious project and for using the $1.2 billion that you have committed to it to move the design process forward. to make this project shovel-ready or as shovel-ready as possible, to make it attractive for the province and the federal government to build on your financial commitment to bring this much-needed project to fruition. In fact, SCRO has made this project the central theme of our provincial and federal budget submissions for 2025. In 2023, your staff completed a business case for this project, which provides a thorough and compelling rationale for the project. And to highlight a few of its conclusions that are still valid today, constructing the Eglinton East LRT is far better than not doing so based on the projected demand by 2041 along the study corridor. The economic case is strong. The project will enable us to better serve equity-deserving groups in Scarborough by reaching 7 of the city's neighborhood improvement areas. And the University of Toronto Scarborough campus will be able to better serve its students, as an estimated 56% of UTSC students travel to campus by local transit. As the business case states, increasing traffic congestion over time will continue to degrade the existing transit service, thereby increasing the cost of living and degrading the quality of life, perpetuating a cycle of further inequity, which we all want to avoid. And the only practical way to prepare for the large population growth that's coming and avoid massive gridlock is through a large-scale increase in higher order public transit. That's starting to happen now in Scarborough, thankfully, but there's much more that needs to be done, including this project. The business case is strong, and the proposed connection of this project with the northern terminus of the Scarborough subway extension will allow the two projects to support each other. And I note the transit and rail project assessment process is complete and has been signed by the minister. So another important milestone has been reached. Let's keep this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McAlfee, do you have a question to staff or?
Yes, I'll thank the deputant first. I do have questions of staff. I don't know if Councillor Myers does as an outside councillor.
Councillor Meyer first, I'm sorry.
And then I would love to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. So I guess my first question to staff is recommendation 8 for the Eglinton East LRT and recommendation 4 for the Waterfront East LRT, both ask for funding from the Canada Public Transit Fund, particularly from the Metro Region Agreement funding stream, which has dedicated $2 billion per year for 10 years to transit systems across the country. Is that correct?
Mayor, yes, it is.
Yes, okay. And the MRA, so that funds regional transit projects, and the province, not the city, submits the application under the MRA stream, correct?
Yes, the province is working with the regional municipalities, but ultimately the province and some of the work is being done by Metrolinx and their planning, but also the growth planning and housing planning that the province is doing will inform the regional asks.
And does the city have a rough estimate of how much the total cost for the Eglinton East LRT and I guess the Waterfront East LRT would be?
To the Mayor, the Eglinton East LRT is at this point in time $4.65 billion. That's based on a Class 3 budget estimate. The Waterfront East LRT is in the range of $2.56 billion. Again, that's a Class 3 budget estimate.
And is the city aware that the TTC priority project for the MRA funding stream is $4.67 billion over 10 years for the procurement of 25 Line 1 trains to accommodate demand until 2032, and an additional 13 more trains after 2032 to accommodate demand until 2041 because the province's Yonge North subway extension. The TTC also needs a new storage and maintenance facility for the new Line 1 trains. Are you aware of that request?
So through the mayor, yes, we are aware of that request.
So I guess my question have you coordinated with the TTC about the City of Toronto's submission request for the province? And is there any prioritization as to which of these projects should get the funding?
Yes, we are aware of the TTC's priorities, and there hasn't been a submission to date yet, but we continue to work with our partners to, including the TTC, to better understand their funding requirements as well.
But you're asking City Council to endorse the request now.
So we're asking through the mayor, we're asking City Council to endorse the priority project under the MRA stream and continue to work with the province to identify that as a priority project.
Don't you think this should be done in coordination with the TTC in terms of like what there's only $20 billion for the entire country, right? If the province were to say, okay, we want Eglinton East LRT or we want Waterfront East LRT, you still need to buy these new Line 1 trains, and there's no funding as of now for any of this. So don't you think that conversation should happen before you ask City Council to make a decision?
To the mayor, at this point in time, there is no funding allotted for either one of the Waterfront East LRT, nor the Eglinton East LRT.
Right, but you're asking.
So to the mayor, what we are asking for is for the permission to continue on these discussions with the province, with our colleagues in the city manager's office and finance to kind of ensure that the federal government is aware that we need this funding for the city.
Yes, but it says, I'm just reading it, City Council endorsed ELRT or Waterfront East LRT as a priority project for funding under the CPTF and direct the ED transit expansion in consultation with the city manager and CFO to take any necessary steps to work with the province to prioritize the entire project for funding under CPTF. Isn't this the same situation with Smart Track where we spent, I think it was $100 million designing stations and then we didn't have the money to actually build them? Aren't we doing this again?
So, Mayor, what we're saying here is there's going to be a number of priorities in that. I will say there's been years of discussion in terms of the Waterfront LRT, and in fact, it's part of discussions happening at a tri-government level through Waterfront Toronto. So this is a project that is not a surprise from we need to get this built as part of what's happening on the waterfront. So, you know, our recommendations does not say prioritize amongst all other aspects of transit. We do work with the TTC. Ultimately, we will have to have some conversations. If the province or the federal government says we need to know the rank order of this, we would obviously have those in a together conversation. But I think today is to say that this continues to be something that we've worked on, which is consistent actually with the waterfront report that you've seen in the past in the case of the waterfront piece, and consistent with our discussions around the Eglinton East project as well.
May I ask one more question, Mayor Chow? Thank you. I'm a big supporter of both projects. Eglinton East LRT is in my ward, so I want both projects to go ahead. What I'm worried about is that we are asking for funding from a stream with a limited amount of funds, and you haven't coordinated this ask with the TTC because they need the money to buy Line 1 trains to maintain the assets we currently have. Who's going to pay for those Line 1 trains if we don't get the funding under this stream?
So, Mayor, I don't think it would be fair to say that we haven't done all the work to say where does that go? And I'll use a different example from the New Deal. We continue to push forward on things like the subway cars for Line 2, while also talking about needing operating fundings for current expansion of light rail transit that's coming online hopefully this year, as well as saying we couldn't attack the operating costs for new transit that's coming on in the next 4 or 5 years. So we do this often where we say these are our priorities. There's a number of them. At some point, we will have to hone these down and decide where we're moving. I don't think today precludes us, nor does it bump the TTC out of line for what's happening. We are fully aware, and our CFO highlights it every year within the budget. We're fully aware of the capital needs of the TTC, and we would continue to have that conversation. I would say to you today, we're not at that point where we need to decide, is it too much in the pot for the provincial government, the federal government yet? We're saying, though, that these are projects that the City of Toronto continues to prioritize, and we want to make that known to our partners in other orders of government.
Thank you.
thank you. Councillor McAuliffe.
Thank you. Can you just outline, why is the Eglinton East LRT at 10% design and the Waterfront East LRT is at 30%?
To the Mayor, the two projects are different projects. The Eglinton East LRT is a much more complex, first of all, it's a much larger project. It's more complex. It has a lot of kind of different impacts, different partners that need to be consulted in terms of developing a new transit system in the northeast segment of Toronto. The Waterfront East LRT is and I don't want to compare the two, but it is a much simpler, it's a shorter transit system, 3 kilometers. So just by virtue of the amount of distance that you're traveling, you have a different type of project. So one is, the Waterfront East has progressed much more quickly than the Eglinton East for that reason.
When is your next report back and what will we see?
To the Mayor, the next report back will occur in Q1 of 2026. At that point, for the Eglinton East LRT, we are going to be bringing forward the 30% design. That 30% design will include constructability analysis. It'll be looking at project management and resourcing. It will be looking at the various risks associated with it. We'll have at that point done consultation, public consultation. There's also a market sounding that will be occurring that will be looking at both how the project gets delivered, but also incorporating the TTC's need to make sure that they've had an ability to talk about vehicles and their operations in these consultations. So it's going to be a very comprehensive report, and it will also then have the revised cost estimate for a 30% design.
What is the earliest you could have shovels in the ground? You could put out a tender for design build.
So let me start off by saying that we're going to have to come back at the beginning of next year with what the 30% design is. Based on the direction of council, we're going to have to then make the determination as to when we can proceed into construction. But if you're asking me kind of a more realistic time frame, I'm saying that it'll probably be into 2027 before we actually are able to get potentially construction going.
So within this four-year election cycle? Anyway, that's a me question. Can you confirm, you're talking about phasing again. We were very clear about our issues with phasing in the past, that if we didn't make it over the 401, we'd probably never make it over the 401. So can you confirm that any phasing would include getting over that 401 and up to Shepherd?
To the Mayor, yes, the current alignment goes over the 401. The TRPAP, which has been finalized, included the fact that we have an alignment going over the bridge, over the 401 overpass, and it's going to connect into Shepherd. There is no change in where the line will end at this point in time. The one issue that we face right now is the fact that we don't know what the province's line for initial business case, what impact that will have. But it's not going to impact the connection to Shepherd and Morningside.
So no matter what of the options the province is looking at for Shepherd, they all entail Kennedy to Shepherd? Like going through Kennedy, up through the university, up to Shepherd, like that is not in question?
Yes.
It's just what they are doing around Shepherd itself. So any phasing you have would include that connection from Kennedy along Morningside to Shepherd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Acting Chair.
Acting Chair. Sorry, can you just repeat for me, when do you think this is going to be a 30% design?
To the Mayor, to the Acting Chair, the 30% design will be presented to Council in Q1 of 2026.
Q1 of 2026. And sorry, did you say that you think you can start construction if we had the funding by 2027?
No. To be clear, it will be at the direction of Council. as to what they would want to proceed with. Based upon that, we will then make a determination as to when, potentially in 2027, that we could actually proceed. It's going to be very much dependent on what comes back with the further advancement of the design at this stage.
Okay. And then, so first quarter 2026, you think it's going to be at 30%? If we were given a pot of money by whatever level of government to put a shovel in the ground, what's the time lag between Q1 2026 and actually having enough work done to put a shovel in the ground?
To the mayor, the putting the shovel in the ground implies that we've done enough due diligence in order to make sure that what we're doing is we're not spending the money in an unwarranted fashion. If you're asking me what could potentially be done, there are enabling works that will need to occur, but we haven't determined what they are. That requires us to go through the 30% design and report back to council.
Okay. And then in this report where it says the Highland Creek Bridge on Morningside can accommodate an LRT, is that finalized, or is that still part of the 30% work that has to be done? Because over the course of this project, it seems to go back and forth on whether the bridge is capable of holding an LRT or it needs to be expanded.
To the mayor, at this point in time, based on the state of design that we're in, the LRT will be able to go over the bridge without further, well, no, there will be an expansion of the bridge to accommodate the multi-use paths, but it's not tearing it down and rebuilding it back up again.
Okay. And then the last set of town halls that were done to get it to this point, there seemed to be a gap between, so there was very little work done on traffic overflow around the area along the LRT route. For example, when the turn radius, I discussed it with staff at Kingston Road and Morningside and how it would impact other intersections, like at Lawrence and Morningside, any additional design work would have to be done. And I got shrugs and we'll look into that. And how does that work get looked at? Is that in the next stage at 30%, or is that something that gets looked at beyond that?
To the mayor, that's part of the 30% design, is the actual consultation process, number one, with the community and with the partners associated with it. And part of the 30% submission to council will also be a traffic management plan that we will be working very closely on with transportation services, our colleagues at the TTC, and other parties that will be impacted by the congestion, in particular at the Kennedy and the KLM intersection.
Okay. And then I continue to be confused by your answers to Councillor Myers and Councillor McKelvey about recommendation number 8 that says, so that we're supposed to vote on, our city council endorse the Eglinton East LRT as a priority project, but the Waterfront LRT is at 30%, and this is only at 10%. And I understand the Waterfront one is shorter, but how does one get at 30 and this is only at 10, but you want us to prioritize it? I'm still unclear on that.
To the mayor, I think there's maybe perhaps a misconception. These two projects, from transit expansion's perspective, from the city staff's perspective, are priority projects. What we're asking for from the city is from city council, is to confirm that they are priority projects, and for us to further advance the discussions with the province and the federal government on the funding for these projects. So it's not saying that one is a priority over the other. It's saying both are priorities.
Okay, and sorry, just my last question, Mayor. So I'm just trying to, hypothetically, like I'm gonna go to the federal government and I'm gonna sit down with the minister of whatever, infrastructure, and I'm gonna say, Minister, how much money do you have? And he's gonna say, well, I have $20 billion for the entire country. And I'm gonna say, well, we have 3 projects in the city. We have the Eglinton East LRT, the Waterfront LRT, and we need to buy subway cars for our subway system. And he's going to say, well, he or she is going to say, well, which one of the three is your number one, number two, and number three priorities? I can't say, well, they're all priorities, because I probably won't get any funding at all. So wouldn't we rank them when we sat down with another level of government? And I don't understand how that ranking occurs or where it occurs. Because this one asks me to today endorse the Eglinton East LRT as a priority project, and you're saying they're all priorities projects. So I'm confused.
Mayor, I mean, this happens often when we have multiple asks going forward, so this isn't unique. If you wish to provide further direction to staff to have a conversation between the TTC and the City of Toronto, come back with a recommended ranking of them, we can. Recognizing that it's not always in our hands to rank these things, because it's not going to be our decision as to how the regional funding stream is allocated. So if that is further direction that you wish us to undertake, we can do that. I think the prudent piece is to continue to advance these all as priority projects, speak of them as priority projects. And right now, hold out some hope that we can phase this with this federal and provincial money, that they might all fit in some way. And I know that sounds right now to say, well, there's no possible way they can based on the money. At some point, I think right now it's a little too early to say we have to prioritize 1, 2, and 3 because we're only going to get one of the three. The third I add is what Councillor Myers raised about the needs of the TTC. So, we're not trying to be obtuse in any way. If you wish for us to come back and bring forward recommendations on where we would rank, prioritize these, we can. That does, though, raise perhaps a lot of questions, and I think what we're saying is continue to advance all of them at the moment, and when we feel that now it's a time for us to have to say what is our priority that we're going to advance in earnest, then we would get to the priority ranking at that point. But to be honest, I think we're too early in the process. They have just launched the Canadian Public Transit Fund, and this regional round of it is still not quite defined. So I think we need a little more information about what might be there so that we can better understand, how to prioritize our projects.
We're at 8 minutes. Oh, that's you. Okay, I'm
He's
sorry.
long-
Yeah.
he's
Okay.
long-winded.
All right. Okay.
Really me, Mayor. Yes.
Councillor Carroll, you have some questions or you want to speak?
No, it's a question. I just want to ask a question in layman's terms, hoping to get a layman's answer. Because I think people glaze over when we talk about 10%, 30% design. The money to do the next tranche of design work is embedded in the capital plan. That's what I understand from the report. So that didn't make the hair stand up on the back of my neck. But so can we have assurances at this stage of design? We're not embarking on a part of the design work that would be, if this thing sat around for another 5, 8, 10 years. We're at this early stage. We're still doing the type of basic design work that would still be meaningful, even if it took 10 years to get to the funding of this. We're not into the net present value nitty gritty where, oops, now we've spent $10 million. That's work that's wiped out. This is the basic getting to the required route and the engineering. So we're not wasting money even if this one is third on the list of priorities. Am I right about that?
To the Mayor, you are correct. This is work that is necessary, and this is both for the Eglinton East LRT as well as the W East LRT.
So it's once we get beyond 30% and sometimes 60%, you better be talking serious, because now the level of detail gets to the point where it's less and less meaningful unless we're really planning on doing it in the current 5 to 10 year plan.
You are correct.
Okay, I just needed that comfort. Thank you very much.
Okay. To speak on the item, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So I just want to first start off by saying I'm a big supporter of the Eglinton East LRT. It is something that's desperately needed in my community. It not only goes along Shepherd, but would also be the only transit into Malvern at the Malvern Town Center, which is where Deputy Mayor McKelvey and I both have residents who would access this. I'm also a big supporter of the Waterfront East LRT. I think it's a great project, and I think it would do a lot of good for that part of the city. What I am really concerned about, though, is that we seem to have three priorities under a very limited amount of funding. And rather than doing the work of working with the TTC to decide what are like the priority projects for the transit needs of Toronto, whether that's in the Transit Expansion Office or the TTC, we're just sort of being asked to make a decision of these are all priorities, which means nothing's really a priority, when there is clearly a priority, which is the maintenance of the assets that we currently already have. We've already been down this road before where we've neglected to properly maintain and fund the assets and the infrastructure that we already have because we've been chasing new and shiny things. And what happens is that the assets that we have deteriorate, they break down, and they cause all the problems that we're currently seeing now. We are now at the stage of the TTC where we are, quote, ripping the Band-Aid off, doing longer closures so we can do that maintenance and upgrading work. But I think decisions like this, it just shows that we're not coordinated. And I still have, you know, I have strong feelings about the fact that, you know, we've kind of done something similar before where we spent $1 billion building 3 smart track stations that would have been paid for by the province. And then we spent $100 million designing stations that we don't have the money to build. And it seems like we're kind of doing the same things because those weren't TTC priority projects either. With $1 billion, we could have done a lot of the TTC in terms of maintenance, state of good repair, and making sure that we're funding the transit lines that we currently already have. So I have a lot of deep concerns and reservations about the request number 4 and number 8, asking specifically for access to this stream of funding. If the province of Ontario or the federal government want to fund these projects outside of this project, that's totally fine. I 100% support that. But this just seems like a recipe for not maintaining the assets that we already have, and this sort of attitude of like, trust us, we'll figure out, I think is not the best approach when we're dealing with this amount of money and the stakes are really, really high. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you. You know, we're talking about prioritization, but also within the existing bucket. And maybe we need to advocate for that bucket on transit to get bigger as well as our city gets bigger and the population of our country gets bigger. So we are talking about the prioritization and which one falls ahead. And, you know, that is a complex undertaking that looks at equity, that looks at accessibility, that looks at all the very different needs. And it can be very difficult to compare apples and oranges with each other, but I'm happy to see we're moving a step forward today. It's a small step, but at least we're moving in the right direction after numerous setbacks that we have had along the way here. I hope that the province reads this report very carefully and understands that their delays on Shepherd create very real delays for us in moving this project forward. So we need to put pressure on them to make decisions around what they would like to do on Shepherd. This report also again underscores too that we were treated very poorly at Kennedy Station. There was no consideration when they accelerated the Scarborough subway extension with the work that we had planned on the Eglinton East LRT. And it looks like thanks to the hard work of city staff, we have resolved that conflict and are able to move forward there. But I look forward to seeing this next report, and we are heading into provincial and federal elections, and we need to ask for more of our local representatives. And in the case of the Eglinton East LRT, I will say that this is the only project that comes to Eastern Scarborough. And so in that sense, I think it is very important. We don't have any other higher order transit operated by TTC in my ward. And you can expect that my advocacy will continue, and I'm sure the advocacy of Councillor Myers, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Canterville, all of which this project touches, will also continue, as will that of our mayor, because we're counting on her to continue to advocate as well.
Okay, thank you. I just want to comment briefly about what priority means. I'm in the Housing Infrastructure Canada.ca. This is the permanent transit funding, $3 billion per year, starting in 2026, okay? And the funds is supposed to, when it gets transferred, after April 1st, 2026. We all know there's probably a federal election sometime in the next few months. The project application in front of us is called Metro Region Agreements. They're looking for new projects. They're not looking for state of good repair projects, which is why in the capital budget that is coming for council discussion on the 11th, February 11th, that the funding, the city funding that we have been able to obtain because of the New Deal, because of uploading the Garner and the GVP, majority of that funding, the $500 million, is going to the TC for state of good repair, because we can't get that funding from the sources. This is here, which is the permanent transit funding. And that funding won't flow start until April 2026 anyway. And I don't know whether that funding will still be there or not. I was originally trying very hard to try to land all the transit deals before end of March or mid-March. I've not been able to do that other than the subway cars, okay? I will continue to push for the Scarborough LRT, the Waterfront LRT. I'll push for what I can. So something may be able to happen, but I'm not sure. I think this conversation we can have again, probably in the fall of 2020, this year, when things settle after the federal election and the provincial election, and we could look at where things are at by that time, okay? But at the meantime, we'll keep an eye on whether we are spending money we don't have or chasing shiny projects, as you said, Councillor Myers. That is not my intention, but I do know that these two LRTs, this one and the next one, Waterfront, are both desperately needed in the area, and the Scarborough one has been on the books or been discussed. The Eglinton East has been, I don't know, several decades now. So it's long overdue. So Deputy Mayor McAuliffe, you can count on me to be pushing hard on this, because I know the need. I was at Kennedy subway station for an hour and a half speaking to transit riders, and we were talking about, by gosh, all these buses that are coming in the Kennedy station. If we have an Eglinton East LRT up there, what does it mean? I thought, wow, yes, I know personally the importance of that. So let's just keep pushing, and until we know that I don't believe we need to make a decision as to which one is a higher priority. We'll get to that. We may have to be forced to get to it, but until then, I don't think we need to at this point, okay? So, especially just before a provincial or federal election. Anyway, on the staff recommendation and the confidential attachment, Councillor McAuliffe, I assume that you are...
Moved.
It's moving that, okay. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Aaron Ginsberg, are you here? Online, would you like to speak about the Waterfront East LRT, why it's so important?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We're ready for you.
Great. A very interesting discussion on Eglinton, and I think it will probably inform a lot of my comments on Waterfront East. I'll start by saying congratulations to you, Madam Mayor, on your deal this morning to get some of the very important infrastructure that we need for Quayside and for Quebec-Munising on the Waterfront East. But none of that really matters without this piece of the puzzle. And as you heard in the last debate, there's some problems with this piece of the puzzle in terms of actually getting this funded. You just indicated that the earliest you'd get a penny from the federal government for Waterfront East is 2026 in April. You indicated this morning that you want to have people moving into Quayside and Quebec-Munising by 2030. That's a very fast transit build you're talking about right there. And I think if you talk to Councillor Fletcher, if you talk to your folks in the Housing Secretariat, they'll tell you if you don't have a transit-oriented Quebec-Munising, if you don't have a transit-oriented Quayside, those neighborhoods don't work, and they certainly don't work with affordable housing. So you have a real problem here. And the plan in front of you is lovely. The extension of the 509, the extension of the 504, it's a lovely idea. The business case you got last year, unfortunately, Councillor Carroll mentioned net present value. You got that number back. It was less than zero, Councillor Carroll. This project fails. So if you're the federal government and you've got requests from Toronto and Kitchener-Waterloo and Calgary, I know Calgary's got a big LRT they want to build, to build new transit, and they look at your business case, they're not going to like what they see. So I think in all this discussion about priority, all this discussion about what we want to build, how we get this stuff built, I think this is an off-ramp for this project. The volumes here could be handled by buses. A priority bus rapid transit in this area would work. You could leverage East Harbour. You don't have to go to Union and all the costs that are involved in going to Union. This is really a good opportunity to use this as an off-ramp, save some money, focus on Eglinton East, focus on the new rail yard for the TTC for Yonge North, which is a new project, Madam Mayor. Yonge North is a new project, not Sega Repair. Those two priorities should be the priority here, and let's do something cheaper here that doesn't require all the conflicting infrastructure that's in the report with the Gardner and the downtown stormwater project. There's a lot of challenges here. You've got a very short time period. You need something you can build fast. You can build a bus lane quickly. I'm not convinced you can get this LRT built before you want to have people living on Quebec-Munising and on Quayside. So thank you for your time. I realize that it is very late in the day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for that reminder. Yes, the BRT is proceeding in terms of the planning. Anyway, I tried hard to land that Waterfront LRT for this morning's announcement, but it was just not possible at this point. So we'll keep pushing. So you're right, without the transit, the neighborhood won't work. And we already have a lot of gridlock in the area, but thank you for that reminder. On the recommendation in front of us, does anyone want to speak to it? Local councillor. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this, and I appreciate the discussion that we've been able to have here about our shared commitments to our light rail transit projects from one part of the city to the other. And I want to be able to focus particularly on our waterfront with this item. And it has been an exciting day on our waterfront. This morning's announcement on funding for the next phase of waterfront revitalization means that we can continue the work to build housing, and that includes affordable housing and purpose-built rental. We can invest in the infrastructure that's required there and the green spaces for a spectacular waterfront, particularly at Quayside and at Equim come in menacing as we continue to unlock this part of our city to create more neighborhoods, and neighborhoods that are what we like to call complete communities. And that's what's possible when there is a strong vision and a plan for the future, and where governments at all three levels come together to work together to realize that vision. And now we need to keep that momentum going. And we know, and we've known from the very start, that good transit is essential to connect people to that housing, to those new neighborhoods, to that waterfront, to a place to learn, and where we know we can have good jobs as well. And this report continues the preparation for that project, and most importantly, it affirms the city's commitment to waterfront transit and support for a funding agreement with the federal and provincial governments. And we need everyone to continue moving in the same direction and getting transit built for our waterfront, but for our whole city, really. And I want to thank staff from the Transit Expansion Office for continuing to move that work forward, to TTC, to the city divisions for advancing this work in partnership and close partnership with the leadership at Waterfront Toronto, and of course to Mayor Chow and Councillor Fletcher for their leadership in sharing that commitment to land this project alongside so many others to continue to unlock our waterfront and to ensure that that growing community is set up for success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you've moved the motion, right? And seeing no other speakers, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. All right, we have one last item. Whoa. And a lot of speakers, yes. Reducing stormwater runoff and mitigating basement flooding. Online, Tom Angelotti. And then Sarah Buchanan from Toronto Environmental Alliance.
Is the video on?
Yeah. Sorry. Tom, are you here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, I can hear you. Tom, let's go for it.
Okay. My name is Tom Angelotti. I cannot speak about other parts of Toronto and their basement flooding problems. But as a retired drain contractor, and also as a result of my research over the past number of years, I believe the reason my family has had to endure 12 basement floods of contaminated sewage from the city's sanitary sewer. The reason is as follows. City of Toronto engineers advised me that the sanitary sewer on Eglinton Avenue, serving my home, was installed in 1951. The storm sewer was installed about 5 years later. 2 separate pipes, 2 separate trains on 2 separate tracks. Okay, so the City of Toronto engineers have also advised me that in the 50s and 60s, the borough of Etobicoke had allowed some new homes to connect their foundation drains, their sump pumps, and their roof down pipes to the municipal sanitary sewer. But soon afterwards, a bylaw was passed repealing that approval and made it mandatory to disconnect those illegal drains from the municipal sanitary sewer system by December the 6th, 2016. Homeowners received multiple reminders of this revised bylaw through flyers and notices issued by the Toronto City Hall. It is reasonable to suspect that many of these illegal drains connected have still not been rectified. My suspicions are supported by the reports from your city engineers that those illegal connections are the main cause of sewer backups. I understand now that the city has a plan to enlarge the sanitary sewers on Eglinton Avenue. However, I suggest that eliminating those illegal connections may serve that purpose. Also, this plan to revise the sanitary sewer is not yet even on the drawing board, let alone budgeted. I further understand that my property taxes are to be significantly increased by the city, and it would be nice to believe that this will help fund the work required to mitigate further basement flooding. How many more floods from the city's sanitary sewer must my family endure? This is a health and safety issue that can only be corrected by the City of Toronto.
Thank you. We got that. Thank you so much. Your 3 minutes is up. Our next.
I have 5.
Yeah, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Sarah Buchanan.
Sarah's not able to be here, so I will be speaking on behalf of the Toronto Environmental Alliance.
Introduce yourself.
My name is M.A. Ma. I'm the Executive Director of T. So I'll begin by saying that T and our supporters are happy to see these greening incentives moving forward and accelerating basement flooding work. You should definitely do these great things. Second, you should not follow the staff recommendation to kill a stormwater charge forever, the financial tool that will help you pay for these great things. Closing a door on a financial tool that you will need to fund basement flooding and green infrastructure projects in your wards is a very bad idea. On July 6th, you were here in this room at Executive Committee when the power went out and the roof started leaking at City Hall. You were together and supported during this crisis moment while many residents experienced the impacts of flooding alone. After the flood, you asked staff to consult on how to solve this, including incentives to help green the paved surfaces causing flooding. Now you have a report in front of you responding to that massive flood. It recommends some new incentives and investments. This is a great first step. But the recommendation to walk away from a stormwater charge means that your residents, including small property owners or condo residents, are going to keep paying more and more in their water rates to fix this, while big paved properties like malls will continue to pay little or nothing. This is not fair or effective while their pavement is causing basement flooding. A stormwater charge is a fancy term for changing how our water bills work. So you pay for how much water you use, and then you pay for how much flooding you cause. They're separate, it makes sense, and it makes corporate landowners pay their fair share. You can also use a stormwater charge to bring in more money for flood relief and speeding up basement flooding infrastructure projects. Flooding is getting worse. The extra investments needed today are just the tip of the iceberg. What you need to know is that to get relief to your constituents, you need to keep a stormwater charge on the table. You're sitting on a tool that can help get sewage out of people's basements faster. Don't scrap it entirely. I also want to make an important note on this report. Recommendation 4 is to indefinitely suspend the stormwater charge based on the feedback from consultations. But when you read through what the city actually heard in consultations, this was not all negatively received. In fact, one part of the report says a broad range of participants expressed support for an industrial and commercial stormwater charge, and that it should be expanded to all properties over time. So with all due respect, this recommendation needs a serious rethink. In regards to recommendation 4, please remove the words suspend indefinitely. During the last election, many members of council promised to support a fair stormwater charge to make polluters pay for the stormwater reduction and flood-proofing projects. Deputy Mayors Malik, Morley, and Cole, and councillors Ainsley, Bradford, Bravo,
to interrupt. May I ask you to wrap up as you're over 3 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. So to conclude, many members of council pledged to support this. And we hope that the other members of council will do what's right and fair to protect residents of the city from flooding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kiara, are you here online? Oh, there you are. Padovani. Okay, go. Yep, we are here.
My name is Chiara Padovani, and I'm a lifelong resident of York Southweston. Last summer, we were once again devastated by basement flooding. The local councillor knocked on doors in the Rockcliffe Smythe neighborhood shortly after the flood. encouraging people to apply for the $7,500 grant from the city to help them with the cost of the repairs to their homes. That grant program was conveniently announced by the local councillor right before the 2022 municipal election. It's been 2 years, and I don't know a single neighbor in Rockcliffe Smythe who has seen that money, despite multiple floods since. Many of my neighbors were denied based solely on the grounds that an official from Toronto Water did not inspect the property on the day of the flood, despite reporting the flood and requesting an inspection. Others were denied because they have insurance, regardless of what their insurance does or does not cover. No one has received this grant. So yeah, people are furious. But the thing is, we're furious about more than just being lied to about this grant, because in the grand scheme of things, this grant and programs like it are just a drop in the bucket compared to the things that we actually need. More than $1.5 billion worth of upgraded infrastructure to prevent basement flooding in our neighborhood. Upgrades that have been recommended since before I was born. Here I dug up a big old report from 1990. I was 2 years old when it was released. In it, it says the need for additional capacity in the Black Creek sanitary trunk sewer has been recognized in previous studies. It goes on to list many of the sanitary trunk sewer relief measures that we're still only talking about today, more than 3 decades later. Every year, we and neighborhoods like ours see construction start date of the flooding mitigation we so desperately need delayed, pushed back, and delayed again. Though we're told construction would have started by now, this year we're told construction will begin next year and be completed by 2035. Now listen, I get it. These are massive infrastructure projects, and $1.5 billion is a lot of money. How can we pay for such a thing? Well, let's start by getting the biggest culprits of this problem to pay their fair share, or at least pay something. Why does literal shit end up in our basements every time there's a bad storm? Because the water falling down over Toronto has nowhere to go. It runs off the concrete into the sewers, overwhelming our combined sewer system, and then backs up into our basements. Massive commercial parking lots don't have a water bill because they don't use any water, which means even though massive amounts of stormwater run off their property and into our basements, they're not actually paying anything into the pot to help fix this problem that they're playing a big role in causing. Why would we completely scrap one of the only tools?
It's past 3 minutes. May I interrupt? And you're 14 seconds over, so I have to cut you off.
May I wrap up, Mayor?
Yeah, please.
So I'm here asking this committee, no more broken promises, no more delaying the infrastructure we need, and let's just make the big culprits pay their fair share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputy? If not, sorry, Councillor.
Just one. I don't know if the community is aware of, we have not one but 2 briefing notes that should be looked at. Is the community aware that Councillor Nunziata actually came and asked us, although she's not a member of Budget Committee, but we've moved 2 briefing notes to outline for people all of the infrastructure that needs to be done to address Rockcliffe Smythe and the coordination that has to happen between them, which is
I'm aware and I've read the briefing notes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the community knew that they were there and easily obtainable. Okay.
Yep. It's in
I
those
understand she's going to be dropping them in the community as well, so that people are all up to date.
It's in those briefing notes that a couple years ago we were told that construction would start this year, and in those briefing notes it says it will start next year and be completed by 2035.
Coordination that's explained here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Any other questions, anyone? No?
I just wanted to ask if there was anything else that you think it's important for the committee to know.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. I do have one more thing, and it's what this stormwater charge is really about. It's about making some of the biggest culprits pay. And I know that many of the people sitting here on this committee agree with me because so many of you promised to support a stormwater charge before you were elected in 2022. And so I'd like to encourage you all to commit to your campaign promises and not delete not completely shelve a commitment that you made in your elections. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Sarah Maffei is online. Oh, you are here. You're not online. Thank you for waiting.
No, I'm
all
here.
this time.
Hi. Mayor Chow, members of the executive, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am a resident of York Southweston, specifically Rockcliffe Smythe. First off, I'd like to state a clear and simple fact. The water and the sewage needs somewhere to go. The first time the city sewage backed up into my home, it was days after a rain event. Not a drop in the sky, and yet sewage was pumping into my basement and the basement of my neighbors. This has happened many times since, and it was even more intense and devastating in the big rainfalls last summer. I've done lots of learning and listening to my neighbors in the past few years, and the bigger picture has come into focus. This community has been neglected and harmed for decades. One, by failing infrastructure, the paving of permeable lands for development or parking areas upstream, and capital projects, most importantly, like the urgently needed widening of the Jane Street Bridge being pushed down the road. And frankly, if I may, and I mean no disrespect, what feels like gaslighting from our civic leaders who offer inaccessible grants and point us to these city incentives like sump pumps and backwater valves that leave us feeling like the problem is ours to solve. If you would like a full tour of my private flooding infrastructure, you can see it on a CBC News story. It's like a little Amsterdam. There is a backwater valve I've had professionally inspected multiple times, 4 sump pumps that work full tilt during a big rain event. Unfortunately, there is nowhere for the sewage water to go. So last summer in July and again in August, we were up to our ankles in filthy water, madly pumping it out into the city sewers that led right back into my home and the homes of my neighbors. I do not qualify for the $7,500 no-fault one-time grant because Toronto Water did not inspect my property on the days of these floods. In fact, it took me weeks of begging to get an on-site visit, at which time I was told my property is just in a bad spot. These incentives feel like scraps thrown at a demoralized community who in some cases, like my neighbor John, have been tortured by this lack of real action from our government since 1985. I am happy to report that the thousands I have personally spent on landscaping under the guidance of a company called Rainscape TO has mitigated a great deal of harm to my home. It makes sense that I maximize my ability to soak up as much of the runoff as possible in a storm event. I simply cannot contain the enormous amount backing up from the inadequately structured Black Creek sewer shed. So by all means, pursue the green infrastructure incentives, love them. But let's be honest, that is a drop in the bucket. My metaphor was stolen. It's a drop in the bucket, not a solution. Thousands of sump pumps are rendered useless, the cost of implementing such programs worthless when there is nowhere for the water and sewage to go. The infrastructure neglect has done irreparable physical and psychological damage to a population who have suffered great indignity and loss. Sump pumps and backwater valves will not protect us. The sewage water has to have somewhere to go. Please, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Gail Farley.
So I'm back again representing Seniors for Climate Action now. And I have to say I've definitely opposed to the recommendation to indefinitely suspend further consideration about a stormwater charge. It's really important. And while I'm at it, this can raise money and it should go directly to York Southwestern because that area has been neglected forever. So part of the reason for not going forward is that feedback received as part of the commercial parking lot levy consultation sessions, I guess they were against the parking lot levy, so they'll be against this too. And we all know who lobbied day and night for the levy not to be put forward. Toronto needs a stormwater fee. We've had 300-year floods in 11 years. The Sponge City concept is a highly effective strategy to mitigate flooding and reduce the cost of flood repair, both to the city and residents. Insurance does not cover all the damages, and increasingly, insurance companies are refusing to provide insurance in flood-prone areas. Impermeable asphalt parking lots and large roof areas severely restrict absorption of rain, especially if it's torrential. The stormwater fee can raise revenue for flood control measures and other climate mitigation initiatives. The fee will incentivize people who own these large impermeable surfaces to switch to permeable ones. It will reduce the heat island effect. It's the wise thing to do. Your neighbors are doing it. Kitchener funds their stormwater management through a user fee based on how much stormwater runoff a property creates. They have a fee both for houses as well as commercial, residential and commercial. The commercial goes up to $4,400. And every month, houses, depending on how big they are, pay either $8 or $41 on their monthly utility bill. Mississauga also has a stormwater fee. It's time for the city to institute this fee. The city desperately needs funds to protect property and residents from severe storms, and severe storms are only going to increase over time. Toronto may be stuck with Ford's Conservative government for another 4 years, so you have to proceed with this because your likelihood of getting money from him is zilch.
Questions, anyone? No. Thank you very much for waiting and being able to speak to us. John Tactical? Hello, there you are. Three minutes, sir.
The mayor, distinguished councillors, staff, I'm thankful for this opportunity to appear before you today. I've been a resident of York South-Weston, Ward 5, since 1983. And I want to bring up this disconnect between the subject, rainwater runoff, basement flooding, and the stark reality that I face every so often, multiple times a year. The water or what comes into my basement is raw sewage. And to keep the supper palatable, I will keep referring to it as basement flooding. But we are undergoing a problem in that community, which has been identified as 200 to 300 households. For the last 40 years, 42 years, exactly, since 1982, multiple calls, multiple times every year, but no relief at all. And a matter that is referred to with a great exuberance, even the new housing, that hearing it sends a chill up and down my spine. Because I know that each permit fulfills a dream for one person or his family, but it is a license for somebody to dump their sewage into my basement. There's no place for that sewage to go other than my basement. It's been brought up here. There have been reports from 1990, or even before that, 1980s, stating that the Black Creek trunk sewer is obsolete, is under capacity, cannot handle the volume of what it's supposed to do today. And yet there is no action. And I'm not here to make it a confrontation between you and me, or I just want to bring up this issue. What myself, as a resident of this city, my community in York Southwestern, a part of your community is experiencing multiple times a year. And what is our response as a big city to this problem? There has been many options suggested or studied or reported. I don't know how much money is in this year's budget to study the problem that has been studied since 1980, I personally know, and yet no solution. And I request your kind action.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is online? Mike? Mike, are you here? Mike Matos, can you unmute yourself? I will come back to you. Let's see if Christina Penaton, are you here in the room? It's probably online. Paul Scrivener, are you here are you physically here? Oh, Paul is here. Okay, good. We'll go back to the people online. And Brian McLean, are you also here? Ah, thank you. Paul, thank you for waiting.
Good evening, everybody. For the record, my name's Paul Scrivener, and I'm here on behalf of the Toronto Industry Network as the Director of External Relations. And I found out about this, like everybody else did, a week ago. And this has been a 10-year plus engagement on stormwater and the water service charge. And we would support and we ask that this not be dropped as an initiative, that we find a way that this can be implemented. And I would hope that staff would be requested to continue on this work and report back at an appropriate time, and that it be a multi-divisional effort. Toronto Water is carrying a big load here. They get some help from ACDEV, but it needs to be more than that, because this is a very complicated issue, but it will have an answer. I mean, we are not the first community that would be doing a stormwater management charge. One of the reasons that TIN supports this is that, of course, the city has a number of large water users, and many of them are, some are hospitals and universities, but many are manufacturers like Atlantic Packaging, like Sanofi Pasteur, and so on. And they use water for either putting in the product or they use water for process. And they pay unfairly for not having a stormwater charge. The amount of water you consume has nothing to do with the amount of water you discharge as stormwater. And they're willing to pay their fair share and as a stormwater charge. But what this penalty is doing for the large water users is it's reducing their competitiveness against other jurisdictions. And it's been going on for a long, long time, and it has to stop. You know, we all talk about the importance of manufacturing. Manufacturing is going through a difficult challenge right now. Trump and the tariffs are a new issue, and that has got people in the manufacturing sector quite concerned. And, you know, I mean, you just have to think about it. And so what we want is, please, let's continue the discussion. We're happy to participate. Spread it, you know, get some other divisions involved in this. And thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Any questions to the deputant? If not, thank you so much for coming. And Brian McLean, are you here? Thank you for waiting, Brian.
Hi again. Thank you again for this opportunity. Just to repeat, I live in Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, and I'm speaking today as a member of the volunteer group Etobicoke Climate Action. As I said in an earlier deputation, because climate change is bringing more intense rainfalls to Toronto, the basement of the house I live in was flooded last July and again in August. But back in July 2013, you'll remember the huge intense rainstorm we had then. I was in the Richview branch of the Toronto Public Library when its entire children's department in the basement was flooded and put out of commission for an entire year. And this past year, 11 years later, the libraries had to spend more money reinforcing the building's foundation because of water. Just one example of the costs of climate remediation. So when I've helped lead free walking tours along waterways in Toronto, such as Black Creek, the Humber River, Humber Creek, and Etobicoke Creek, I learned and shared stories of how those waterways have affected people in storms and flooding. The most destructive, of course, being Hurricane Hazel. I actually volunteer as a Toronto nature steward in Raymore Park, which used to be a neighborhood, and that's where more than 30 people lost their lives in 1954. Imagine being in bed after midnight when suddenly your house is lifted up and swept down a river. Lambton House has a new exhibit on the 70th anniversary of Hurricane Hazel, and these words really struck me. The individual and collective experience of that Friday night ingrained in people a public consciousness of the power of nature, a respect for it in all its awesomeness, and a desire to live with it in harmony, never again forgetting or ignoring its potential threat. Now, I'm certainly not an expert in water infrastructure, but I'm very appreciative of the safe drinking water we enjoy and the treatment plants and pumping stations that bring it to my tap and toilet. I've participated in the city's online stormwater consultation, and I welcome the increase in measures such as green roofs, rain gardens, and green space along our boulevards. I also welcome that home gardeners are increasingly turning to native plant gardening instead of the large lawns that don't absorb very much rain. If I have one ask on this issue, it's that municipal bylaw officials receive more training so that they do not harass or threaten with uprooting plantings those homeowners who are spending their time and money creating magnificent gardens that contribute to biodiversity, to rainwater retention, and even carbon retention in the much deeper roots that native plants have over the 2 inches of grass. The city funds pollinate-to projects, so it should also recognize and encourage property owners to do that in their front and backyards. So if the city can encourage or incentivize more property owners to capture rainwater to use in their gardens, that will also be effective. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Questions to deputants? If not, Carolyn, I believe you're online, Carolyn. Carolyn? No? You're online. Okay. Can you unmute yourself so we can hear you? Carolyn, say something.
Hello, hello, hello.
We can hear you. Go for it, Carolyn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Yep. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. This is the fifth time I've met you. My mother and I used to campaign for you. We love you. I met you at the MOCA GTA 24. This is a great opportunity to talk to you about some things regarding the stormwater issue. I really appreciate what everyone else had to say. I've not written anything down, but I have been living it. So I'm in an area where I moved to in Councillor Matt Lowe's section here in Cedarvale. And I've been here since I was 3 years old, and I'm now 63, a 63-year-old artist. And what I have noticed is we have a problem with groundwater and stormwater. So groundwater, we have the Tattle Creek and Garrison. So what happens is when people overdevelop and build backyard houses and McMansions and get rid of trees, what happens is the groundwater from the creek is colliding with the stormwater. So yes, to the gentleman, what he had said, yes, we need more native plants. I'm actually finding trees and hostas that rich people are throwing out, and I'm grabbing them like they're puppies and lost kittens and planting them, because we have a willow tree that was planted in 1916. We maintain it so it can suck the water from the creek. That's how one way we avoid groundwater. Willows are magic. Everyone in the UK from Bath to Oxford plant willows. Willows will suck the groundwater, any creek. And as we know, the TCRA passes the buck. They will not take any ownership. They will not talk to new builders or wealthy people building and not taking ownership for groundwater underneath and just allowing for this flooding. Finally, it's very important for you to know, Mayor Chow and your committee, that when people are applying for garden suites and they're doing like kind of fancy big stuff, making it sound like they're helping housing, but they're not really. It's just more vanity to take up space. And if they're building on a slab and we get their water, well, we flood. And so what I'm doing is I'm managing groundwater by doing continuous hydraulic cement and repainting my basement. And I'm doing a lot of, I love my insurance policy and I don't want to use it. And then I'm planting and planting. But the thing is, when you have the Committee of Adjustment approving these builds, these garden builds, and what happens, which is really, really strange, is that your zoning director, Ian McCrae, and another committee adjustment person named Ron Hunt, who have been with the city a long time and have institutional knowledge, and they say that it's a threat to stormwater, and they're not listened to because of Premier Ford's that we cannot contest things anymore. There is another problem. So what I'm talking about is organizational, it's leadership.
Carolyn?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
We're past 3 minutes, and thank you for
I
your
bet
time.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We get what you need. And Fontra, Jeff Kettle, you are still here. Thank you for staying so long. Tell us about what you think about stormwater charges.
Madam Chair, you have an important agendas items today. That's why I'm here. On this report, there are actually 5 very specific recommendations about stormwater runoff and basement flooding. And actually, I'll respond to those, I'll comment on those, but they actually miss the bigger picture. And that's some of the other deputies today have pointed that out. And one in particular mentioned a multidisciplinary group that would look at the bigger picture, and I'd recommend that you focus on that. The first recommendation is about new and expanded subsidies. You've heard from other deputants how ineffective those subsidies are right now. They're fine in principle, but they're not working. And they miss the point, as other deputants have said, about the bigger picture of prevention rather than fixing it afterwards. Secondly, the second recommendation in the report is about green infrastructure and incentive program for private property. Absolutely, that is one we definitely support. Although, as the very immediate deputant pointed out, some of the city programs are actually working against that. in increasing the lot coverage on the built form on the lots. Third, your third specific recommendation pertains to the stormwater charge. And again, as other dependents are saying, we agree that we oppose that recommendation. The stormwater charge is a rational policy instrument that is being used right now in other jurisdictions, for example, Mississauga. The fact that there was negative impact from those potentially affected does not necessarily militate against its use, given its advantages, including fiscal. The fourth recommendation of the staff is to accelerate the construction of recommended local sewer infrastructure projects. Sure, proceed. The fifth recommendation is water service charge based on findings from the city's public consultation. Well, we oppose that recommendation, as our reading of the results of the public consultation survey responses does not lead to this conclusion. Where did it come from? So more broadly, three more comments. We do not believe that the survey that was used in this case is very effective. It's flawed. Of the number of correspondents, 973, 81 of them, oh, that's 8%, came from only one postal code, and there were 400 postal codes in this city. So the survey is flawed. Take it back and review it. Do it another way.
You to wrap up.
Maybe somebody can ask me a question because I'm not finished. I have a couple more points to make.
Okay. Here is Councillor Malik. Question? Is there more that you'd like to share with the committee?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So more generally, this, as I said, we see this as a very specific report, water, you know, but not prevention. To look at prevention, you need a much broader interdisciplinary planning, forestry, and so on. You need a much broader approach. And we would advocate, like others here today, to maintain permeable surfaces and growing spaces. And for example, we need to be using flood maps as an input to regulatory decision-making. We should work to reduce asphalt and heat island effects and require heat-absorbing surfaces to be more effective. Thirdly, as FONTRA, we regularly hear about issues within our territory, as it were, which directly or indirectly impact on stormwater runoff and basement flooding, such as excessive lot coverage approvals beyond the permitted allowed by the zoning bylaw by the committees of adjustment in the 4 parts of the city. Secondly, the lack of enforcement of city building regulations and the Conservation Authority regulations in ravine-adjacent areas and of urban forestry. We have people that have written letters today from York Mills are very much concerned about enforcement of the bylaws. And the last point, the third point, is so-called iceberg basements, where you have 1 or 2 different basements. We note that the staff report to Planning and Housing Committee, which was due in the 4th quarter of 2024, has still not shown up. That's a priority for the residents. We'd love to see that report.
Thank you very much.
Chair of the committee is here. Thank you. Thank you. I am going back to Mike Meadows from Mount Dennis Community Association. I believe you're online. We weren't able to unmute you fast enough. Are you there? No? We cannot hear you. Can you unmute yourself? Maybe he's taking a dinner break. Okay. To the committee, councilors. Councilor McKelvey.
Thank you. Lou, stormwater. So you have some recommendations here not to proceed, and I was just wondering, could you kind of summarize the main complexities associated with proceeding with this and why that's your recommendation today?
Madam Chair, the stormwater consultations that we've been working on for the last 2 or 3 years was directed by council, and it was specified that we look at essentially a reallocation of the existing pot of money. So removing stormwater out of the variable water rate and then allocating that that component, about 25% of our budget, to a group of users using a user fee. So we reported back on this in 2017, and we are looking at it again. It wasn't to generate additional revenue, so that's a piece that I think needs to be clear. We were asked to look at making it revenue neutral, i.e. no additional revenue. But then what you're doing is allocating that to the user base in a different way. And there are impacts to doing that. And we reported that back in 2017, and we were looking at it again right now. And all of the research that we did, and we did more surveys than just the surveys that were referenced by some of the deputants. We did surveys over the last 2 or 3 years, and nothing has changed since 2017 from the results that we've seen. The shifts would be increases to homeowners. Small homeowners, for the most part, would see an increase in costs if we shifted to this system, as well as some of the ICI customers would see an increase. There would be decreases primarily to multi-res properties where you have a lot of tenancies and or condominiums, and large water users. You would see a decrease overall by shifting in those groups. So those were the findings that we found in 2017, and all of our analysis shows that that would be the same today.
So ultimately, it's revenue neutral. You're not generating extra revenue through this mechanism. Okay, so instead, you're proposing today some incentives. So maybe could you speak to some of those highlights and how those could be beneficial to homeowners?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, what we found throughout the city, so those communities where there wasn't any work done yet, and even in those communities where there has been some basement flooding work, what we heard and what we learned from homeowners is that there's additional incentives that can be provided that would be beneficial to them. And we talked to quite a few homeowners that did not get sewage flooding, but they did get storm flooding. And that's the way the foundation drains are connected. They are plumbed in certain cases to the sanitary line. You heard that from some deputants. That is the way that homes were built in the past. We are making recommendations to cover an assessment. So figure out the way your house is plumbed. That's an important step. Add the ability to have a second backwater valve, because sometimes you have a sanitary as well as a storm line coming out of the house, and that way you can protect both of those. And in addition, we haven't looked at raising the contribution levels since 2013, so we are recommending that we increase that as well. That's more feedback we heard from the public. So those are the things that we want to move forward on. We can move forward on very quickly.
So should council authorize development of these incentives, how would you advertise them? Could you put it include it in the water bills, for example, to make sure water users are seeing that information?
So that's why we're saying we need to report back in this with the details of how to implement. We want to get endorsement from council that these incentive programs should be modified. We would report back in 2025, at latest third quarter, on those details. So we would need to change our communications program. We needed to ramp up the programs that we have right now because we communicate in a certain fashion. We need to do more.
I just want to squeeze in one more. So back to the revenue neutral and back to the rate. I just want to be clear. Other municipalities that are putting this in, they don't necessarily have the stormwater work included in their water rate like we do, where you are charging for that already and you are building that into reserve funds so that when you go to build capital, you have that money in the bank.
Yeah, so this is one of the challenges that we've reported on in the past. Those other communities that have implemented a stormwater charge, we're taking it off of the property tax.
It was already a flat rate system. They were paying through property taxes, lifting it out of there and moving it to a different flat rate approach.
And
In Toronto,
we've already moved it from property tax and moved it to the water bill.
So
Right.
that, they weren't putting it on the water rate.
Right.
They were just creating a separate charge that they would show you that would fund stormwater. So that's all the other communities did, is they highlighted essentially what was on your property tax. It's now not a property tax increase. So you will do a normal property tax increase on whatever remains on that. You would raise the stormwater rate. Now you can raise that more than the property tax to fund a small program. When you compare the programs that those other communities have in comparison to Toronto Water, ours is much larger than theirs. And the shift occurs, or the difficulty of moving it off a variable rate. Right now, it's all variable. It's tied to how much water you use, not the service charge of impermeable pavement, which is what we were recommending looking at. That shift makes it difficult. And that's why we had recommended not to proceed, because the vast majority of residents that we surveyed do not like the shift and do not want to do the shift.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole, question to
Staff, yeah. Yeah, I just have a
Staff?
question for staff. How much are we spending on the Fairbank trunk sewer project that goes through the city of York? Not exactly where Rockcliffe is, but to the west of it. How much are we spending on that?
Madam Chair, we are spending on phase one, which is the large tunnel project. That's close to $300 million. And now we're doing phase two, which is the smaller local sewers. And that's another $300 to $400 million. So in that large area, it benefits over 4,000 homes. We are spending close to $600 to $700 million, and that's underway right now.
Yeah, so that's underway, and we have a tunnel boring machine that went into Fairbank Park. That was, I think, the first time we've ever used a tunnel boring machine to put in a trunk sewer. And is the tunnel boring machine still active going south? Yeah, I know. There's a tunnel boring machine that's causing water problems on the Eglinton crosstown right now, but anyways, let's not go there.
water down there.
So is the tunnel boring machine still tunneling?
No, we have completed that segment of the work, and that's why we're proceeding now with the development of all of the interconnections. There's a lot of local sewers that are shallower that need to be upgraded, and they will tie into that trunk sewer that we built. It's much deeper. So the tunnel boring machine was quite successful in Fairbanks, and that's finished its work.
But unfortunately, that doesn't connect to the sewers that are to the west in the Rockcliffe area.
That segment of work does not. There's a completely different set of projects that are being designed right now that will work its way through Rockcliffe. There's 3 separate EAs that were completed. One to deal with the Black Creek itself. So there's a channel that needs to be upgraded and repaired. That's owned by the TRCA, but the city is funding that component. And we also did receive some federal monies towards that program. So that's being designed right now. There's bridges that need to be expanded on Jane Street and Symes throughout the Lavender Creek area that you need upgrades. That's being designed as well right now. Once all of that work is done, then we have the basement flooding work that can be done, which is to upgrade the local sewers. And then finally, there's a larger project where we're building a large trunk sewer down Keel Street to service the Downsview community, but we're tying that into the existing Black Creek sanitary trunk sewer with interconnections. So when that surcharges, because it does during rainstorm events, that's what the community's talking about. When it rains heavy, that sewer fills up quickly. We're taking that overflow and putting it in the new Keel trunk sewer. That's about $1 billion worth of work, and it's being designed right now.
So we've already, we've got 600 million in the ground right now, building sewer capacity, and we are going to invest with, I guess, federal money, another $1 billion in building sewer capacity.
That's just the sewers. If we add in all the other work that's programmed through the Rockcliffe and York South area, it's probably about $1.5 billion being invested.
Yeah, it's funny, things like this never make it to the media, but, and what about what's happening to my favorite sewer, the Midtown?
Favorite sewer?
Yeah, the Midtown sewer project that the school board tried to block. What's happening with that?
Madam Mayor, with the Midtown, we believe that we finally reached a settlement with the school board in order to get access to that location, so we can expand the tank at Memorial Park. That'll allow us to build the sewers that will flow into that. So that's, and we do also have disaster mitigation funding for that project in addition to the city monies. So that's back on track, and we are finalizing the agreement to get the subsurface easements so we can complete the detailed design and then tender for that work as well.
And what's the estimated cost of that Midtown sewer project?
That's about $300 to $400 million as well.
And the feds are helping with that too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
On the speakers list right now because I have to leave. Chinese New Year Eve, pardon me. Just if I am hearing our staff clearly, what I'm, yeah, well, you just need to say yes and no to what I'm going to say. In the plan that you have, that you're not moving ahead, people that use more water end up paying less, okay? That seems to be the direction, which is why you said don't do that. And you can't tell homeowners, because it's through drones, that have a green home, that have sponges at gardens and all servers are not paved, versus the next door neighbor that is, everything is paved, everything runs off. They will get extra charge, both of them, even though one owner is doing the right thing, the other may not be, okay? They still both get charged more under the system. The ICI sector pay less, and multi-residential pay less, but they won't. These high-rise apartments that are mostly purchased by our EITs, we cannot force them to give the tenants a break, because we can't pass it on. Okay, so the homeowners that are doing the right thing has to pay more, which is not fair. The ICI sectors pay less, and the multi-res folks get a lot of reduction, even though they don't really need it because they're already making quite a bit of money, and the tenants will get nothing. So that's a system that I cannot support, and I've said so before, because that's not fair. I support the incentives, and I'm suggesting more, and I will try to ask you to report back, and I hope Councillor Perks will take carriage of my motions to report back on both where you can find the funds to support more incentives for the homeowners, okay? And that I'm also adding in some rain barrels, not totally connected with flood water, but at least it can minimize a bit of water usage. So am I correct in my assessment of what I said about homeowners and ICI sectors, and just say yes?
Yes, that is the impacts to the homeowners.
Thank you. So my understanding is correct. Thank you so much. Deputy Mayor, if you could come and chair the meeting. My apologies, folks. I can stay for 5 more minutes, but you should just take charge. I might be able to finish it, but here. Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers on this item?
Councillor
There's a
Carroll.
question. Councillor Carroll, go ahead.
Just a quick one, because I just want to be clear. We're not proceeding with this, and it's neither here nor there because we had somehow morphed the model into something that was going to be revenue neutral anyway. So it might have had some environmental behavior management, but it wasn't going to do what we originally set out to do when we started talking about a stormwater surcharge, which was to create more capital to do the work we need to do, to be able to create a faster queue for neighborhoods in this type of a challenge. We originally started consulting on this many moons ago. I know that because I attended those meetings with Councillor Davis, so it was a while ago. But we went to those meetings hearing people were uncomfortable with the change because ultimately for some property owners it was going to cost more, and certainly in the ICI sector it was going to cost more if depending on how they manage their properties. But we're saying no to something today that was going to be cost neutral anyway, to the best of my knowledge. That was everyone's goal. And I really only want to say this: we really are just kicking a can down the road. We all want to keep Toronto Water debt-free. It's the kind of work that is so crucial. You don't want to be saying no to it because you're at your debt ceiling. And so we're trying to run it debt-free. So hence the annual increases in the actual rate. But while we're talking today in the motions about creating more environmental responsibility, we aren't creating more capital. And I just really want to underscore for us on this day of our Lord in 2025, we're going to get to a point where we need some radical way of generating revenue specifically for the water capital plan. Because we started out with, well, we have some suburbs and then we have an aging downtown core. We now have an aging downtown core and slightly less, but very aging inner suburbs. And so the work that needs to be done, the upgrades that need to be done are needed all the way to the city limits. And we're still not figuring out a way other than just inching our way up through that user rate to generate capital. Other than, in this case, there are multiple projects, not one project, it's a massive coordination of multiple projects to solve Rockcliffe Smythe. We're now at the point where the federal government's kicking in 150 so that we can maybe get started on it for what are a comparatively small number of homes. But we really are going to have to, if this isn't the answer, and if surveying residents brings back a hard no, we're eventually going to have to say to them, we need X number of dollars beyond what water rates can generate. And we really need to create a stream that actually can do the work we need to do. Because every time we have an extreme storm like we had this summer, yet another couple of study areas join the map and join the queue of capital work that is going to need to be done in order to adapt to extreme weather. So I simply point out, today we'll do the small measures in this, but the big measure is still coming, and we have to face it.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I had thought we were on questions. We might have jumped over it. So if there are any remaining questions for staff, we'll just go through that. And now we are firmly on speaking. Yes, that's great. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Perks?
From Mayor Chow? Is it all consolidated in one motion?
Yeah. Okay.
It's going up on the screen. Is there anything you want to say about it?
So the motion has the effect of adding some language to the existing recommendations for staff to include further public investment in things like rain barrels, sump pumps, backwater valves, and looking for other funding sources that wouldn't have impact on residential water users, and it's specifically residential water users there. And there's an amendment to 3. looking at delivery and funding options to accelerate construction. This is to the point that Councillor Carroll was just making. It's unfortunate the mayor couldn't be here to move the motion herself. I know she's done an awful lot of thinking and work on this and has come to the conclusion that this further work to make investments now on some of the less expensive pieces that really contribute, and then taking a look at the big picture for how we're going to fund the necessary water infrastructure when we're up into the 9 figures, and is going to be a really serious challenge for us, is where she's landed on this. I wish that, you know, we had some clever little motion we could move today that would pay for all this stuff or deal with all this stuff. The closest I could think of would be to send Mr. DiGeronimo back in time and saying to the City of Toronto, please don't combine your sewers, saying to Etobicoke, don't let people hook in, and saying to Scarborough, don't bury your pipes so near the surface. If we could just have those 3 things, so many of our problems would go away. But we can't do that. What we should do, and this has been a theme of a lot of what I've been talking about with people who have had questions about the city's budget, is to point out that during my lifetime there's been a profound shift in terms of how infrastructure is paid for. When I was born, 25% of all infrastructure was paid for and owned by municipal governments. Now, it's over 60% of all infrastructure is paid for and maintained and owned by municipal governments. In effect, my lifetime has seen the great download. And what's profoundly interesting about that is what tools this municipal governments have to pay for that critical infrastructure, particularly critical infrastructure in a time when the costs of maintaining that infrastructure are going to skyrocket because of the changing climate. What's effectively happened is that the income tax no longer pays for infrastructure in any meaningful way. The one redistributive tax tool that we have no longer pays for infrastructure. And coincidentally, the income taxes that the federal and provincial governments collect have been cut, particularly for people in the highest income tax brackets. So we're seeing a massive transfer in how infrastructure, like the infrastructure that we need Mr. DiGeronimo to update, gets paid for. It's no longer paid for by the wealthy. Increasingly, it's paid for, as Mayor Chow was talking about, by people who are renting apartments in Toronto or struggling to make ends meet in Regina or wherever. Small wonder people are finding their lives are unaffordable. There's been a massive transfer of wealth up to the wealthiest and responsibility down to people who don't own wealth. And as we as a municipality struggle to deal with affordability, to deal with housing, to deal with transit, to deal with water infrastructure, we have to enter a project that we take on jointly with the residents of the municipality we represent, but also people in every municipality, FCM, AMO, right across the country. We have to reverse the great download or give municipalities access to those tools that grow with the economy, like the income tax and the sales tax. There is no other way out of the affordability, climate, and housing crises. No other way. So while I wish I could bring a magic bullet that would fund all the water infrastructure Mr. DiGeronimo could dream up, which I think would be substantial, what we have to do is make those investments that we can within municipal means and continue to push for bringing in the orders of government that have access to the income and sales tax back to the table to pay for the infrastructure that Canadians rely on and just happens to be administered by municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess any questions for the mover? Councillor
What
Fletcher.
about front yard parking?
I could go on about front yard parking for a great many hours.
Is this not the time to make sure?
It's not the time.
It's not the time to add that in?
No, don't go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
I mean, you know me, I voted against every single front yard parking
Then,
pad that's
you wanna
ever come
pave
in
your
front of
front
me, and I will
yard.
continue to do it. I think Mr. DiGeronimo has reported many times to council that front yard parking pads add to his cost. I just think that if we're going to have a decision around front yard parking, we're going to have a conversation with Torontonians first. It's banned in my ward, it's banned in your ward, it's banned in Councillor Malik's ward, and I think someday we should ban it citywide, but I think we have to have that conversation with folks first.
Questions?
Go to Planning Housing Committee. Do you want me to go to Planning Housing?
Sorry, are there any other questions for the mover? Any other speakers on this item? All right, then we'll vote on the motion. Losing my ability to speak. All right, all those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Item as amended. Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. Do we have to do anything? And we are adjourned. Thank you.
2018, but then cheap plan, get it right. It came out of Manchester. So we came with a motion.